Welcome to the Late Night with Chalky podcast.
Friends and family, brothers and sisters, welcome to the Late Night with Chalky podcast.
Woo! Our guest this week was an early star both in front and behind the camera lens. From the beginning days at Lost to co-founding Snapping Turtle Productions and producing multiple movies in the 90s, he's had a very successful career over 3 decades behind the camera lens in photography and filmmaking. This guy, he's very talented. He's had an impressive 11-year tenure at Surfer Magazine as senior staff photographer. 15 Surfer Magazine covers. Is that for real? Fuck!
Sure.
And over 50 covers worldwide across multiple media outlets. He spent 6 years at Nike as a consultant, helped build their world-class men's and women's surf team, managed and executed ad campaigns, events, and had a big role in Nike's influence in surfing.
So he's to blame.
Whoa. Uh-oh. Some of his career highlights include groundbreaking girls film Leave a Message and Bruce Irons' Flare Shot. Yep, that was his, which is one of surfing's most talked about photo. He is now beyond busy as a father of 5.
5.
All are rich, amazing athletes, and he still has time to train in Deepwater Fitness, which we'll get into, and he plays a fascinating water sport called Underwater Torpedo League. What the hell is that? No, I follow it. It's insane. We were super pumped to sit down with a friend, Jason, JK, Jello, Worthy, Worthless, whatever you want to call it, because there's a bunch of nicknames. Kenworthy.
Wait, did you say Jello?
Jello. Yeah, I found that. Yeah.
What's Jello?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I haven't heard that one.
Yeah.
Is he making this shit up?
For sure. I'm gonna coin a couple more on here. Hold on. What is Ramthar? Is that your nickname, middle name?
Oh, yeah.
Is that another nickname?
That was another one back in the day.
Yeah.
Like Viking?
That would just sometimes just be a snapcase. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Ramthar.
Yep.
How do you spell it?
RANTHAR. Yeah.
It's got lar in it. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. It has R in it, not lar in it.
Yeah, close enough, dude. Hey, 420, you know?
Oh, it's 420.
Oh, it is 420 today.
It is.
And did you already partake?
No, but we can. Maybe later. I need to talk. I talk a lot. On and off. No, but welcome
I'll
to
do a
the
gun
show. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, thank you for sitting down with us. And congratulations to Bella, your daughter,
Yeah.
for taking second place at the Jax Pro. Pretty amazing. And more importantly, congrats to Waylon for winning Julian Wilson's JS surfboard.
That was the sickest.
That was so
Like Bella's second was awesome, but Way winning that raffle was seriously like
That's his trophy
yeah.
for that week.
he has that thing sitting in his board rack, and like a couple people have already gone, hey, I'd like to try that. He's all, not before I ride it first. Like
Yeah,
he's
you're
like
riding it.
he's like grabbing it from him, putting
Yeah.
it back, like they're like pulling it out. He's just like
your kids made the 4 days enjoyable. You know?
Yeah.
Because we were there from like what, 7:30 to like
4
every day, and they were just so much fun to hang out with and laugh and just,
Yeah.
yeah, that's good. That's good to hear. They had a
Yeah.
lot of fun. Like
dude.
I mean, how can you? What a great event when all the vendors, all the
Yeah.
industry brands are there playing games, giving out promo and stuff, and it's a great day, at the beach.
Yeah.
My kids, I got bags of crap. I'm gonna stop going back to those freaking asking for more.
Yeah,
like
same.
no more. Got bags of this stuff.
Oh, my kids came up to me and they're like, Dad, you gotta go fill out some raffle tickets. You can win the board. And I'm like coaching a heat or something. I'm like, bro, it's all good. Like, yeah, I'm good. I got enough surfboards. That's what I said to him. Like, had I known, I probably would have. That board was pretty sweet.
That board was
I would have
pretty
probably
sweet.
entered in that and battled way for it.
Yeah. Like PETA and Indy and Waylon, they must have played golf, I don't know, at least 20 times a day.
Oh, for sure.
At least.
At least.
Yeah.
And like they kind of learned how to play golf at that. We live on the golf course. We don't play golf.
Yeah.
And we have like some clubs in our yard that just sit there and
Yeah.
some balls floating around. But they actually learned to play golf a little bit there. Like they can putt now.
That's
and,
so
like,
awesome.
And kind of get after it. A
Yeah.
little bit.
The show's not about your kids, bro.
It will be.
The show's about Jello, aka worthless, aka worthy. So tell us where it all started.
Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in Dana Point, mostly. And so my parents moved from Newport to Dana Point when I was 4 to get away from it, right?
Yeah.
Now it's still it down there. So like, it's, but it was a good move. It was great.
Newport.
From Newport, yeah. I used to live, I don't know if you guys remember where I don't know if it's called this anymore. It was called the Royal Thai Cuisine.
Yeah.
It has like an elephant out front.
Yeah, yeah,
People
yeah.
used to randomly like steal
Right
the
off
elephant.
PCH.
Yeah, right off PCH. I used to live right behind there.
No
Nice.
way.
And then there's some little shack on the water. And now those places, those shacks on the water are like
Yeah. They're $2 million shacks.
middle.
at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's if you're lucky.
And so we moved to Dana Point, and yeah, it was killer. I started surfing on it's funny, I can remember my first surf memory. I got taken to San Onofre by my stepdad and a bunch of his bros, and he had this Jerry Lopez lightning bolt board.
Wow.
And they pushed me in on this thing, it was probably like a 7-footer or 6-footer single fin, and I rode it all the way in, and the fin hit, I flew forward, cracked my chin open.
No way.
And my mom, I can never forget this. I can't remember what I did last Tuesday. I remember my mom yelling at my stepdad going, "I told you that board was too radical for him."
Well, Delhi, like sometimes it's like it's a pretty.
It was Sando though.
Oh, Sando?
Yeah.
So there's
Was there
rocks.
Yeah,
Rocks?
rocks. So
Oh,
let's say hit a rock, and I don't know what I hit, if I hit the board or whatever. I can't remember that part, but I just remember my mom running down. "I told you that board was too radical."
Did
I
you
did
get back
that.
on?
That day, I don't think so. I think I had to get a couple stitches, and it was kind of an ordeal. But
How old are you? Like 5?
I don't know. I was pretty young.
Yeah.
But shortly thereafter, my mom and her husband then got divorced, and I moved to Rhode Island with my mom.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was
At what age?
I was going into 3rd grade.
Dang.
So it was like
Across the country.
across the country.
That is a shocker.
And it was like one of those, it was like not a good scene. She just like basically packed up in the night, threw us in the car, and
How
me,
many of
we were
you?
gone. It was me and my sister
Okay.
and my mom. And we drove this crappy little tiny Honda across the country
You're freaking kidding
with
me.
whatever we had. And it must have been like the end of summer, because right when we got there, I was enrolled in school. And so I went from little RH Dana school here in Dana Point, it overlooks the ocean, wearing like, OP corduroys, slip-on Vans, and a freaking Hang 10 shirt to school. And
Did you guys have family back there? What was the reasoning of moving there?
I think she just wanted to get far away from her husband at that time.
Rhode Island is it?
That was
Yeah.
it. It was about as far as you could go. So like I went from, casual California kid to boom, I'm in this private school where I have to wear a coat and tie, and there's you could get
Whipped.
the headmaster could like hit you with a ruler and like all these rules. I was so baffled, dude. It was insane.
It's like a full legit boarding school, or was it Catholic or?
It was like a Catholic
Yeah.
school, yeah. And
Elementary though, right?
Yeah, elementary,
Okay.
yeah. But it went past elementary. It went to like middle school. It might have went to 9th grade or something.
Yeah.
And it was like this old mansion, because like Rhode Island had all these big mansions. It was an old mansion that was converted into a school and had killer grounds, and it was definitely culture shock.
Yeah.
But it was crazy moving out there because
So, sorry to interrupt, but were you already into surfing yet? Or
I had surfed and hung out at the beach, and my parents were always down at like Salt Creek and Strands and things like that. So I was around surfing.
Yeah.
I had surfed that little bit of time where I cracked my chin open and stuff.
So
like
you weren't.
that.
It didn't totally bite you yet. The bug hadn't bitten you yet.
No, not at
Yeah.
all.
Except for the weather,
Yeah.
Totally.
yeah, the culture.
But
Yeah, the culture.
think how much more of a pain.
if he was like a teenager,
Well, if he was like already into surfing and had his
Yeah.
own surfboard and had his bros, you know what I mean? then it would have been like way more
It
traumatic.
would have been way more traumatic, that's for sure. But like, the actual thing with moving out there was probably better for me because I got a different perspective on like surfing and skateboarding than you might get out here. I can see it through two different lenses. So like when I was out there, like they just said, "Oh, all the kids here play hockey. You're playing hockey." I didn't even know what hockey was. Dude. They chucked me on some skates and sent me out there with these kids that have been playing their whole life, and I had to like trial by fire.
Yeah.
But lucky for me, there's like the best place ever there, Water Brothers. It's this surf shop that's like, you guys know Sid from Water Brothers?
Yeah.
So
he's world famous,
bro. Yeah. So he had this shop on the beach, and that's where I gravitated towards. I went in there. These guys seem like the guys back at home that I'm familiar with.
So you live close to water.
Right. I went to school right, like I could walk there.
That's epic.
That's when it was on the beach.
How fortunate.
Yeah, that's
Really
like a
fortunate.
lifesaver right there.
Lifesaver, right? So I went in there and I wanted to get a skateboard.
Yeah.
And so Sid goes, "This is the board you want," and I get the Powell Peralta General Issue, which I wish I still had it, but it's a smaller skateboard. It had all these bombs on it. It's so sick. And this is back in the day. Like,
Yeah.
And it was a smaller skateboard that was good for a kid.
When Bones Brigade was blowing up.
It was right before like the Bones movies and all that
Yeah.
come out. But it was like, and so I had this skateboard, and there was a killer skate scene in Newport, Rhode Island then. And there's a bunch of stuff to skate, and like all the guys were older, and like skateboarding, punk rock, and then surfing when they surfed. And so that's kind of like,
that's pretty cool that you
Yeah.
got put in that, environment.
yeah, it was unreal. And so like out there, I just skateboarded mainly, and
Sid was pretty like open arms with
the
Groms and
yeah, I mean those guys were doing their own deal too. But like there was just a massive skate scene. You could go down to there was this little pyramid in the town, right? It was like this brick little pyramid in this shopping center, outdoor shopping center, and there'd be sessions there. Yeah,
that's
full
so
sessions.
bitchin'.
And I'd be like this little Grom there, but it'd be full on sessions with grown ups and
Yeah.
everybody, and it was just a really good scene to be a part of.
Yeah.
And
And you
so-
got that Powell skateboard.
yeah, the Powell skateboard. The
That's our era.
Yeah.
It's funny when you talk, we talk to people. I don't
Yeah.
think there's boards today because of how many pro models and how
Yeah.
many models are out there. But when we were, like, there was a handful
Yeah,
of boards that were,
for sure.
the
That
Gator.
are iconic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, dude, there's still boards from that era that I want. And I'll sometimes see graphics. I never got them because like you got what you got, kind
Yeah.
of. And so like, there's an old Lester Kasai board that I always wanted that some guys had. And then there was like an Uncle Wiggly one with this Argyle thing that I always wanted. And then there was like this Mike McGill with a fighter jet. But like,
Yeah.
whatever. You got what you got.
Yeah.
Like if you got that run of boards and they came in, you got them. But like, you were always like, but those all bring back good memories. But that skate scene there was amazing. And I'm really grateful to like have grown up through that and see it through that lens. And then
So when you got there, you're a Southern California kid.
Yeah.
Boom, you're in Rhode Island.
Yeah.
That first winter when you start seeing snow.
oh bro, it was brutal. Like
That's what I mean. Like, culture shock.
culture shock, dude. It
Yeah.
was gnarly.
You're like, wait a minute.
What do we do for the next few months?
What's
Yeah.
this?
yeah, it was insane. Like putting on like boots and clothes, and you have this little wet room where you change in and out of.
Yeah, the
before
mud
you
room,
come into
man.
the house, and it was gnarly. And like certain days, you just stayed inside. Like school would get closed because there was too much snow, and you'd just be like, all right. And,
Yeah.
But what was really cool about that was like through the skate scene, like guys would like just like shovel off little things, and you'd skate one little patch or you'd skate one little curve, and
That's
you'd hear
so
about it, like,
crazy.
hey, this little spot you can go to. And that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
The other really cool thing about being out there too was anybody who had something, like somebody would have a quarter pipe, you'd skate 5 miles to go skate some shitty little quarter pipe in somebody's front yard.
Yeah.
You'd be like, hey, can we skate? And everybody's cool. Yeah, go ahead, do it.
Yeah.
And you'd go on missions like that. So it was really good experience.
Imagine if you told one of your kids that, hey, yeah, go skate 5 miles to go skate a shitty ramp.
Bro. Yeah,
They'd be like, what? No.
Yeah.
Give me a ride, give me an electric bike, I need this.
Yeah.
Dude, I tell them all the time, man. Like,
Dad, get me an Uber.
Yeah.
Right?
I tell them all the time. Well, somebody was just asking me, how am I going to get there? I think Bella was asking me.
Yeah.
Well, take the bus.
Yeah.
Like I used to take the bus to the beach.
But they're not going to some like crappy little quarter pipe. They're going, we need to go to Sheckler's like indoor like park. You
For
know,
sure.
like somewhere
Yeah.
that's like as professional as it gets.
Oh, dude,
Versus
I've told these kids so many times, like, we'll go surf and then we'll go to a skate park, and they're like, I want to go to a different skate park, and I'll be like, huh? Well, you know how many times my dad took me surfing and then to a skate park in the same day?
0.
Freaking 0, man. None. No times ever. And you want to go to a different one? This one's not good enough for you?
Yeah.
Like,
0.0.
Yeah. Until you master this park, which is pretty much impossible because you could draw a freaking million different lines. Yeah. So we're staying here.
Yeah, we're sitting here.
So skateboarding became a big passion.
Yeah, it was skateboarding.
Were you still following surfing in the shop? You know, was it a shop that you could hang and play videos and check mags?
You know, I was like pretty young, so like, and those guys were kind of like older and gnarly and a little bit intimidating at that point. So I like kind of go in there and creep around, but then bail.
It's a little too young.
But
Yeah, because Sid back then was probably in his party days.
oh yeah,
Like,
those guys were
Alcoholic Sid, probably.
yeah, those guys.
Seriously.
Yeah,
I know, but
like there was like you know, you'd go to these like there's a big half pipe out in Middletown, and you'd go there and guys would be sending it like skating, but you know, freaking beer bongs and Budweisers, and
smoking grits,
full send, and it was rad. It was rad to see, but it was like those guys were gnarly.
Those were the days.
And then like if you listen to like Gangrene, like you know, like some of these punk rock bands would come and skate and this and that, but like Gangrene, like purposely, whenever I hear that music from that band, it sums it up because it's like it's all about freaking alcohol and partying and like if you got the beer, we got the time.
Yeah.
I think the one of the lines is, if you got the beer, we got the time. If you got the Coke, give me a line. And that's like what it was like. It was like, okay, like these guys are full send.
Yeah.
And it was rad to see. I'm pretty grateful I was a little bit too young for that. Because they were gnarly, but they were, you know, it's bad to say. They were paved in a good trail. And it was something to follow.
Yeah.
And then surfing wise out there, my one friend's brother, I can remember this, how I felt like because I was from California and I'd surfed that I was, you know, in tune with surfing a little bit. Maybe. And I went over to my bro's house, and his brother had all these pictures up on his wall that he cut out of surfing or surfer mag or whatever it was. And one of them I remember was Martin Potter on a green and yellow board doing an air. And I just saw that on the gram not too long ago. I was so stoked. But that picture, I remember staring at that thing for so long and being so stoked.
Yeah.
And then my mom had like gone to Hawaii. I'm all, bring me back a surfboard. And she brought me back a twin fin with a +1 local motion that had the bitch and paint job. It was a short little thing. And so I'd go down and try and surf. Like,
where was like the closest beach to you in Rhode Island?
it was right by where Sid's shop was. It was first beach. I didn't know any better. It's like kind of not the best place to go. I should have gone to second beach or something else, but I would just go out there.
You just go wherever it's convenient.
I'd see these little waves, be red tide and shit, and I'd be out there like trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
And winter or
no, like more like spring, and because I'd leave every summer and come back to Cali and hang with my dad. So it'd be like spring. It'd be cold, but yeah, that's where
And you didn't have a wetsuit.
I had like some kind of crappy wetsuit.
Yeah.
Like probably like a spring suit or something, and not like guys were like the real surfers there are like in dry suits and things like that at that time.
Yeah.
In that era.
Was there kids your age, or were you kind of just there with all the older guys?
I was solo. You know, there'd be a few guys out, but I was pretty like when I was surfing, I'd get like dropped off, and I wasn't like super outgoing to go up and, hey bro, show me what to do. I was just trying to figure it out. You know what I mean? And then I'd come out here. It was killer. I'd come out here and I'd see a whole different side of things. I'd go to Del Mar Skate Park. You know, my dad would drive me down, or some friends' parents would drive us down. We'd go see the skate scene, and like we'd go there, and there'd be Tony Hawk there, or sometimes Christian Osoy or Steve Stedham. All these guys in the keyhole rip in. It was was like watching a video for it.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
so
these are all the guys in every mag. Like,
these are the guys.
These are the
Yeah.
guys.
and
So
like
were you into skateboarding a little more than surfing at that time?
at that time, I was definitely into skateboarding more.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Did you have the Tony Hawk?
I did have that at one point. Yeah, I did that. And I think I put some peroxide in it.
Yeah.
And there's, yeah, 100%.
I think every Grom probably
Yeah.
had a form of
Yeah.
the Tony Hawk freaking. What do they call that?
I don't know, just some weird
Fold over
comb
Comb over,
The,
like
the early
yeah.
Bieber, like freaking bang.
I definitely had that at some point, but I was definitely more of a Hosoi fan. Like,
Ah.
yeah,
wearing
more-
bandanas everywhere.
Yeah, I wasn't wearing the bandanas and I couldn't pull it off. Like, you know what I mean? But
A
like,
little more gritty, not
his
gross.
style of skating was like just like I like that. You know, he just go big. And
He was like a showman.
Yeah.
I mean, he still is a
still
showman.
is. Yeah, it was insane.
Style.
But
Style, but like he would just do airs and like tweak them harder than anybody else.
they're insane. He'd go bigger, tweak them harder.
Yeah, and posing in the
Yeah.
air, like
Yeah.
you know,
For
nobody did poses like him.
Yeah.
Well, his style, like you know,
Yeah.
he had such a great and still does has such a great style. And,
Yeah.
you know, it was definitely he was definitely one of a kind. It was
So
cool.
every summer you would get a chance to come back.
I'd come back. I'd come back summer. I'd come back for like a week at Christmas, like a week at all the breaks. I'd come back to see my dad.
Yeah.
And where is that? Dana Point?
Dana Point.
Yeah.
And so, like I
So
said,
you would look forward to those, huh?
that was like heaven, right? And then like when I was here, I was like, I'd go with all my buddies and they're to the beach, and we'd like at that point I was still like not really surfing here because it was gnarlier. Like it was way gnarlier than out there.
Yeah.
And so we'd go down to like Strands
And more crowded, right? Like
Oh yeah, it was
Yeah.
a full on deal.
because
Like,
it's summertime.
yeah, I'd mainly boogie board. Like I'd just like shore break boogie board on like not boogie boarding like
Well,
a boogie boarder, just like
Yeah.
well,
Well,
Salt
into
Creek's
those
not a
closets.
beginner setup.
Not a big
Even
one.
at the high tide, it's still
and like
Thrash.
we were just little, you know, little dark kids. Like, hey, we're going to the beach. We'd play in the sand, and then we'd like go pull into some tubes. And,
Is it?
and I remember one day, like when finally, like my friends, oh, this is what you do. You pull into the tube, and like
so you got that vision. You're hooked.
I remember getting 100 little tubes or something and being so stoked. Like,
Yeah.
this is the best. Like,
I made it out of
Yeah.
2 of them.
it was another day I can remember. And I don't think I made it out of any. I just was in there and like see, oh, I'm in here, and time slows down, and then I get spammed. And oh, I'm gonna do that again, you know.
Yeah.
And so like, that's I think that really started getting the bug going. And then like,
That's kind of hard to do, huh? Like go back and forth, coast to coast.
yeah, it was. I mean, it was just all I knew though. I was like flying by myself as a little kid. I look at it now, like I just sent my son on his first trip by himself. He's 14. He flew to Hawaii, right? Somebody's picking him up right there. We're dropping him off right there. But I used to do that all the time as like a little kid.
Yeah.
Like,
You'd have a note.
yeah, I'd have a note and like,
Yeah.
and like,
no tracking, no cell phone, no.
yeah,
Yeah.
nothing. A note, and like I'd have to have this little
Here's my
thing with
permission
me
slip.
that said like, "Don't feed him peanuts because I'm allergic to peanuts.
Oh,
I'll
shit.
die!" Right? So it was like, no peanuts, no peanut butter, stuff like that. Anyway, yeah. So I'd go back and forth, and it was
Who was your crew? Like, who did you befriend out here? Like, as a kid, just neighborhood kids.
yeah, just neighborhood. Like I lived in this neighborhood. It's actually. Diable actually might live in the house I grew up in. I'm not
Shut
sure.
the
He
front
either lives
door.
in it or right next to it.
No way.
But like the street he lives on is the street I grew up on. In this little cul-de-sac, it's
Nice.
flat, and there's a bunch of kids and one crazy lady that would yell at us for riding our bikes or riding our skateboards or anything.
Just being kids out in the street.
Yeah, but like we were like little cul-de-sac kids.
Yeah.
And that's where we hung out, and we had a big canyon behind the house, and we'd go down there and just Dana Point was kind of our whole little zone that we skate around and cruise
Yeah.
around.
I miss the days where it's like just be home by street lights.
Streetlights,
You
yeah.
know, street lights come on. Just make sure you're home by then.
Yeah.
So back to Rhode Island and
Yep.
surfing there. Your mom brought you aboard from Hawaii.
Yep.
What was it? A locomotion?
Locomotion.
2-in-1
2-in-1.
spray.
It's the best spray.
Yes.
It was like purple and green and orange, like just those colorful ones from
Yeah.
that era. I
Full
wish I still
rainbow.
have. I could look like I have people that are board guys, and I'll try and find a board like this, and if once anybody comes across them, they're so expensive.
I mean, the boards to just have your own board special, but to have like the sticker placement, like the wax.
Yeah.
I mean, everything about that board had to be like perfect.
Yeah.
You know, like the wax job, the sticker placement. You would freaking treat it like it's
For sure.
Did you get good on that board?
No, I definitely did not get good on that board.
But it worked better than single fin. You could.
I could like go down the line basically, you know, and try. You know, I probably thought I was turning, but I was probably just wiggling around.
Yeah.
You know?
Lyndon still doesn't turn. Wiggles down the line and kicks out.
Yeah, all right.
So,
Sorry, bro. I don't think I was even to the kick out stage. I was wiggling down the line and eating crap.
dude, I've got the best kick out in the world.
All right.
I've won gold medals for my kick out.
Yeah. And
No.
your lobster dives.
Yeah. So, back and forth.
Back and forth.
Now,
How many years in total were you back in Rhode Island?
I was back there 5 years.
wow.
So
Yeah.
from like age 5, 6 to like 10, 12?
Like third grade, I came
Eight.
back here right before I started 8th grade.
Okay.
Yeah, so by then, like, I was like, get me out of here, dude. These winters suck.
Yeah.
I want to go. There's way better skateboarding out in California. I want to go skate. I want to, like, that's where the whole industry, the whole scene, all that stuff was. And so I was out there. I was hanging with a lot of people that were way older than me.
Yeah.
I was like a big kid. I grew early and then I stopped growing. But so I hung out with a lot of people that are older than me, and I ended up having a rager, like a full-on rager that, like, some people will still talk to my mom.
A house
My
party?
mom- yeah, like massive one. My mom was gone
Rhode Island?
in Rhode Island.
Oh my God.
And so, like, my mom has this property on the water. By this time, it's years later, my mom has this property on the water. It's killer. We have a ramp up top, and she's gone. And so I'm all rager. And so we have.
Were your friends nudging? Like, dude, why don't we party at your house? Your mom's gone.
Yeah, but I was just like, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
And so we had a freaking rager, like a couple day party, and then people blew it up. Like, it
You
was
have a keg?
fun. Oh, there was kegs, there was tons of beers, there was like, and then we got into like her booze, and I knew she had all this. I knew she had all this champagne, and I'm like, okay, the good stuff is probably in the front, so we'll drink all the stuff in the back. So we drank all the stuff in the back. Well, that was the good stuff.
Oh shit.
Yeah, bro. And so we would full send, and like,
Did neighbors call it in?
no,
Or
because they're big properties. Nobody
Yeah.
called it in. They came back. We tried to
Clean up.
We tried to clean up. Did a terrible job. Tried to get rid of the evidence. I dug all these holes around the.
You're talking like a 2 to 3 day party.
Yeah, a couple day party, like 2 day party, and like she lives on this giant property, right? So I dug these holes, I buried all the trash. Thought I was being sly. Like, she's still digging. Like, she's still gonna plant something and she'll pull up beer cans, dude. It's all this years later, dude. It's insane. Yeah, she came home. She was not stoked. She was not very happy. I was grounded.
Were you a pretty good kid up until, like, was that your first blow up, or were you?
No, I was kind of like, you gotta remember, my dad lived far away.
Yeah.
Right? I had like stepdads and things like that, and I was just like over those guys.
Any other siblings?
I just have
Sister.
my little sister.
Oh,
She's
yeah.
way younger,
Yeah.
you know, and not, she's doing whatever little sisters do. Ironically, about my little sister, her teacher in kindergarten at that school, St. Michael's, was Ian Walsh's mom.
What?
No way.
Yes, I didn't find this out till years later when I went to stay with Ian Walsh. But yeah, but Ian
What a
Walsh,
small freaking world.
isn't it? It's
So
insane.
wild.
Yeah,
Dang.
And she ended up moving to Hawaii.
yeah. They ended up moving to Hawaii.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Crazy, right?
Was he born there or
I
or
think
Hawaii?
he was.
What a
I
trip.
think him and maybe the twin. I don't know. I think Ian was born in Rhode Island. Not
Wow.
sure, but I'm pretty sure.
Such a small world.
Yeah, crazy.
So you're Han Solo. You throw this party, mom. This is towards your 7th, 8th grade year, like towards the end.
I'm between 7th and 8th grade.
Okay.
Yeah.
And she's just like,
Mom said, "You're moving to California."
No, Mom grounded me. I'm stuck. And then my bros, all older dudes, were like, "No, dude, we're going to skate up in Providence, or we're going to skate up, we're going to a show in Boston, or whatever it was." and they've come down, sneak down my driveway, tap on my window, and I break out my tiny little window, and I got busted again. And I was like, just getting in trouble. Like, and like,
not maliciously, but you just want to go have fun with
I
the
wanted to
dudes.
do what I
It was
wanted to do. Right? And like,
tell me no, I'm going to do it anyway.
Yeah, and way different than now. Like, because, you know, growing up in a household, you know, like I did, where I didn't have a dad around telling me what was right and wrong. I had other older dudes that I was skating with that were much older than me, smoking ciggies and all, and, you know, doing beer bongs and all this stuff, telling me what was right and wrong.
Yeah.
So, like, I was like, I want to go do that.
Yeah.
I want to do what you're telling me to do. And so, anyway, she finally goes, "You're moving to your dad's." And I was like, fuck yeah.
But that wasn't your intentions. Or was your... Were you,
He probably had it in the back of his head.
I always, like, wanted to move back here because it was, like, the winters there are...
I know that, for sure.
But it wasn't my intention. I was just saying...
Yeah, like, hey, I'd be the biggest little kook ever. Like,
no, I wasn't. It wasn't like, I'm going to be this way to get sent back. I was just
that's what
doing
I was
what I wanted
referring
to do. And she's just like, I've had enough of
You're
it.
just a teenager.
Yeah.
You're a teenage boy that, like, is over it.
You need a dad in
you need
your
that.
life.
Like, sit me out there. And I think she held my surfboard hostage too, actually. And so I come out here, I get in school, I'm skating, and I'm psyched. I'm like, I'm gonna skate a lot. And then I look around, and I'm like, this is kind of funny how I like got into surfing again. Is I look around and there's all these chicks, and I'm like, all these good-looking girls are all with these surfer dudes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, and here I am, I'm skating, I'm doing good skating.
No hot chicks at the skate park.
No, dude, and I'm stinky all the time and dirty, and like, I'm like, oh, I better get into some of that. So I start hanging out with some bros. Like, they get, you know, some of the dudes, some of the good surfers skated to the same ramp as me, and then so I started going surfing with these guys.
Yeah.
And we, back then at Salt Creek, it was a different era. Like, there was no moms and dads on the beach with cameras.
It wasn't a family beach as much as it is now.
Not a family beach.
Yeah. You got the guys at the beers over by the you know, the point, the jetty.
Bro, it was gnarly. And like, us little shit groms had to go surf past Gravels. Like, just straight closeout. And that's where we go every day after school. We take the bus and we go down there and we surf till dark.
Because the older dudes would say, down the beach, bros.
So Hank, you know Hank Photo.
Yeah.
Hank used to be a kneeboarder. And we'd paddle out at gravel sometimes. He'd be out, beat it, Grom, go to middles. And we'd go to middles. And then the tide would drop. And then he'd come over to middles. Beat it, Grom, go to point. And like, he'd just kick us out everywhere we went. And it was totally, if it wasn't him, it was somebody else. But like, that's just how it was.
Yeah.
And
we talked about how that era of dudes, they're all gnarly. Like at every beach,
every beach.
No kid was like getting pumped and, hey, cat, Grom, dude, doing good. Come sit over here.
Yeah.
Like, no, get the fuck away from me.
Yeah.
Like, you're not allowed to surf here. Like, beat it.
Yeah.
Because
they knew their
time
days were numbered.
Yeah.
Of having the place to themselves.
Yeah.
Right.
100%. I mean, I remember one time coming down the hill at Salt Creek. I was just telling the story to my kids the other day. There was this kid we knew, and he was taped to the pole at the bottom. You go down the bottom, there's a little like turnaround that overlooks the whole beach, and there's a pole there. It's still there, and he was taped to that thing naked. And we're like, whoa! And we were like, okay, we're gonna cut you loose. And somebody's all, you cut him loose, you'll be there too. Like, Creek was...
Sorry, bro.
It was gnarly back then. And, yeah, so...
Because Salt Creek back then, Hank, you got the
Pat
Billy
Allen,
brothers.
the Billies.
Yeah.
Like, guys...
Crookshank.
Vinny. But, like, Vinny and Pat were, like, younger rippers. But there was these older dudes that were snapcases.
Yeah.
Guys were fighting on the beach, and people's fins were getting broken out, and people were getting sent in, and it was like legit. It was like a localized spot.
Yeah.
And we were the lowest of the low on the totem pole.
Right.
Like now, if you're a Grom and you can surf kind of good, you get moved up a couple pegs, right? We were the lowest of the low.
Yeah.
But that's
because there wasn't really. I mean, you were probably the first young Groms really starting to go there, right?
I mean, down the beach, some of the kids that had already, got let in that were doing good stuff was like, that's when there was like, obviously, probably a young Pat O'Connell, young Vinny, young Mark Bellinger, who was just blowing everybody's mind,
Yeah.
But we were just these like Creedle kids that were down at freaking down past Gravels pulling into closeouts, right? And then there was like a whole nother crew of kids that were like, they were like the Doho kids. There was like this guy Sammy Stooge and Cian Zaricki that were both really good surfers, but they were Doho kids. Like, we didn't even know about Doho yet. Like,
Yeah.
Isn't that wild? Like, just next beach over, and you're like, this is our beach.
Yeah.
You don't even have that opportunity to go to other beaches or even know about it.
Yeah. It's a trip how many people we've interviewed and they talk about Doho,
Yeah.
like Hogan and I forget who else, but yeah, it's far if you like think of it as a kid.
Yeah.
But as an adult and you jump in a car from spot to spot, it's pretty quick. But as a Grom, like riding bikes or
You
taking
don't
a
have
bus,
access for anything. You're like, dude, that's hills. You're not
it's
riding
so
bike.
freaking far.
It was far.
Yeah.
Like, and we lived pretty close to the creek. So like we could take a bus. There was one bus that went there. If we went over to my friend's house after school, there was a bus we could hop on in front of his house, and it took us right down there, and it was good.
Yeah.
It was super easy. But that's how I like really got into surfing, was just doing that. And then eventually,
Who were the guys that you're like, holy shit, that guy fucking rips?
Kirk Shank was like Chris
Billy,
Billy,
and
Kevin
Kevin Billy were
Yeah.
so gnarly at getting barrels, still are, but they were just always getting barrel at Gravels.
Yeah.
Shank was obviously a force. Then you had like the younger guys like that we looked up to. Was like there was like Mark Bellinger, who was so gnarly.
Yeah.
And and like
Vinny Pat.
Vinny
Was
Pat.
Donovan in the mix yet? Or he was a little later?
Not yet. I think he was more T Street too at that point. But then we had like Mark Gabriel, who would like
Oh yeah.
Scabs.
dude.
Yeah.
Scabs was gnarly.
He
He'd
was
do
gnarly.
airs and all sorts of stuff, and he went to Oz, and like there's pictures of him, like you'd see pictures of him at Kira and stuff, and like
He's a goofy footer.
no, he's a regular footer.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, and he'd bring he brought some Aussies back. He brought Jason Buttonshaw and Darren McGee back. And I don't know if they were here for 4th of July or whatever, but there was a big party on the beach down at Monarch. That's the first time I ever had Jim Beam, was with Jason Buttonshaw and Darren McGee, dude. And like, oh, here, have some of this. And I was just like, hell yeah. And it was insane. Like, it was a good little zone.
And that's so cool when you meet people like.
Is Buttonshaw your age or like a
No,
little
he was
older?
older, yeah.
Okay.
But we all knew him. That was at the
The
time.
Bill Bond movie, he was a star already.
Yeah,
Because he
yeah.
was like.
He was a star.
Super Grom when he.
Yeah.
I mean, how old was he always in that?
That's what I mean.
13, 14?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I've been like
Yeah.
14, 15.
Yeah, not much.
But this was a little bit later. They were a little bit older by then.
Yeah.
I skipped ahead a bunch of years, but that was just the kind of stuff we were around.
Yeah.
And you went to Dana Hills?
I went to Dana Hills,
Yeah.
Yeah, so I graduated in 91, like Casey and Pat and Vinny, those guys all graduated in 89. So they were 2 years older than me. And it was sick. Like going to school there was really good during that time. There was a lot of
Surf
good surfers.
class.
Surf class.
Yeah,
It was like the
like-
best.
Yeah.
Like
Did you get in the competition?
yeah, so I would randomly do surf comps like NSSAs and stuff like that. I didn't do very well. If it was a good closeout, that's what I did well. When it was going down the line, linking up maneuvers, I did not do very well. I'd always get smoked. But
Because you surf gravels.
I surf
One hit wonder. You know? Like,
that's all it was. It was like I could go down the line, hit the lip, killer. If I had to do a bottom turn and hit the lip and then do a carve and then freaking hit the end section, now I was getting smoked.
Yeah.
But that's all right. I figured all that stuff out later. But then I, went to Dana Hills and got on the surf team and started figuring that kind of stuff out. I mainly did the school comps,
yeah.
and that was awesome. That was because we had all those guys.
Yeah, you guys were a force.
Like when I made the team in '89, that's when we had all the gnarly guys, and I was like the highlight of my That's all I wanted to do. Like,
Well, I mean, high school is kind of, that's
Formidable years.
that's
sure.
it.
Yeah.
And when you're not going to PE and you're in surf class, you get the surf gear,
Yeah.
and you're at school, you got this little like hierarchy
Yeah.
kind of cool status for sure.
No, it was insane. And like the guys that we had on the team,
Yeah, national like
All-
champions, NSSA
yeah.
like team members.
yeah, it was gnarly. All
Gnarly.
they had their gear. They're like
NSSA
Yeah.
logos this big.
big body glove logos, and you're like, okay, those guys, those are the guys right
Yeah.
there. And that was really cool to be a part of and watch that and be like, like on the team, but those guys are the ones competing. That you're doing everything. You're just like the bottom feeder on the team, but it was like super sick.
Yeah.
It was really, and like you wore your shirt with pride.
For sure.
If I recall, that was like the last time. Like, I mean, I don't know if it's happened since, but like we gave San Clemente a run for their money and this and that. So that was like a really good era.
Whoa, bro! I think HB was in the mix.
Yeah, I'm sure they were.
Yeah.
The HP was gnarly. But yeah, those were really fun. That was really fun time, dude. It was the surf community there.
Yeah.
It was so like the community at Salt Creek during that time was unlike I've ever seen since. Like there was just a bunch of different layers, really good surfers all the
Yeah.
time, and then you had Pat, who was bringing in all these people, like a young Slater, like a young Chesser, and you had Larry Moore down there all the time.
Yeah.
Who that was his studio, and so we have the best of the best coming in all the time,
All the time.
Yeah.
and it was really good to see. Like
Yeah.
you're like, oh, okay, this is because back then you waited for a movie, it took a year. You waited for a mag to come out, that was every month, but that was 3 months from 3 months ago. But we're getting to see this stuff in real time
Yeah.
at our beach
Yeah.
every day, and it was pretty sick. It was a pretty special time.
There was an occasional event down there. They didn't
Yeah.
have many, but my mom lived in Dana Point for quite a few years, and I would go stay and be stoked to go like
Yeah,
surf a different beach break.
Yeah.
Like it was a good,
yeah.
it was a good spot.
Salt Creek was so freaking
I mean, it
such
has
a good wave.
just like everywhere. It's it's not always firing, but like
It has this day.
it has its day, but it's consistent and it's powerful and
Do you
it's got a
remember-
lot of good pluses.
There was like submerged pilings back in the day out there.
I don't remember.
Dude, I remember.
Well, that's because you're like 70, dude.
120. Shut up.
Yeah, that escapes my memory.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to fact check that.
Yeah.
And then let me pull that
But I
up.
do. You know what I do remember from when I was young is I remember there being no park there and none of those multi-million-dollar houses and
The
no
hotel wasn't
Ritz,
there.
and guys used to hang glide off that
Oh yeah.
that cliff. It was full hang
Before the
glide.
park.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right where the Ritz is. That's where people would hang
Yeah.
glide. And yeah, it was. It's funny because I look at it now and I'll tell my kids or tell people I know that have just moved here. It wasn't always like this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was like wild down here at that point.
Yeah, even all the way in the next, there
Yeah.
was, the golf course, all of that was just
Nothing.
fields.
Yeah, fields. That's like the canyon I was telling you was behind my house that we used to go play in. When we were
Yeah.
kids in our cul-de-sac, everybody's dogs and cats would get eaten because
Coyotes.
there's full canyons back there, and
Yeah.
our backyard went into a canyon. And I can't tell you how many cats and stuff our neighborhood lost. It was gnarly.
Yeah. Still like that today, even though it's like
Yeah.
concrete jungle. It's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
They're gnarly.
Yeah, there's
Coyotes are gotten brave and
Yes, they
just
have.
run around. Pick.
Yeah. So at what point did you, pick up a camera, or were you always interested? I mean,
Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna backtrack a little bit. So my dad was always into taking photos.
Okay.
And so back when I lived in Rhode Island and I'd come out here for the summers and go to Del Mar, I would go back to Rhode Island and go, hey, I saw so-and-so at the skate park. I saw I was there, Tony Hawk was
Yeah,
there.
right, man.
And these older guys would go, you're a bullshit, you're full of shit.
So you start documenting.
Yeah, I'm all right. Like, they're basically calling me a liar. And I'm all right. So I went and I took photos. My
Wait,
dad.
so it's the guys in Rhode Island that
Yeah.
believe you? Okay.
Yeah, they're just calling me a liar.
Yeah.
Like, California's so killer, every pro's out hitting the
Yeah.
park, and they're like, yeah, sure.
Yeah,
you're
sure.
Yeah, you're just
And
trying to impress
Sure,
us.
Grom.
And I remember I was telling my friend, and his mom's like, oh, because my name was JR then. Like I was never been Jason.
Yeah.
Like it was always JR because my name's Jason Richard and there's too many Jasons, so it was always JR. And I remember my friend's mom going, JR, he likes to tell tall tales. And I remember I was sitting in the back of her car going, this bitch, she doesn't know what she's talking about.
Yeah.
And so that's another weird thing I can remember. So grabbed Dad's camera, boom, took some photos. I came back with my other bro. We put together a little skate zine called On the Edge. Like, you guys remember skate zines?
Yeah.
So like these things, like, we're taking the photos, we're putting tape underneath them, writing in our crappy penmanship.
On the edge.
On the edge, yeah. I think I have like a little thing somewhere. I don't know if I can find it, but
That's
I
pretty
do
sick.
have.
Because zines were the
Yeah.
cool shit to do.
And so like we'd scrounge up our $5 or $10, whatever it cost for us to print these things off, and we made a bunch of zines and we'd like give them out.
Yeah.
We, I think we did like 3 total, but that was my like way of going, see, I wasn't full of shit.
Yeah.
Like, look, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Here you go. And
We need to bring this back.
yeah,
That's
I know.
so awesome.
Yeah, zines are the sickest.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's my first like exposure to cameras. Like my dad going, here, use this, here's the film. And he was like kind of into,
That's his hobby a little bit? Or?
yeah, he likes to tell me, no, you got all your skill from me. And I'm like, bro, you were a hack, but like you have the stuff. Like,
Yeah.
So were you taking portraits or were you
just
taking
action. Yeah.
So
just
you were taking action?
Yeah, just action shots. Like, because that's what like,
No
that's what I was
selfies
telling
back
people
then.
about.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like, it's cool. I got some pretty actually decent old photos. Like,
skateboarding?
Yeah.
Mostly.
like recently my mom sent me some, I found these photos of you. And she sent me these photos and Steve Caballero in the,
How rad.
in the keyhole at Del Mar. And I'm like, oh, these are me, but these are cool. I took these. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? So,
Yeah.
so yeah, that's how I originally got introduced to photos. How I got introduced to shooting video and stuff. Quite.
Did you ever get sponsored?
I had a couple like little, like Infinity, Infinity.
Like a
songs.
shop sponsor.
Yeah,
float.
shop sponsor, and then I went to another shop called Island Water Sports that had a shop, and then
In Rhode Island?
no in Dana Point. So
Island Water Sports had a shop?
yeah, they had a shop.
No
for a little
way.
while.
I
Yeah,
remember, yeah.
and then I went to it's so funny. Lanty wetsuits came out, and they had
Oh,
a
yeah.
shop in
Wait, who?
Lanty.
Real
Lanty.
colorful wetsuits
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
Japan.
Yeah, Christian and Archie.
And Archie,
Yeah.
yeah.
And I went down to their shop, freaking stocked the shop, knocked on the door. And
Japanese
yeah,
people,
Japanese
right?
guys.
Okay.
And I got a couple suits from those guys, but like discounted suits, not like, here you go, bro, get
Yeah.
whatever you want. But like, I was stoked because
Yeah.
they were the best suits and like they were awesome.
They were the
And that's
coolest
what my
suits.
heroes wore, you know
For
what I mean?
sure, yeah.
And so,
And they're different. Like, they're colorful, bright, and they're unique. And it's like, dude, I want to
yeah.
stand out, but my heroes are wearing them.
Yeah. So it was, it was sick,
I mean, the Japanese
Where
market
was their
was blowing
shop
up.
at?
Their shop was, where Costco is in
Yeah.
Dana Point?
Yeah.
It was like across the street behind there. There's like a church and stuff. It was just dinky little building. It's still there, the building, but they had this like dinky little shop there.
Yeah.
It was sick.
I was just mentioning the Japanese market was like blowing up, and they weren't like, hey, we need to be front and center. We don't want to step on the locals like toes. They would just pop up shops, like
Yeah.
Yeah.
off
Like
the beaten path.
Like Quito.
Like
did in
Quito, yeah,
Huntington,
like- The shop we hung out was just like up here on Beach and Adams, and it was like it wasn't on the the strip. It wasn't downtown,
Yeah.
but it was still like a killer place to hang out. They had the only Channel Islands in the town.
Yeah.
It was legit.
So you were riding Infinity surfboards?
I was riding Infinities, and then I started riding Timmys.
Riding what?
Timmy Pattersons.
Oh, nice.
And those were sick. One other story I thought was pretty interesting is back in the surf team days, I ended up getting my senior year. I got the Scholar Athlete Award. That's the guy who had the highest GPA that won the most on the surf team.
Really?
So I won this award, dude, the Lauren Harrison Memorial Award. Now, Lauren Whitey Harrison is this legendary California surfer.
Yeah.
It's also JP Van Swa's grandpa.
Dang.
But it's like, he's a legendary California guy.
Yeah.
And so I won this scholarship, won $250. That was supposed to use towards school.
Yeah. Bottom board.
Bought a board. Yep.
Yeah, you did.
Bought a board. Day it's done, I take it to Mex. Go surf.
Snappy.
Leash breaks. Washes up on the rocks. Ding,
K38,
ding, ding, ding.
Somewhere like
Somewhere like that. I K38 this
When-
other little way, but ding, 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 ding.
Oh.
And that's when I kind of learned about like karma, maybe, or like.
Yeah.
But I'd still do the same thing.
Is
Yeah.
she supposed to go to
Yeah.
books or
Who-
like some class? And no.
What surfer in their right mind would spend a scholarship on education?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got it. I was educating myself in the surfing arts.
Yeah.
What's what was your first job? Like, where were you? Like,
Oh yeah.
you know, like how that you got to make money as a teenager.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
My first job, I thought this was a great job. I'm gonna get a job at the snack bar at Salt Creek.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm all, this is great. All my friends
Torture.
are down. Oh yeah, it's the worst idea ever, dude. Like still, maybe one of the worst ideas in my whole life. So I'm down there.
It sounded so epic
Yeah,
right when you said it.
Well, that's where I hang out. But
Yeah.
then you're staring at waves. You're staring at the girls. Like, oh, you're working here.
Yeah, well, that part was actually kind of cool because I could like sling in a little
Little
something
network.
on the side.
Yeah.
Like,
How you
go,
doing?
Yeah. But dude, it was hotter than hell in that place. So hot. You're looking out. All your friends are having fun. The waves are pumping. You're in there. It smells like grease. You're greasy and sweaty, and
Because they cook food there.
yeah, they cook food
Yeah.
like greasy burgers and fries, and like
Yeah.
you're doing all this crap. And I eventually said, I made up some bullshit story. Like I had enough, dude.
How long did you last?
I lasted probably.
Pull out the peanut allergy. I don't know. I started. I'm itching every time I'm leaving here.
I lasted like a month or something, and I go a month or 6 weeks or something like that, and I go, oh, I gotta go away for a little bit.
Yeah.
I just got surfing, and my boss caught me. He's like, "Oh, you were gone." And I'm all,
Yeah.
like just
Yeah.
calm down, and then I couldn't go to the snack bar anymore
No way.
because like I
You
was.
got blackballed.
No, I just blackballed myself because
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, I just let these guys down. I lied to get out of it, and now I'm busted, and like I can't even go to the snack bar.
Yeah.
And so like I was banned from the snack bar for like a year, self-imposed ban.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
that was the worst job ever. If any kids are listening to this, do never get a job at the snack bar in front of the waves that you surf. It's a terrible idea, dude. Terrible.
Well, you thought I was like, cool. I'm gonna be here anyways.
Yeah.
But like, I could maybe take breaks, go surf with it.
Yeah,
No.
no. Nope.
Torture.
Yep. Sucked.
But what a great place to grow up.
Yeah.
That little stretch of beach. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, it was sick. It was sick.
I mean, it's so.
like you said, seeing, because Huntington, you know, still to this day, so many freaking up and coming pros and international pros come to it
Yeah.
for contests or for just free surfing. And Salt Creek, it still happens, but you know, you don't see it as much because, well, we don't see it as much because we're never there.
Yeah.
But you know, like it's either Lowers or Huntington.
Yeah.
And when Flame was around, yeah, I mean, that was
Yeah.
like besides Studio 54 Newport,
Yeah.
Salt Creek
Yeah.
was like the
Oh,
spot.
It probably has more print out of that beach than pretty much most.
Probably, yeah.
Most
Yeah.
other places on the planet.
You know, there's a reason for that, actually. Why Salt Creek was such the photo place and why Flame went there so much
Yeah.
is there's that big cliff that goes
Mhm.
up to the Ritz. And the way the sun comes off, it bounces off the cliff and bounces back. And it's like a big, giant reflector.
Mm.
Yeah.
Brighter and
And you can take a photo the same time at Salt Creek and the same exact time the next day at San Clemente Pier or T Street.
it's not the same.
It's not the same because it doesn't have that reflection.
Yeah.
I was just explaining this to somebody yesterday because
Yeah.
yesterday there was a massive session down there. Like it was south wind, the right swell. It was massive. Every single surfer from San Clemente was there,
Yeah.
and then a bunch of others, right? And so it was a massive session. And I was explaining that why this place is such a good photo beach. And I looked at the hill, and right now, because all the rain we've had, the hill's completely green. It's usually completely brown. And I'm like, so the reflection that you're getting now
It's good
It's
saturated.
absorbed.
isn't
Yeah.
going to be the same as it is in the middle of the summer in
Yeah.
the morning, you know?
Yeah.
What a
And,
trip.
and
Natural lighting.
yeah, and the angle,
Yeah.
there's a lot of factors that breaks close. The water's, white sand, it's
White,
turquoise,
yeah, real good sand. But that
Yeah.
reflection image
It's a big
for a
point.
photograph it's just like holding a you know, if you take a picture with a
Yeah.
reflector and not, that's a natural reflector.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Look at that stuff you learn every day.
Yeah.
So like back to jobs, the other job I had is I worked at a chart house.
Yes.
Sick.
So
Did Vinny or somebody get you a job there? 'Cause-
so Mike Baker got me a job, and they used to have a surf contest.
yes.
And he's like, yeah, we need a surf comp. You're getting a job here.
Which
We're
is
in.
which is so badass
Yeah.
for like a company,
Yeah.
a restaurant, and they knew that their workers were surfers, and they had all these restaurants along the coast.
Yeah, and they used to compete against each store. It was a big deal who got bragging rights. And so I go in there my first day, and I was a salad slave, like the salad bar.
Yes.
And the guy who trained me was Strider. Strider trained me.
Wasilewski?
Yeah. So Strider was a salad slave before me. Yeah.
Working at
Chart House.
in Dana Point?
In Dana Point. And so
What was he doing down there?
I'm not sure. I think he lived down there for a while.
Wow.
He must have, because he wasn't driving down there from Malibu.
No.
But so Strider,
Wow.
he's like, okay, this is what you do. And he's all, at the end of the night, there's like, everybody spills the salad and caviar and eggs and all that kind of shit into the ice, and you have to dump the ice. He's all, we're supposed to take it up to these trash cans, but what I do, it's way easier and quicker, is I take it to the hill and I chuck it off the side of the cliff. And so I'm all, sweet. And he's all, it's all food, it's all good, it's fine.
Yeah.
And so I'm all, okay, sweet. And that's what I did. And that's what I trained the next guy that I trained to do. And I'm sure he did the same and same and same. Well, come to find out years later, there's this massive feral cat and skunk problem. Freaking on that hill and in the harbor, and had to set up all these traps. And I'm all, of course,
Where's this coming from?
I'm all, of course there is. These cats are eating freaking caviar, and freaking hard-boiled eggs, and freaking hearts of romaine, and freaking, you know, these cats are living it up.
They're living the bounty life over here.
So that's that was an interesting little
That is funny.
That chart house is sick though, up on the bluff.
It's like a mid-century modern.
Yeah, the
freaking
wood architecture. I mean, they always had really cool like buildings and restaurants everywhere.
Yeah.
Over the water.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff.
That was so sick.
Yeah.
And like there was a great, there was a great crew there, a great scene, and working at Chart was fun then.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a different era.
Best of both worlds, because you could get those evening, late afternoon evening shifts. Get get your full pay, but you get to surf all day.
Yeah, it was insane.
It's so funny how small the world is and how intertwined we all are. Because as you're talking about, Chart House, we had this guy that's from New England. His name's Joe Pierrick.
Yeah.
And he opened, was it that one? Dana Point?
It might have been.
Yeah.
I think he worked at the Newport one, and then they're opening Dana Point, and he went there, and then he went up to Carmel and opened one there.
Yeah. So he worked at Chart House in New England.
No way.
And he
was a really good job. He was, I think he was in the bar.
Yeah.
Right?
He's a surfer, like lifeguard, like full Chart House stereotypical type, right? And frickin' moved him out to California, opened up that one, like that was his career.
Yeah, sick.
Working as like a, I don't know, GM for Chart House. And then Vinny told us how he worked at Chart House too.
Yeah.
Salad.
Yep.
And Chad Wells, actually, I think he said he won one of the Chart House
No way.
contests. Yeah.
Yeah,
Remember
we've had probably, I'd say, at least 6-10 guests that have come up through the chart house.
Yeah.
You know,
Another wild thing, DB and Herbie, when we had them on the show, they lived on Beach Road,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
That's Pochi, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she was telling us how freaking all these industries, on that street a bunch of industries came from that street, Beach Road.
Sure.
Yeah.
Hobie, Joey Cabell,
Yeah.
like Grubby Clark.
Yep.
She was telling us about all these personalities and icons of our sport and culture,
On Beach Road.
on Beach Road. You're just like,
100%.
holy shit. And like Joey Cabell, right? Who opened Chart House.
Yep.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
But it's such a small world that we're
Yeah.
all intertwined by surfing,
Yeah.
but everything else.
Surfing.
So that street right there, right? When I was starting to surf, still in that skateboarding, I was still a skateboarder, but I was starting to surf.
Yeah.
My house burned down. And
What?
so
Your dad's where you live.
we're out of my dad.
Holy
The
crap.
house burned down.
What'd you do, dude?
Well, dude, I was no, I didn't do anything. I was sleeping. It was like late. Like I'd probably been up late the night before. I was sleeping, and I smell something, and I'm like, oh, Dad's probably trying to cook again, and didn't think anything of it. And all of a sudden, this guy runs into my room. He's like, hey, man, your house is on fire. You got to get out. And I was like groggy, and whatever.
That's
The guy comes
retarded.
back in and saying, like, I said, get out of the house. Your house is on fire. You got to get out. So I jump up. I'm in like a tank top and board shorts, right? I run
You
outside.
grab anything?
I didn't grab anything.
Fuck.
I ran outside. House was on fire. This guy was welding an air conditioning or heating duct, caught the house on fire, went out to his truck and watched it burn. Didn't think to clear the house.
You're fucking
And then
kidding
like
me.
my dad was somewhere in the garage or something, and then like he comes out, we watch our house burn down, and we're like, "Fuck, our house is burned down. We got nothing." And
The
so-
guy that was working on your house burnt it down?
burnt it down, yeah. And so, you know, your house burns down. It's whatever. It sucked, but we had a few things, like,
Yeah.
because it was only like the part of the house, like we still had the garage and stuff like that. So we go and stay at our aunt's house, who had a trailer right across from Pochi. There's a trailer park still
Yeah.
there. It's like a 55 and up community.
Oh wow.
But she had an empty trailer, so me and my dad went and moved in there. And
Best time of your life?
it was pretty killer, except for sometimes when I try and go surfing, right? So I just walk across the street and surf. So I was a Pochi local Grom. You know, there's a flag there now with an American flag. That's the peak I surfed. I surfed down there. The reason I surfed down there is because one day I'm walking across the street and I have that board I was telling you about, the one.
The local motion?
Local motion, and at this point I had a big Thrasher and Independent sticker on there because I was a
Oh,
skateboarder.
man. Yeah.
And I'm going across the track, and all of a sudden, rock, like
Yeah.
explodes in front of me. I look down, there's this kid throwing rocks at me
What?
From the hill?
from down by Beach Road. Beach
Christian.
Road zone.
Nathan.
Freaking Christian.
Yeah.
Christian chucking rocks at me and telling me to beat it. And I remember going, fuck, this place is gnarly, dude. Like, you know, I'm used to my clothes out at Salt Creek, and I'm right here, and these kids chucking rocks at me, and I just run down the
That's
beach.
got to be more intimidating than like a teenager, an older teenager or adult. Like,
Yeah.
is to have somebody your own age, like
Yeah, a
throwing
few
rocks
years
at
older
you.
than me, bigger
Right,
kid,
like,
but like
yeah.
kid chucking rocks told me to beat it, and so I, like, because I was down in
Christian
front of the house, I was
Thatcher.
going into the peak in front of the house, and that's where it's better. So I just started surfing down by the flagpole. Like, I'm gonna surf down there, dude. I'm with that fucking crazy kid that threw rocks at
Holy
me. dude.
crap.
Did you
Yeah.
figure out who it was?
Years later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you ever tell him?
Yeah. Oh yeah. 100%. Yeah. I've done a
So
lot.
I did that to a lot of people. I don't
Yeah.
remember.
Yeah. Yeah. Freaking Christian, dude. Yeah. I just actually saw his son today, so I was surfing gravels.
Yeah.
He said, my board feels really loose, and he looks at it, and his middle fin's missing. Well, that might be the reason.
Yeah.
So funny.
But yeah, it was a great time, you know, growing up down there in that era. Like,
Yeah.
all those kind of things.
Yeah.
Even the fact that, like, when I moved down there, my house burned down, I'm trying to just go surf by myself, and I'm getting rocks thrown at me until to beat it because I have skateboard stickers on my board. Like, I love it, dude. It's
Yeah.
freaking, looking back on it, like,
Those are the best stories.
it's the best. It was awesome.
And then to find out years later that it was Christian.
Yeah.
You know? Like,
Well,
not
it's
just
funny.
any other little
Yeah.
shithead. It was fucking
Yeah.
Christian.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Icon.
and it probably wasn't because you had skateboard stickers on your board. It was just because you were in his fucking
In his
line of
zone.
sight.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm gonna fuck with this kid.
Yeah.
Boy, he's probably
Yeah.
hucking them at the trains as they come right by.
For sure. Yeah. We did that too later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Laying coins on the tracks
Uh-huh.
and freaking throwing shit on that. Yeah.
So
Shit
you
kids.
didn't get too much into competitive surfing.
No, I mean, I competed for Dana Hills, and so I did all the school comps, and like, I don't know if, like, I know there's like all NSSAs, and I'd go to one, like, I went to Santa Cruz, like, we'd all pile in the back. GT, I think, drove us all up there in the back of
Sick.
somebody's car, and I remember he piled in the back of the shit car to the shell for like 6 hours to Santa Cruz, and we'd all switch the lay down position. I'd do those ones. I did a bunch of NSSAs. I didn't do very well.
Yeah.
I hung out with Pat Moss a bunch.
Nice.
Pat Moss.
Yeah.
Goofy footer.
And so Pat Moss,
He was a shit kid too.
he was a definite shit kid. But the difference between
I loved him, but he was a freaking brute.
the difference between Pat and me is, like, we'd go out and freaking rage,
Yeah.
and Pat would go win the comp,
Yeah.
and I'd get last. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? So like,
Yeah, he was like a little mini Tommy Carroll. He had a mustache at
Yeah.
like 16, and we're like, "Who's this guy?" He's like a freaking little mini man,
Yeah.
you know. He was abusive.
yeah, he was definitely
Yeah.
yeah, but he was a legend, and
Yeah. Oh, legend for sure.
Yeah, I never like I start like you got to remember I started way later than everybody else, right? So I was behind the 8 ball, but through high school, I got really into like, okay, now, you know, I started surfing at this other little break in town that has a little air wedge, and as soon as I was skateboard, I could do little frontside airs, but I couldn't do a cutback for a long time. And then I'm all, I gotta go surf that Creek Point wave. I started surfing there, and so that's when I actually like learned other things about surfing, like not just go fast and try and do something radical, like do the cutback, you know, friggin' do a rebound, do a little lipper, like hit the in section. And
were you trying to get better for contests?
Yeah, so like now I'm in high school and I like make the surf team, but I'm like low man on, so I'm like, okay, I gotta get better. I gotta do what these guys are. And I, like I said, I started way later. Like all my bros when I moved here in 8th grade, they all ripped.
Yeah.
And I was still like learning, like, you know, but I was skateboarder, so I like, you know.
You had the coordination. You just didn't have the time in the water that they had.
Yeah, and like I said, I could do little frontside airs, so like that was kind of cool. You know what I mean? But I couldn't do anything else. And so I worked at it really hard, really like for a long time, and ended up being like, we had like Joe Rich on the team, and he was amazing.
Yeah.
Joe was gnarly.
Yeah.
But like that last year, I won more heats. You know what I mean? I wasn't as good, but like in a heat, I did better. I made better decisions or whatever.
Nice.
Probably he was doing gnarlier stuff and fell too much, and like, so I was all psyched. We get to the end of the year comp, and it's a big one. It was down at Uppers, and I'm like, sweet. I'm like, I'm gonna be good, dude. I'm number 1 on our team. My heat's against Shane Besham. Shane had just won the goddamn PSAA tour the weekend before.
What contest was this?
It was like the end of the year,
like the
big
school,
high
like the
school,
CIF
the
championships.
CIF, the big one. I got smoked by Bash in this long right, you know, goofy foot. I never went right back then, dude. I just went left, right. And you just get absolutely smoked by Bash. I remember going.
Dude,
I remember paddling out, watching him rip this wave, and I was just like, "Oh my god, this sucks." This isn't even fair. You just won a pro comp last
you shouldn't
week.
be allowed in these.
Yeah, but so, but yeah, I was actively trying to get better. You know, doing these comps, not having a bunch of success, but like, you know, trying to get better and rip. And
were you like going to lowers a lot more and uppers, other waves?
Going to lowers, going all over. Go to Max, we go to Blacks, we'd come up here and go to River Jetties, and like we'd go all over. Mostly south though. It was easier to go south. We'd take the bus up here in the summer and go surf that warm water wave and seal. Like, you know, we'd be in a spring suit in the middle of winter. That was, I don't even know if that's still a thing, but it was interesting. And so like we'd go all over. And you know, what happened to me was I would still be trying now. Like, I kid you guys not, I'm not joking. I would be that guy that's like a waiter somewhere, freaking still trying to make it now. Cause like, that was my dream, and I got started late, right? And I was like, and I'm super like, I'm super determined, and I don't give up on things. Like, so you never give up, right? Don't give up on things, right? So I would still be trying now. I would still be that guy down the comp. Well, I got it, dude. I'm gonna get it. This is my year, right? But what happened was I went surfing. I was with Casey Curtis. I don't know who else was with me, and we went down to Nex, and we went to the PMEX plant. And it was 4 to 6 foot, occasional 8, and howling offshore. It was the best day I've ever seen.
Proper barrels.
We had a filmer on the beach. It was on, and we had this great session. I came in. You know, you feel like your sinuses. I got water up my nose and stuff, and I'm just like, I'm not feeling that good, man. Like, and later that night we drove home. I'm still not feeling good. Super, a lot of pressure, and I'm kind of tripping. And I remember I was like, I had this date with this girl I'd been trying to get a date with forever.
And you just can't breathe.
I can't breathe. I had to cancel. Like, I'd been trying forever, and I had to cancel. Say, hey, I can't make it.
Which made you even more attractive.
Yeah, probably. Right? But so I freaking next day feel like my head's in a vice. Super gnarly sick. And
it was fine up until that surf, or
it was
just
fine up until that surf. It was just after that surf. And the water that day tasted like gas, and it had a lot of that like weird
Oily.
oily foam.
Yeah.
Like,
Detergent.
yeah, like detergent. Like,
Yeah.
you know.
I know that feeling.
And so, next day I go see my doctor. I go to the doctor. They check me straight into the hospital. Like, not go home, not grab stuff. You're going straight in. Check me in.
Whoa.
The next day, they come in, and they get this thing that looks like a
Dude.
it looks like a wine cork opener, right? And they stick it up under my lip, between my teeth and here, until it pops. And they stick tubes in there to drain the pus that was pushing it against my upper sinuses, against my brain out, right?
What the fuck?
Oh yeah. And so I was tweaked, and they couldn't figure out what I had. And they were just like, we don't know what it is.
Yeah.
We have no idea. This is not good though.
Yeah.
And so I'm in this
Some kind
hospital.
of amoeba or something.
Something, right?
Microorganism that.
Just was festering.
Yeah. So I was tripping, dude. And I was just like,
So you're out.
I was out, and I was in the hospital. I was tripping, and this was like, they couldn't figure out what it was. And this was at like the height of like AIDS.
Yeah.
They're like, we gotta give you an AIDS test.
What?
And I'm all, oh shit, gnarly. I'm like thinking back, doing calculations.
Yeah.
Like, and I'm
But we.
and so they give you this test, and like day goes by, I don't hear anything. Another day goes by, don't hear anything. I'm in the hospital,
Stressing.
sweating.
Yeah.
And finally, my doctor comes in. Well, hey, did you ever get the test back? She's like, yeah, we got it back right away. So wait, were you worried? And I'm like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
What am I doing in the hospital?
and she's like, you're fine. We still don't know what this is, but no, you're fine there. And I was like, oh, thank God, dude. I'm swearing off chicks. I had long hair, shaved my head. I'm shaving my head, dude. I don't get any more chicks like this. And like, it was yeah,
Wake up call.
Wake up call, bro.
Yeah, because I was like, that was your
scary.
deathbed. Like you're pretty much getting the death. Like, am I gonna die? Call.
Yeah, 100%. So, yeah, it was sketchy.
But the doctor knew the day of.
Yeah, the day of or day after,
And
didn't.
then the bastard never came
Yeah,
back
she didn't
and
tell
told
me.
you.
Yeah, and you know, it's probably precautionary. So anyway, shaved my head after that, and just decided like whatever. I was sore off chicks for a week or something. But I couldn't go in the water for a year, almost a year.
No way.
Yeah, because this thing
Doctor's orders?
Yeah, my sinuses were so tweaked and it was so fragile, and like it was a really serious thing
For a year.
for close to a year. Like I think it ended up being like 10 months.
Holy crap.
Fucking
And
A.
then when I did go back in, I had to do this heavy procedure of rinsing it and all of this stuff. And who knows, maybe it was overkill. I
Yeah.
don't know. But that's what they told me. So
Yeah.
I'd come really close to dying, and I didn't want to do that again.
So
I thought my life was over.
Like
Yeah.
never surf again. Like
so they drained your sinuses
Yeah.
when you were in the hospital.
Yeah.
And you didn't go in the water ever for the next 10 months.
About that,
what
yeah.
were you having complications still, or did it like
Yeah,
slowly
it was-
but surely
Yeah,
went away?
it took a while to
But
be
it took a
like-
while.
Yeah, it took a while to be normal. So what I did was, I was distraught, as you would be at that. You know?
Yeah.
what am I gonna do?
You're in the
Yeah.
prime of your surfing life.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm going to get a video camera, and I'm gonna film my friends.
That's rad.
And so yeah, it was like, so we had Salt Creek, where, you know, so it was like Casey Curtis and Pat O'Connell, and like,
Yeah.
and I started just filming the bros, and then
Because by then people were kind of filming. Guys wanted to see. You guys were, hey,
Yeah.
let's take turn. I'm sure
Yeah,
up to that point it was.
well, at first it was just me like doing it. I think
Yeah.
I filmed the bros, and like that's how I was still part of it and waiting for this thing to get better.
There was
Yeah.
a reason for that to happen.
Yeah.
Is for you to pick up the video camera.
And like before that too, one of the other things is I'd had a series of knee injuries, ongoing knee injuries. I was in this knee brace forever,
I
right?
remember you always
So-
had a brace on.
Always had a brace on, right? So like,
You and Casey Niebrace
Yeah.
Curtis.
yeah, for sure. And yeah, so all these kind of things came together. So I'd been out of the water for extended periods before with this, but this was like a different change.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, it's the best thing that ever happened to me. Because like I said, I was still like, I swear,
Yeah.
that guy that you this guy's still trying. That would have probably been me, right?
Yeah.
Because like, you know, you don't give up on your dreams type of deal. But I picked up this camera and turned that into, you know, making surf movies.
Yeah.
It just happened.
What was your
super
first
organic.
camera?
I don't know, some little freaking
Little handheld?
little handheld like.
Canon, Ponny,
Probably
Was it
Canon
VHS tape or?
No, it was little
high 8 or no?
little.
What do they call it?
I don't know what they
Cassettes?
were. It was
Mini?
before. I think it's probably high 8s.
Yeah, it was like a.
And then the minis came out later.
Yeah.
It was like the high 8s, and yeah, we did that. And so
Who were you filming?
I was filming Casey Curtis, Pat O'Connell, all my other bros, like
Yeah.
just all the bros I hang out with, and then.
Was your intention to like make a movie or just hey like here, I'm just gonna film you
No,
guys
just
you
gonna-
can watch it, hang out and
Yeah, it was my
Yeah.
way of still being
part of the crew.
part of the crew. And like, hey, I still want to go to the beach every day. I still like, I'm gonna surf as soon as I can. Like, I might as well film you guys because what else am I gonna do?
Yeah.
But you didn't have intentions of like making a surf movie at that point.
No, not at all. And then we started just shoot. Like, we're down there every day, and then we,
Yeah.
you know, like I said, Pat was bringing all these people home, and then Flame was bringing people down there. And next thing you know, we have all this footage, and we're watching like Momentum.
Yeah.
At the time, like all the time. That's like
Right.
with our Bible, what we watch before we go surf.
For sure.
We can make something like this.
Yeah.
We can do this.
Yeah.
We got guys.
Because they're the same age, right? Pretty much.
Who?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. A little bit, like a little older than me, but
Yeah.
like, you know, same age as like.
Yeah. He's doing what he's doing down in San Diego and you know,
Yeah.
get some footage from
And-
Hawaii and we're you know, whatever trips and
Yeah, so we start filming and this and that, and then who did I bring? Ryan Ray. Ryan Ray and I lived together, and Ryan Ray. There's actually a good story about how we met, but Ryan Ray freaking worked at. He was the banana. We called him a banana sprayer. He's a produce guy. He had this great job as like a young guy at
grocery
in
store.
the grocery store, and he made great money and this and that. So me and him lived in this apartment above Salt Creek, and then.
Banana sprayer.
Yeah, we called him a banana sprayer. So I convinced him it would be a great idea to quit that job and come and let's make surf movies.
Dang.
And,
What?
Yeah. So he did both for a while, but yeah, me and him were the ones that started Snapping Turtle, and I mean I have to give all the credit in the world to Casey, because Casey at that time was such a talent. He was so damn good at surfing. Right?
Yeah.
And like he doesn't get enough credit because people forget, but he was better than everybody.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
he was the best. Like, he was so good.
Yeah, he was just I mean, he was that national team member, you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
that caliber of, you know,
And he
US
did
team
sick
member.
airs,
Yeah.
and he lived in Hawaii and all this stuff, right? And he was like,
To talk about Casey, like, it seems like, just thinking back, like, he grew. You know how kids grow up and
Yeah.
they don't grow into their bodies easily.
Yeah.
It seems like he kind of went through like a growth spurt where he became like
A man.
and you know,
And
the
then
way that
affect
he's
his
surfing,
ability. Yeah.
you
Some
know,
people
the way,
lose that surfing, not surfing ability. It could be a lot of different sports, but yeah.
but because of his growth spurt and the way he was surfing, he was always getting injured,
Yeah.
right? Like,
yeah.
and that really hindered his success because he's always freaking injured.
Oh, he was always hurt. And Casey was one of those guys that, like, we always said he could have been a pro at whatever he did.
Yeah.
Where he was really good at volleyball and anything we played, he was so good at. He was just naturally
hate those
good.
guys.
Yeah, yeah, he was really good. But so I got to give a lot of credit to him because that was our main guy we were filming,
Yeah.
right? And then whoever came on, like that's how.
So what you had the camera.
Yeah.
You're living with this guy Ray. What sparked you, or was it Casey that said you should start making movies?
I don't know exactly how that happened.
And why Snapping Turtle?
Okay, I'll tell you how we got the
Yeah.
Snapping Turtle name. Let me tell you real quick a story about how the three of us came together, Casey and Ray. So me and Ryan Ray, who I started Snapping Turtle with,
Yeah.
originally didn't really like each other. And like he was a little bit older than me, and like I felt like he was taking my waves at the creek, and fucking I was probably taking his waves, and we got into an altercation in the water. And like I'm snapping on him, he's probably snapping on me, and all of a sudden I feel this freaking hand on my head and dunks me underwater. And it was Casey, because Casey was good friends with Ray.
Yeah.
And I was like, fuck that guy. Like, I
Yeah.
was so pissed. And like,
Casey
Yeah.
dunked you?
yeah. This was,
Because he's trying to like
that was his bro.
stop you guys.
Well,
like,
this was before any
No.
of us. This was before any of us were friends. Like,
He was jumping in.
yeah, he was jumping in, going, dude, leave that guy alone, dude. And
Are you
freaking-
and he's
he's dunked
he's
me
a
and
big
snapped
dude.
on me, and then like years later, we're all bros. you
Yeah,
know what I mean?
yeah.
It was just so funny, and but yeah, I gotta,
How aggressive was fucking Casey though?
Oh, dude, that was the scariest thing. He had a beard and shit, dude. And I was just like,
Yeah.
oh, well, I was looking at this guy, not you, bro.
Yeah.
Where'd you come from?
Yeah. But that didn't work out great. But it ended up working out in the end. And but yeah, I got to give Casey a ton of credit for our whole snapping turtle thing, because like his surfing and him, hey, let's get this clip. I need to film this for this.
Yeah.
Like that really got it going.
Yeah.
And like he deserves a ton of credit for that, and he'd never take it,
Oh,
probably
for sure.
doesn't even know now that how much impact he had. But like, I just want to say thank you, bro.
Yeah, Casey.
So
Knee base.
Knee base.
yeah,
So
Yeah.
before we get into the snapping turtle,
yep.
now were you making clips and like saying, "Hey, Casey, here, check this out"?
We just
You
all
know,
come back to the house at night,
and
we
watch
live
it.
right above Salt Creek. We
But-
plug it into the TV and we watch the clips.
No editing, just rewind and you
Yeah.
watch it over.
Watch
and,
it,
Yeah.
and
But
then we
were
start
you
logging.
like presenting it to like Astrodeck or Lost or you know what I
Well,
mean?
that's what so. We all kind of were, lost guys by this point.
Mhm.
We all, either rode Matt's boards or worked there. We're like the original Lost team back in the day.
Yeah.
Mm.
All of us. Like there's a whole crew of us. And
See, this is a big important part of the
yeah,
story.
I almost forgot.
No, I have notes here. Early days of
Yeah.
Lost, OG team members, and helped
Yeah.
finance
There's-
some projects. And
Yeah.
yeah.
There's that freaking great photo of all of us, and we're all dressed like 90s gangsters, like
Okay.
flannels, Raiders hats, sitting on tone ends,
Tough.
old.
It's tough guys.
Yeah, we're all sitting there. It's so funny. It's this classical shot, but it's like one of the first old Lost team shots. Anyway, we somehow get involved. Lost guys are, hey, we want to use your footage. We're gonna make another movie. Like they'd already made this one underground movie that we were all in. I think it was called Momentum 3.
Yeah.
And yeah. Yeah.
Let's just beat Taylor to the punch. And
Yeah.
just, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's
So-
how Matt's brain works.
Yeah. So it was awesome, and we were all in it. And then we're like, okay, let's make
Out of focus.
yeah, yeah.
Bad times.
Hey,
Paper money.
some of the most genius ad campaigns ever
Came from that, yeah.
Oh yeah, we had some great powwows,
So they produce or put together a little underground video.
Yeah, they
and
did
then-
this underground video, and I think we supplied some footage to it. And, like back then, we were doing everything. We were surfing, we were snowboarding, we were skateboarding.
Yeah.
And we'd film all this stuff.
Yeah.
Like that whole period where I couldn't surf, I was still snowboarding and doing all that stuff.
Yeah.
Like I used to do Vipes contests, that H3
Yeah.
classic.
Yeah.
I won it one year and made the final to pro another year. Like that was like a big
Really?
thing. Yeah, I loved that stuff. Like our whole deal, like we do the Triple Crown, like with like Gabriel and Christian and a bunch of people. We'd surf and then we'd snowboard and then we'd skateboard this place out in like Hemet or something. Like you could do all three in one day.
Yeah.
So
And
sick.
that was like
Your Olympics.
yeah, it was
Yeah.
like we did that.
That's the
It was-
best day ever.
Yeah, it's the tiring dead day of it.
Yeah.
Like it was like yeah, we did it all, Triple Crown. But so yeah, we started making these movies. Lost guys go, hey, let's make a movie. We go, okay, if we want to make a movie, we want to make it right. And so that's how what was it called? What's really going on?
That was the first one.
Yeah. And so like we looked at it like this is like you have Taylor Steele and he's making these great movies. Like that was the blueprint. Like,
Yeah.
And they were awesome. Like that's
Yeah.
what we watched before we went.
Segments, great music,
Good-
you know,
yeah,
good
skits.
editing, you know.
Yeah.
Well, the skits
This is-
weren't really there.
Yeah, this was
No.
before
Yeah.
the skits.
Yeah.
And we're like, we want to do this, but like these guys seem a little bit tame and they're not telling the whole story.
Yeah.
Let's make what's really going on. And that's
Behind the scenes, the parties, the
the
chicks,
parties, the
you know,
chicks,
yeah.
the Darrylism, like the
Because that's how we grew up.
That's how we grew up.
Yeah.
The crazy people you meet on the beach, and the crazy people that are on the fringes.
The crazy
of
house
surfing.
parties.
Yeah.
You know, like
So
the house party footage, even though there are just a few, you know, clips of some funny shit.
where did you
Bring back
guys?
a lot of good memories.
Where did you guys find these fucking characters? Were they just part of the scene?
Dude, they would just come up to us.
Chicken.
But Chicken was my freaking. Chicken went out the house I lived in with my grandma. Chicken's girlfriend lived next door. So Chicken came over one day.
Is he surf?
Yeah. He's terrible. But Chicken comes over, and he's watching this Hawaii video with us. We're all sitting there, all these groms, and Chicken's holding court, going, "Yeah, I remember the first time I surfed Hawaii, man." Da, 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 da. And he's telling the story, and his chick had been standing behind him. He didn't know, and she's all, "Matt, you've never even been to Hawaii." And that's the first day I'm all, this guy's full of shit.
Yeah.
Because he used to like drive us around and buy us beer and
Yeah.
like, shit like that. So
Yeah.
like, Chicken had always been around. And then, you know, probably Mike is the one who really like,
Real.
Real is probably the one who really reeled Chicken in and made him a character.
Yeah.
You know, Mike's, you know, I don't know if it was Mike or Matt that did that, but one of those guys really
Yeah.
went and go, "You're going to be the guy who, you know, you're
Yeah.
so ridiculous."
Yeah.
And
We
like,
need some characters. And
Yeah.
You'll be
it.
the front man, like narrating.
and like Gabriel used to like, you know, play off Chicken, and it was like it was pretty funny stuff.
Who?
Yeah.
So who?
And Randall, like where did Randall come from?
Randall
Oh,
was like a
gosh.
homeless dude
Yeah.
that like would just work at the shop, do the odd crappy jobs nobody wanted to do, and he was like, you know, alky, like
Just scrape by.
bum guy,
Yeah.
but like would, you know, kind of functional and
Yeah.
kind of classic, but definitely, you know, he'd do work.
Yeah.
He wasn't like a freeloader. He was just probably had a,
But he
You know, those
was
guys.
an integral character in the mix.
for sure.
Yeah.
Dude.
Like hilarious.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah. He would do the stunts. He would just be.
They
the
burned his
like,
fucking hair.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you'll
Yeah,
never forget.
Get him really liquored up, and you're gonna get gold.
Yeah, for sure.
So, another character that I had the pleasure of selling a surfboard to was Vince.
Oh, Vince.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And his mom.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Vince.
Mom,
did-
buy me a board.
So Vince, I remember Vince from NSSA's. Like,
Why or how?
He would come to NSSA's. He'd come to surf comps.
So crazy.
Did he surf it?
So the first time I met Vince was at Torrey Pines. Yeah, and I remember going, "This guy is freaking nuts, dude."
Yeah.
It's like,
Something's I mean,
Bipolar. He's got some.
but not like a mean bipolar,
No.
just like a
yeah,
talked out of his mouth. I mean, not what am I trying to say? He was just gnarly,
yeah,
like a big punk kid.
yeah.
Is what he was like.
But
But he
he's
didn't
spoiled big punk.
mean,
Kid.
yeah. So the first time I met him, right? I'm working at the surfboard room at HSS, and he rolls in by himself, and he looks like a mini gangster because he has the velour sweatsuit, right? And he's got the Vegas style sunglasses on, and he walks in, he's like, "Yeah, I need a 6'2" Kelly Slater board," and I'm like, "What?" He's like, "I want a 6'2" Kelly Slater board." I go, "You mean like an Almeric or Channel Islands?" "Yeah, I want one of those." And he's like, "I want the same color logos as Kelly too." And I'm like, "Okay." So I find him a board, 6'2", with whatever logo Kelly had. And he's like, "My mom's going to be here any second. She'll pay for it." And the mom walks in 10 minutes later, and she's the sweetest, the dingiest lady. I don't know if you ever met her.
I don't remember meeting
Like a
him.
bigger boned, not fat, but bigger lady. And she was like a cartoon character. She's like, "Oh, honey," full mom. "Oh, honey, did you find what you want?" And he's like, "Yeah, mom, just give him the fucking crap." Starts cussing and shit. And I'm just like, holy shit, what's going on here?
Yeah.
And she was like, "Oh yeah, we live in Sun City." I'm like, "Where is that?" She's like, "Oh, it's out in the desert," and blah, 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 blah.
No way.
And boom. I was
I need
thinking,
a toe pad. I need a leash. I need a
Dude,
board bag. I need starts calling out like,
I thought it was a joke,
Yeah.
But boom, she ended up buying the board, and he left, and I think he bought a couple more boards after
Wow.
that. But I recognized him from the movie afterwards.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
sorry about that. But
so funny.
it was so hilarious. So
We just kind of like crazy people just started gravitating towards us.
But like, you guys who has a video editing background? You guys all learn it. Ryan was kind of the
Yeah, none of us, nothing. We didn't know anything, dude. We were clueless.
like. How did you put the
We
first movie together? Like,
we just so what we did was we got this and we realized, okay, you got to transfer them to these big beta tapes or like this big.
yeah.
And so like we worked with
So you did editing on the beta and keep the original like protected.
we put it on the beta, and that was like our masters, and then or like our master copies, and then we'd actually make masters of the movies. But we'd go up to Westlake Village, and it's
Wow.
where John
Jeez.
Freeman was doing like Crusty Demons of Dirt and stuff like that. And so we'd go there, and that's where we'd edit, and we'd go up there, and we'd have an editor. This guy Chip, he was from a Malibu local guy, and we'd go up there and we'd do our sections. We'd sleep in our van and
Yeah.
like grind it out, or drive back and friggin' we took this thing off.
Yeah, nice.
And
what a trip!
Yeah.
So how did you guys find this guy? Just surfer
Circle
yeah,
friends of
just,
friends.
you know, the
Yeah.
Underground Surf Network or
Yeah.
whatever. You know, just
Like, hey, all this equipment. Like, there's a place you could
yeah.
go rent
This
or
guy
let,
will do it.
let you use it.
Yep. And so
Did you guys write a script or kind of have a flow of like what you're gonna do?
no, we'd get a song and we'd go, okay, here's the clips we want, and we'd have them all like mapped out. There'd be all of these tapes. We had to put different tapes in to like cut them out. And it was just such a process, right?
Yeah.
And we had this really good editor that would, do it, and that's how we made the sections. Like, it was.
So the first movie, what's going on?
What's really going on? Yeah, and that was the only one that Snapping Turtle did with Lost. We had to break away after that movie, and we had a ton of footage that were in the rest of the movies, but we no longer had any like control over it. Like,
So did you go into making what's really going on with your own company, like with Snapping Turtle? Like that was already...
Yeah, it was like Snapping Turtle and Lost combined, that movie. So like it was a collab movie.
Yeah.
And you hadn't made any movies yet.
Hadn't made any movies yet.
So going back to Snapping Turtle, you and Ryan?
Ryan
Ray, yeah.
Okay. And you're like, we're going to create a brand. We're going to call it Snapping Turtle. And I don't know if you ever finished that story. Why is it called Snapping Turtle?
Because one of our bros, I can't even remember who it was. Actually, I think by this point, Ryan Dybel had come on too.
Yeah.
He was like the third guy, right? Ryan Ray and I started it, and Ryan Dybel came on.
Yeah.
And I think Dybel got that footage from somebody. I'm not sure exactly where it came from, but somebody sent us that, and we were all, this is insane.
Eating
The
that
Snapping
mouse.
Turtle.
Yeah.
And so it was our company was originally called Black Label Video. And because Ryan Ray and I went to South Africa and we were drinking Black Label beer. And it's this beer from South Africa that, like, instead of having to drink 4 beers, you drink 2 beers and you're freaking done, dude.
Yeah.
Like, it's a really strong beer. But then we got back here and there's like Black Label skateboards and Black Label this, Black Label that. So we had to can that idea, and then we turned it into Snapping Turtle because we had this bitchin' freaking
Footage of this.
and I didn't even know what a Snapping Turtle was at that point. I was like, oh, that's insane.
Yeah.
Snapping Turtle.
It's a great like opener.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like punk rock in your face, like radical.
Like that's
okay.
gnarly. And it's water and it's a turtle. Yeah, it just makes sense.
So you made this movie in collaboration with Lost.
Yep.
Big
And then
success.
you guys broke up.
Yeah. Well, so we did, because like, it was gnarly. Like, we did What's Really Going On.
Yeah.
And it was gnarly. But one of the things that happened was a bunch of the surfers that we like looked up to and liked and this and that were bummed. They were like, fuck you guys, dude. Like, this is...
Because there was definitely friction with what Lost in their crew versus like some of the other clean cut or other surfers from other areas.
For sure.
Yeah.
Because you guys were showing drinking, partying.
Yeah. I remember... I believe it was Ross Williams that like kind of freaking like just said, you guys are fucked.
Yeah.
Like, what you're doing is not cool. And like, you know, gave his point of view on it, and
Yeah.
we're like, okay, whatever. And you know, we're still gonna do what we do, but that like we want to use everybody that surfs good. We're making surf movies now,
Yeah.
so we don't want to bum people out.
And Lost probably only wanted mainly their team riders.
Mainly their team
Yeah.
riders, and we like want to use everybody. We just want to show if it's good surfing. We want people to be stoked to be in it, not bum them in.
Yeah.
Because originally, what's really going on was for Lost.
It was for Lost,
Yeah.
but it was it was for Lost, but we helped them do it,
Yeah.
and like, look, it was great. I'm stoked. I don't
Yeah.
take anything
And-
back, and
I was just gonna say, like, that movie, it was fucking phenomenal. Like, it was so I wouldn't say groundbreaking, but it blew up.
for sure.
And
For
I
that-
actually got in trouble for selling that too
Oh.
at HSS. We got people complaining. We're like, you know what? Sorry, just don't buy it. Don't let your kids watch it because we're gonna sell it again. And whatever movie comes out from them, I'm probably gonna sell it again.
yeah.
So
I got some.
But it's
later on, I know a story from that I just found out recently that was really funny and classic. So, like, yeah, it was gnarly. There was gnarly stuff in there, but that's what we wanted to show. Like, we wanted to show what was really going on. It's not all just freaking cupcakes and rainbows. Like, we wanted people to see, like, hey, there's more to it than this, and that was our crew. And like, for us, it was like we had a different group of guys that were being, we thought, overlooked, that were really good.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, I'll tell you, I can remember the first day I just saw Wardo. I got a photo on my phone. I just saw Wardo at Creek yesterday. I took a photo with him. I'm like, bro, do you remember the first time I met you? You stayed at my house, and we came down here and surfed. And I told my kids this story.
Yeah.
So Mike calls me up, goes, hey, I got this kid I want you to shoot tomorrow. And I'm living at the apartment on top of Salt Creek. You know, we're 19 or 20 or something, 18, 19, 20. We're young.
Yeah.
Probably 18 or 19. And our house is the full bachelor, like, hellhole, dude.
Yeah.
Like, you know, we're beer cans, beers, like, we don't eat real food. Like, we didn't even have toilet paper for months. We just used coffee filters because we ran out. You know what I mean? Like,
Just boys club.
boys
note
club,
to self:
man.
coffee filters.
Yeah, they were good, actually. They're a little rough, but like, they did a job done. So he calls me up and goes, hey, I got this kid, he's gonna come stay at your house. And I'm all, ooh, he's all this kid, Chris Ward, he's 12. I'm like, brother, there's no 12-year-old staying at my house, bro. I'm sorry. I'm all, I don't shoot little kids. I remember I said, I don't shoot little kids.
Yeah.
You
And
know?
where was he growing up, or where was he living?
He was living in Second Lineage with his
Okay.
parents. He's like, he's gonna stay at your house, he's gonna surf Creek in the morning. And I'm like, no, he's like, dude, trust me. And so I'm fighting him. Next thing I know, knock on my door. Here's Mike bringing this kid over to my house. This little scraggly kid with like bleached hair and Archie's board, way oversized for him.
Yeah.
Walks into my house, goes and sleeps on the couch, and like, I'm just baffled. I don't know what to think. I'm tripping. I'm like, I got
Who
this
is this
kid.
kid?
I'm taking this kid surfing in the morning, whatever. And then when I told Marta the story the other day, he's like, what? Did I go in the fridge and pop open some beers? But anyway, so we take him down to the he was going to shoot with Flame the next morning. And we take him down there, we film him, and Flame has all his crew, dude. All the best pros are out. It's one of those good little gravels days. And this little kid, dude, goes out there and smokes them all on Archie's 2 big surfboard. It was insane.
Natural.
Like, I looked at it and God, I remember thinking, like, these poor guys out here, they're out here grinding, trying to get a shot from Flame, and this little kid
Steals the
with too
show.
big a board just killed everybody, slayed
Stole the
everybody.
show.
So crazy.
And that's how the whole Wardo thing with us started. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
that day, like that argument with Mike, like, there's no way that kid stayed at my house, and then he ends up staying there. Yeah.
Epic. You know, small world, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I mean, you're bound to cross paths with him at one point. You know, you're a filmer.
Yeah.
You know, he's a hot ripper. But the fact that he got delivered to you,
Yeah,
like,
and we're like, this is the guy's the best there is. And like, that actually opened up a lot of freaking, as crazy as it is, it opened up a lot of doors for us later on without us even really knowing, because like, that opened up like Corey Lopez,
yeah,
Corey and Shay Lopez, because Corey
coming
was
out,
hanging out
and
with Florida.
coming for the summers,
And then like Andy and Bruce, like Andy, like, if people probably don't realize this, but Andy used to look up to Wardo.
Yeah.
Like, that guy surfs around. I want to surf like that. Like,
Yeah.
And you know, so Andy used to come over. Young Bruce used to come over and stay with us. So it's
yeah, you're getting
that
all the
opened
talent
up.
just coming to you, like
Yeah,
without like friends of friends.
Yeah, and so like when we broke off from Lost, we just started making our own movies.
Yeah.
And that's when we ended up making like Raw Irons, Andy's movie when he was on MCD, and Psycho Ward. You know, Wardo's movie, which when he was on Gotcha, but then his contract ran out and it ended up being a Rusty movie. So we got Gotcha ended up paying for it, but then Rusty sponsored it, so we kind of got double paid for that one, which was
Sick.
Perfect.
yeah, I wish that happened every day, but
So you started Snapping Turtle with the intention of making movies, right?
Yeah.
And you wanted to separate yourself from the Lost so you can encompass everybody else, right?
yeah.
And then your first movie was
I don't know if our first movie was Voluptuous or if it was, I kind of lost the timeline on whether it was that or Raw Irons or Psycho Ward, but I imagine Voluptuous came first. I think that's what
They're all
we did.
probably pretty close.
They're all in the same time
Yeah.
period.
Because two of those were pretty much like individual movie, you know, like
Yeah, they were
Andy,
individual.
Yeah, Andy and Wardo, Psycho Ward were.
And we made those at the exact same time.
Yeah.
Did you really?
Yeah, at the exact same time because Gotcha and MCD we were employed by Gotcha at that time. And so we made some Tahiti movie and then we made those two movies simultaneously. And it was pretty funny because
So when you got hired by them,
yeah.
Michael Thompson or Mark Price or whoever
Yep.
was in charge of
Crookshank, I think,
Crookshank.
brought us in and said, hey, these guys. Then there was Dave Gilovich, and then there was MT. Those were
the three Gotcha.
ones. And like they brought us in, I think, because they wanted some core brought back into their brand after the rave era, and like
Yeah.
you know we were doing things and
Yeah, I mean, you caused a ruckus with what's really going on,
yeah,
Yeah.
and they're like, "Fuck, these guys are what we want to
Yeah.
portray again,"
Yeah.
right?
Pump.
So,
yeah.
so Voluptuous, right?
Voluptuous, the big movie.
Why did you call it Voluptuous?
Well,
Because
All the hot chicks on the beach.
Voluptuous is seriously one of, right? I think it could be in the top 20, in my mind, in the top 20 videos of like progressive, cool fucking surfing.
Yeah, definitely.
Am I right?
Yeah, I mean that thing.
Not
was-
just because you were in it,
Well, I had a lot to do with that.
but you
But
know
it
what I
was-
mean? Like a lot of people that are in our age group, our peers, I think they would say Voluptuous is in the top 20.
Yeah.
yeah, Voluptuous, I feel like was a really good movie. It was long, and it might get like overlooked because of the name and because of some of the antics, you know, in it. But as far as progressive surfing goes, it's definitely for its time was one of the best. For
Yeah.
Sure.
Who came up with the name?
Oh God, I'd imagine Dival. You know, it's got to be Dival. I mean,
You had to have something, you know, like obviously every surf movie had
Sexual,
like
sensual.
had chicks on the beach, and you know,
Yeah.
like, hey, we're gonna be dropping chick, you know.
Yeah.
It's just part of the
yeah,
the movie script.
yeah.
Late night can't even say the word.
Voluptuous.
Over the
Can you
years,
spell it though?
I've listened to him say it, and he used to say voluptuous.
Yeah.
I like lumps.
Voluptuous.
Yeah, that's got.
Sorry, English major over here. Sorry, Dad. I'm gonna call you out when you butcher words, right, Cook?
Try it.
Yeah.
Try it, bro.
Yeah.
So voluptuous.
Yeah.
And then when you guys, you know, brainstorm it and you pick out surfers, or, you know, hey, we're gonna film these guys. How did that process? Because that's an important part of the movie, is like the people that surfed in it. They got parts in it.
For sure.
The music in it.
Well, some people were just like, okay, we're gonna put this person in there. Like, we're putting this person in there, this person, and this person. And then it's just started. That's the reason it's so long is because we kept getting good footage of other people. Like, you know, and then some people came to us and be like, dude, I need your help. Like, career's going down. I could use a part.
You talking about Jay?
Not talking about Jay.
You're a dick.
I'm on the
I feel
gel
like you
tread.
had one of the best sections in that movie,
Dude, I think I would have to say, yeah.
I hope so. No, I don't even remember. I gotta rewatch it. I mean, I watched it probably, like all movies back then. I mean, we were glued to any movie that came out and watched it 100 times. But yeah.
We sold a shit ton of those videos.
I just remember, like, I don't know how we connected, or I was going down shooting with Flame. I was going to Creek a lot and Lowers a lot and everywhere
You
a
were
lot.
a photo slut.
For sure.
You video slut.
Yeah. And I hung out. I mean, I knew the Lopez's, well, I mean, I kind of just knew, growing up in surf and I don't know, you guys were cool. We're like, come hang out and film.
Yeah.
And we're like, hey, we're going to go surf here. We're going to go down to Mex. Hey, we're going to go do this trip. And I'm like, I'm in.
And
Let's go.
that's how
Let's go.
And you were riding
And
for
produced.
Ezekiel, or was it? I know you were riding Quivers, right? Quiver wetsuits?
Yeah.
And Peshes.
Yeah, it was probably right after Quicksilver onto Ezekiel,
Yeah.
So it was probably, late.
I think it was both. Quick and
Quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, right, kind of during that timeline. But yeah, I mean, it was, at that time, like, being in videos was just equally as important as trying to get a photo in the mag.
That's not the, is that in the movie that you're in the Beamer?
That was 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Voluptuous 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean,
I'm gonna have to dig up some
But when
voluptuous footage.
like, Taylor's crew was really tough to get in,
It was a closed door society.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
if you weren't part of a certain crew, you weren't getting in those movies.
Yeah.
And we were the opposite of that. Like, we intentionally were the opposite. Like, and we wanted to be. And don't get me wrong, like I said, we grew up on momentum.
Yeah.
On momentum, right? And like, for me, like, Dorian was like my favorite surfer to watch. It's funny because this kid's staying at my house right now. But like,
Yeah.
that was my favorite surfer to watch.
For sure.
And like, because he'd do these 6 slob airs and then he'd go pack some crazy bro. And you're like, this guy's
just the whole package.
insane.
Yeah, it's insane.
And like, but it was a closed society. Like, Casey Curtis wasn't getting in there.
Yeah.
And that always pissed us off.
Yeah.
We're like, bro.
Well, he had
Couple
one or
ways.
2 ways at that left point break,
Yeah.
right?
But he wasn't like
At the very beginning.
Like,
Yeah.
He wasn't really getting in. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And we're like, okay, we're gonna do this, and we're gonna let anybody in who rips. Like,
Yeah.
as long and even if you don't rip, if you're a bro, you're gonna get your best clip in there. Like,
Yeah.
and so that was like our whole thing. And then, it was, it was a good time.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
Voluptuous 2, Raw Irons, Cycle Ward.
And we did a bunch of other like little things. Like, we did TV dinners for Gotcha. I think it was a little thing, and then did a bunch of things. Like, to be completely honest, I've forgotten by this point. Like, I have them all somewhere in my house.
Were
in the
you
box.
getting paid well?
Yeah, we were getting paid well. Like, I mean, we were getting so for a while we were getting paid well for us.
because you're on contract to film certain athletes,
Yeah.
and make edits for Gotcha or
Yeah, and then we're getting people to
Rusty.
sponsor our videos, and that wasn't free, and
then you're selling it. Do you remember how many units of like a movie you would sell?
I don't remember, but we were selling it at the beginning.
Tens of
We were
thousands.
selling a shitload.
Yeah.
Like, I bought a house on them. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? But
we like to talk about how, like, entrepreneurial guys like you are without even trying to be.
well,
You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like,
we just
you
wanted
weren't.
to do it.
Yeah, you just did it.
Yeah.
And like with you with Crickshank, right? Like that conversation with Crickshank to go to Gotcha, right? Do you remember, like, oh hey, we're gonna make a movie. Did Crickshank go, yeah, you should come work for us. We're gonna give you the salary. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
did you guys discuss? Was there like a business plan?
No, there wasn't a business plan. I was like, hey, we want to bring you guys on. We're going to pay you a retainer. We want you to shoot these guys. We want guys in your movies, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And we're going to do these projects, and you got to do those too. And we're just like, great, cool.
Yeah.
Now we got steady income.
So did you have that in mind, or did that get brought to you?
That got brought to us.
Yeah. How fucking
Everything got brought to us.
How fucking lucky is that?
Yeah.
Right? Because here you are, right? you were hurt, you had sinus infections that you couldn't surf, and you picked up a camera,
Yeah.
and then you're part of the lost team. You make this movie that blows up, and then all of a sudden people notice it, and they're like, okay, you know, here's what we want you to do for us.
Yeah.
And it's a lucrative new career that
Yeah.
fucking fell in your lap.
It was actually insane, and like, remember I was telling you, like, it was actually like one of those things where like something bad happens, you think it's the end of the world, like me getting sick, picking up that camera, not being able to surf. I thought it was the end of the world.
Yeah.
I thought it was the worst thing ever. And in actuality, it ended up turning out to be the best thing ever.
Yeah.
Because now I'm looking at guys, right? We're making these movies, and now I'm looking at guys that their dreams starting to crumble, right?
Yeah.
And like they're slogging through it, trying to keep it going, but you see it not gonna happen. And you're like, oh, okay, but I'm doing this, and like I've turned this into something. I'm still getting to go around. You know, guys are dropping off. They're getting jobs. They're going to school. They're not surfing as much, and we're going around the world. We're in Chopu, we're in Indo, and we're here, we're there, we're all over the place.
Yeah.
And like, so
You're not professional surfers, but you're like,
living life.
we're not professional surfers, no, but we are going, and we're still getting to surf a lot.
yeah,
We're just surfing when it's blown out.
yeah.
You know what I mean? But we got to go.
Macaroni's little side shore on shore is still
Yeah.
macaroni's perfect.
Still macaroni.
Yeah.
Like, I have to tell everybody, I've got to go surf every wave, pretty much every wave I've ever dreamed of.
Yeah.
And maybe I didn't get it in the morning when it was killer light and perfect, but I got in the afternoon.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, it's just so, you know, it's so interesting how that happened, you know?
yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
the career just magically appeared in front of you, you know?
Yeah.
Like, you did a lot of hard work, you know, spent a lot of, you know, long days filming on the beach.
It was meant to happen.
You know what I mean? Filming on the beach and editing and all that. But you got, like, who would have thought you were going to be a fucking videographer?
Yeah, no,
Right?
Like nobody thought that, but I think the thing about it with us is like, with me and Ryan Ray and Ryan Dybel, we're all like such devoted surfers. Like it's like we've, you know, for a certain point, like all of us have given our life for that.
Yeah.
At a certain point.
Yeah.
Right? And like, you know, I'm still in the thick of it every day, just on a different level now.
Yeah.
But like, that was our life. And then that turned into being our life. Hey, we're gonna go get the best clips, and it was really competitive. There was a million guys with cameras trying to do this
Yeah.
same thing, putting out garbage, right? And we're like, we want to be the best.
Yeah.
Like, and
Well, it's funny that,
desire and drive got us there.
yeah,
But to realize what you had too, you know, and be like, hey, we got this opportunity, let's maximize it.
Yeah.
I got friends dropping off, they're having to go to school or work some odd job or going somewhere they're not happy, like, dude, we could do this and make a freaking living.
Yeah.
Like, at
'Cause you-
first it's probably, hey, let's just pay the bills and keep what we're doing going.
Yeah.
But then it just started rocket shipping, like, wow, we're making some serious money. And then you start like, okay, this is like a real business.
So
Yeah.
were you making shooting stills too, or
No, so that happened later. So we're doing all this, and then the crash comes.
2008?
2000.
I'm not
Oh,
sure.
2000.
I'm not sure exactly what happened, but I mean, what happened to me was this: the market got super saturated, and
All the videos?
there was tons of videos. And why that happened was because the mini BB came out.
Yeah, well, let's
And-
just bring up some of the other people because there was a lot, you
Yeah.
know? I looked at it as like, okay, you got surfer and surfing, and if you were to compare, you know, Snapping Turtle and Taylor Still, they're the surfing and surfer. And then you have these other, you know, kind of publications that made good movies, but they were maybe a little more niche and didn't have, they would just show up in video.
Mhm.
But you guys had the relationships.
Yeah.
We wanted to hang out together. It wasn't
Yeah.
just show up and film and then call me next while we were hanging out,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
So that was the appealing part. It's like, dude, I just want to hang out with these guys, but we're all
Well, they meant more. Like magazines meant something every
Yeah.
month. Videos meant something every.
for sure.
6
But as
months.
a surfer, that's the way, you know, we looked at it. But there was, what was the guy, Alexa?
Oh, Alexis Usher?
Alexis, he was trying to put out
Yeah.
movies, and Josh Palmer.
Palmer was putting
Yeah.
out
And
movies,
he
and there was a ton of other guys.
And
Yeah.
But like every town.
Kozo, that Japanese dude.
Yeah.
What's next? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But there were, so it was getting, TR was putting out movies, and then
I think, from my point of view, I think what saturated it was the companies themselves, the clothing companies, that started giving away videos with magazines.
Well, that was later though. So what we saw was, and like you gotta remember, we went to Florida. We were selling things in Florida. Like we had tons of shops there, and we like made it, but shipping was gnarly. So this was back before the airlines charged prices. We filled up all these boxes. We had so much excess baggage on this trip; it was insane. We rented a freaking van, like a cargo van, and me and Scott Newton, who was one of the chefs at the Chart House and one of Pat's travel buddies, we drove the whole state of Florida, hit every single surf shop, slanging videos on the back of a van so we could meet the people and develop these relationships, right? Like that's how into it we were. We're like,
That's
hey, we
fucking
want to
awesome.
control this. And so like, it's funny because like Izzy Gomez, who I coach now, right? I went to her grandparents' store and they said, hey, I'm this video guy.
Is it
Sold
West
them
Coast
videos.
Surf Shop?
Yeah, West Coast Surf
Yeah.
Shop. You know what I mean? And like we stayed at the crappiest motels with like hookers everywhere and like fights
Super
going
sketchy.
on, just so sketchy. I'm a Florida's rugged, dude. But we went everywhere. I've been to every freaking surf town in Florida.
That's
Like
awesome.
every single one. And we drove the whole freaking deal, dude. It was insane. And so like, I don't even know how I got to that, but that's like how committed we were to doing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the crash that I saw, and this is what the shop owners started telling me, like we had great relationships, right? And I call them, and they're like, hey, we're only going to take 4. Well, 4? Last year you took 40. They're like, you know how many videos we're sitting on here? And so we did an app that said, don't buy crappy videos. Buy good ones. And I think we listed whoever we thought made good videos. And like, we wanted people to know, like, stop getting sold this crap. Stop investing in it. You know we're going to put out something good. But because at this time, right, before you had to shoot on a certain camera, you had to go and get editing time. That was expensive. Now what happened was the Mac. The Mac came out and people could edit on their Mac and everybody could do it. So the market got super saturated with crap that wasn't selling, and then they couldn't pay us enough. They couldn't buy enough units of us because they were sitting on so much stuff, right? So we started going like this, not because our product wasn't good anymore, because
That
there was too much stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, we look at like some of the, store spaces, that had, and it was like, used to just have like a little counter space, and then there was like a full bookcase like behind. It was like,
I was I
ridiculous.
did the buying for HSS. I did all the videos, surfboards, like other stuff, but I was pretty gnarly about like, I don't buy anything until I watch it myself.
Yeah, that's how it should be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I watched every single movie and got a free movie
Yep.
for a shop copy
Yep.
before we bought into it. But I remember the progression of surf videos. I mean, at least back then,
Yeah.
when, I remember buying 6 to a dozen of one of Taylor Steele's first videos.
Yeah.
And then over the years, we were buying thousands.
Yeah. And that's like,
Thousands.
Yeah.
And it was like,
definitely
but then it went like the opposite way. Like we'd still sell a ton up in Huntington and in certain, big retailers around California. But then like our other ones that we were selling, 50 to 100 units to a year, we're getting like, we'll take 4,
Yeah.
we'll take 10. And we were like, we started to hemorrhage. You know what I mean? And we just tried to keep it going.
Yeah.
And we had a bunch of other we started doing some .com stuff and a bunch of other crap. But like our selling of surf videos was just like this. And so Dybel found this lens on eBay. He's like, hey, here's this lens. And I'm like, I'm just going to buy it myself with my cash. And I bought this lens and I got a 600 lens and a camera and went to Borders Books and I bought a stack of books this high, about like $800 worth of books. and I just freaking read those stupid things and figured out how to
Use a camera.
use a camera. So I thought, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, I got this. I knew everybody already. Like I already had like, hey, call up whoever. And I think the first guys I shot with was Ryan Turner.
How sick.
Who was the goofy foot kid?
Jesse Evans.
No, Jesse. I shot with Jesse. Maybe the other kid. that
Timmy
just hang out
Turner?
with him, not Timmy.
No.
What's his name? Brandon or something?
Brandon Tipton.
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 Yeah, Tipton.
Yeah.
I shot with those guys like my first day.
Yeah.
And then
Why
like,
them?
I don't know. I just did. I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah.
And I was stoked. And
Nobody in San Clemente or Dana Point or Salt Creek.
no, there's a couple. We were at Salt Creek, but
Oh.
like those are the guys I shot with. my
They're
first
the guys
day.
that were there.
And
Funny.
then like we went somewhere. We went to Oxnard my second day. And like that's when Oxnard was gnarly. And everybody told me, "Oh, it's gnarly up there." And
Yeah.
that's when I was
Especially when you bring a camera.
yeah, and like it's when I shoot, and that's when I was all into jiu-jitsu. I'm all, fuck it, let's go. And
Yeah.
went. Everybody's cool. Guys are coming up, and I'm all, oh, this guy's gonna freaking be pissed. And he's like, hey, bro. And I'm like, whoa, you guys have this place all wrong. Everybody's nice up here.
Yeah.
Dude. Like everybody's super cool. And shot there.
You got lucky.
I know that's what everybody tells me. Can I always tell that story? Well, everybody's a bro there, dude.
Yeah.
I don't know. And then so I take my stuff. I go, I'm gonna get this up to Transworld. That's the shittiest mag of the three. It's my best shot of getting in. I'm taking it there.
Yeah.
And so Steve Sherman looks at my photos. He's like, hey, these are great. We're going to do something with these. And I'm all epic, dude.
Yeah.
Stoked. So I wait a month. Look at the mag. Nothing. Wait another month. Look at the mag. Nothing. Wait another month. Look at the mag. Nothing. And I'm all, damn it, dude. And I go down there. I pick up my slides. And I take them to Surfer Magazine. And this guy was the assistant photo editor at the time. His name was Mark Kozai. And he was a small dude, small little dude. I think he was like Japanese or something. He was a small little Japanese dude. And he looks at my photos and tells me, these are terrible. These are awful. It's even sharp. Like,
Wow.
freaking.
Puts you in your place.
And like Surfer Mag, where the light tail was on the second story, I wanted to pick the little guy up and throw him over into the freaking thing. I was so
Yeah.
like, my ego was just so hurt. Dude.
Just
I was
blunt.
So yeah, but like, Sherm never told me that.
Did you have a relationship with Sherman?
I like Sherm knew us from all our movies.
Yeah,
and this
but
and
like,
that,
yeah.
and he probably just didn't want to
Well,
just
fuck
say
your
stuff.
mouth. Yeah.
And that's one thing I learned from that. Is like always just tell the truth. If something's not good, tell somebody because it's
Yeah.
gonna save them a lot of time and you know, and anguish,
Yeah.
right?
So why didn't you just call Sherm? Like, where's my shot?
I know I did. Oh, you know, he gave me the, you know,
Yeah.
and I finally just picked him up. But this little guy just freaking lit me up, dude. Lit me up. I was so bad. I can remember everything about that day. Being so
All you saw was
baffled,
red?
just like,
You want to put him in a pretzel?
and he was so like, just like, and I knew he was right. Like I looked, and I'm like, okay, yeah. And he showed me like a real one. I'd be like, oh, okay, I got it. And so, I
Tough love.
gotta thank this guy for that. I don't know where Kozai is this day, and I've thanked him since. I'm like, dude,
For
you're
sure.
the man. I used to always tell him, actually, you're the man, dude, because you made me good at this. And so,
That's awesome.
yeah, and like now later in life, the things that I do, like I coach a ton of surfers, I coach different athletes at different things, and I'm pretty blunt, and I let people know that. I'm just
Yeah.
gonna tell you how it is. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. You're gonna learn. You might not like it, but I'm gonna tell you exactly how I see it. And I learned that from this guy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So anyway.
What a quick and easy life altering experience.
It was,
right?
Yeah. And it carries over.
Did he?
Yeah.
Did he like offer like, hey, what settings were you using? Did he give you any critique on like, hey, like
These
this
are
is
awful.
not just awful, but did he kind of help?
I don't think he gave me any like tips to get better, but he said just come back again when you have better stuff.
Okay.
And so at that time I lived across the street from George Salas, and George worked for Art.
Yeah.
And so I hit up George. George helped me out with this.
Yeah.
And George gave me some settings, this and that. And thank you, George. Always appreciate you for that, bro.
That's Noel's brother.
No, it's not.
No,
No. Different guy.
Okay.
You know, George and I don't agree on a bunch of things these days, so we don't talk very much. But George, I always appreciate you for that and indebted for you for that. You know, he really helped me out a lot, dude.
That's epic.
And he lived across the street, so whenever I had a question, I'd just pop over, maybe bring a beer or something, and he'd give me some tips.
Yeah.
And
Because this is 35 millimeter. There's no digital. Yeah, this is like straight film. So
every shot's 50 cents.
Yeah.
50 cents gone. 50 cents gone. You know what I mean?
So
and
crazy.
like, it's expensive. And then George introduced me to Art. And so like
Brewer?
Yeah. And
Oh,
so
wow.
I'd be like, fuck, Art, give me
The man.
Yeah, and Art gave me a ton of tips, dude. Like another guy
Rest in
who
peace.
like rest in peace for sure. I can't even believe that he's no longer with us.
So,
But anyway, he gave me a ton of tips too. And without those 3 guys right there, like I would have never figured it out. Like,
Mark Kozai,
George Salas, and Art
Brewer.
Yeah, I would have never figured it out.
Yeah.
And with the little tidbits they gave me and the corrections and,
So, sorry to interrupt.
whatever.
Are you going to, what happened with Snapping Turtle?
So at this point, Snapping Turtle, like I start shooting photos and I'm not even shooting video anymore.
Yeah.
And I'm like, hey, how good is this? I can go shoot. I don't have to shoot when it's cloudy. I don't have to shoot when it's raining. The light has to be really good. So I'm shooting.
But
when
what
I wanna
about
shoot.
money?
Yeah, well, we had a little bit saved up, right?
Yeah.
And like we're still doing both, but like it's sinking. Like Snapping Turtle's sinking.
Yeah.
And like we're hoping it can pull off, but I'm like, I gotta figure this out. And yeah, money was tight for a while, like tight. And so started getting some traction, started getting some good photos, right? With these guys' help and taking back.
What was your first published photo? Do you
I
remember?
can add photo before editorial, or would you?
No, I got the same at the same time. So I went to Hawaii and I go and I don't know if it was, I don't think it was the Pipe Masters, but it was the other pipe contest they had there. I don't even know if it was like
HIC.
Monster or...
It wasn't like the Volcom yet, but it was whatever the Volcom was, probably HIC.
Yeah.
And so I go down there and I see there's 100 photographers shooting in the pipe. And I go, I'm going to go way down the beach. There's nobody else. I went way the other way past back door, down by Insanities.
Now, I asked you about, the money thing, because that's super important, because you need...
Livelihood.
Yeah, your livelihood and your the faucet was getting turned off at the Snapping Turtle. And here you are, like you said, you get on the beach and, you're on a plane on the Hawaii.
Yep.
And you're going, okay, I'm going to take photos, I'm going to go to pipe, I'm going to shoot. And then you get there and you see the competition. You see 1,000 cameras on the beach.
Yeah.
What does that do to your mindset?
Get something different.
Dude, I remember being like, fuck. Like, this is not, all these guys, I've seen their name in the mag forever. They're these grizzled little guys, and they do not care about you. They do not want to help you. They want you dead. They hate you. Like photographers, surf photographers back then.
It was not.
It was like, you're a direct competitor. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? So I walked way down the beach and I shot Bruce. There was no rights that day, but I walked down the beach. Bruce went right. And
Of course he did.
who else went?
Big giant closeout.
Who else went right? Jesus, I can't remember who else it was right now.
Kerry.
Archie.
Kerry
No.
Shredder.
No, dude, we all know him, dude. I can't. Fuck. Whatever. Anyway, those were my first 2 shots in the mag. And
Bruce.
Bruce was my first shot in the mag.
Okay.
And
Which mag?
Surfer.
Surfer.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I got a Decainet.
A Decainet.
Yeah. So I'm all, okay. All right. I got this.
So what was the payoff? Like, how much did it?
I don't know. The ad was pretty good. The photos in the mag were cheap. I mean, that was like $100, but like the ad was probably a couple grand, right? So I'm like,
Nice.
okay, this is good. This is great. And then I'm also selling little things to random companies, right? Like, here's a shot of, I probably sold some stuff of you to Ezekiel or whatever.
For sure.
Like I was slanging photos left and right at this point. And, some of them were, $100, some of them were $1,000, some of them were, it all starts adding up. And then, like, what really happened was I got on this boat trip with Dave Post. Or actually, I got, before this, I got on a boat trip with Art Brewer. And as a filmer, filming for his movie.
But you're just
Yeah.
big eyes, big ears, just like,
And I learned,
absorbing.
on that trip, I learned everything. Like this boat trip, I mean, this is the one you've heard about with Andy, but this was the one, it was Christian,
Yeah.
Archie, Nathan, Rufo, Casey Curtis, Shane Beshin, Bruce, Andy. I'm probably leaving somebody out. And I was one of the filmers. And so, yeah, I was sharing a room with Art and all these guys, and I just learned so much on that trip. I learned how to do boat trips as a photographer. And just everything. I learned everything on the trip.
Because every surf spot's unique on angle and, lighting, so like that's for any rookie, like it'd be easy to screw up, but he's probably been there. He already is an icon as far as knowledge.
Oh, he'd been there a ton, and I just got to be like, it was like a master class in how to shoot a boat trip and how to shoot Indo, which became basically my home for the next 15 years. I spent 2 months a year there for 15 years after that. But so I come home from that, I get on a boat trip with Dave Post. Dave Post said, hey, I want you to come shoot this boat trip. Volcom. Yeah. I'm all, okay, let's go. We're on this shitty little boat, and it's Ozzy and Bruce at No Can Do. He's getting shacked.
Wow.
And end up getting all sorts of covers, all sorts of ads, and freaking
just boom.
And then I go right back to back with that with Lost, and like same thing. We just freaking, that was the start of just nonstop photo.
So now you got a name for yourself. You're producing, and now everybody's like, we need you on our trip.
What a trip that. So Art Brewer really brought you into his world and showed you the ropes.
I'm solid.
Good. Showed you the ropes.
Yeah.
And got you your next run of success.
Yeah, well, on that trip I worked for him. Like I was a filmer for him. So he was the boss. And
what was the pay like? Do you remember?
It was so funny. No, there was no actual. It was like you're gonna get paid at the end. Like it was a great. He set it up great. I think I paid my own airfare. Right? And Kenworthy, you're gonna get a piece of this project when it's done.
Oh.
Right? But it was worth every penny I didn't make because I learned so much. But
Now, what happened with all that footage?
Dude, I don't know. He put out. I think he put out a movie, but I don't know how.
Or a book.
I think he put out maybe a book and a movie, and I don't remember. I'd love to get my hands on it.
I used to get so mad at Pete Frieden too because he was one of the few photographers that shot and videoed. He had this double tripod, and he would just kind of give footage to people, or hold. I don't know. There were so many sessions where I'm like, dude, what did you do with that footage? He's like, I don't know. He's a photographer. He's making money, but he would, give the footage to people, and I'd be like, dude.
Because
so irritated.
The names on that trip.
Oh, iconic.
And the place that you had it.
Yeah.
I mean, where is it? We want to fucking see it.
Yeah,
right?
I know. I want to see that too. I gotta reach out to JP to see if he knows where that is because he'd be the guy.
I'll
tell you another story though. I go on this trip with Post.
Yeah.
Volcom trip, and Dave MG's on the trip to video.
Dave MG.
And Dave MG's a bro.
Is he filming Oz?
He's filming Bruce for maybe campaign or something. First session, first morning, his camera breaks.
Your camera.
His camera. Then he gets his backup camera. It breaks too.
Mm-hmm.
First morning of the trip.
What the fuck?
I got a video camera on the trip.
No fucking way.
And I'm all, bro, I got a video camera. It's not like what you have, but it's a video camera. You're welcome to borrow it. Here you go.
Yeah.
Hey, give me.
Here you go. But it'll cost you.
No, nothing. Nothing. Just bro, that sucks.
Yeah.
I want you to do for me what I'm doing for you.
Yeah, you're in the middle of nowhere.
Here you go. Use my stuff. If I need to use it, I'm going to take it back. But I'm going to use it. I'm shooting.
But Dave is an awesome human. Yeah. And you wouldn't.
Sickest guy.
Yeah.
So Dave shoots all that campaign stuff with Bruce there through that.
Wow.
And what that does for me, because during that time for our movie making, in Voluptuous and Double D, we poked a lot of fun at Taylor's skits.
Yeah.
We redid the skits and did our own versions of them and all this shit. There's no disrespect intended, but it was just we're making fun of this shit because it's corny.
Yeah.
And so we did that. And so there was kind of some bad bad vibes,
For
bad
sure.
blood. And what that did was like, all of a sudden I get a call after this trip. Hey, you're going on this boat trip for this other Taylor Steele project with Curran and Machado and Slater and some
What?
Loys and freaking all sorts of people.
The icebreaker.
Yeah, that was like okay, I'm not gonna thank you. I
Yeah.
appreciate that. Here you go.
Yeah.
And so I got to do this super trip that I would have never otherwise got to go on because of just doing something that you should do anyway.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you weren't.
Dave MG paid you back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He paid me back. You got to send this guy.
Yeah.
You know, or I don't know exactly how it happened, but I ended up on that trip and that was rad, dude.
Right.
You know, and
Get good waves
Hey.
on that trip.
yeah, we got great
That's
waves.
a good life lesson.
What
right there.
fucking movie
I mean,
was that one?
Fuck, I don't know.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
We gotta
I was
figure
done.
these
I
out.
was done with that by then.
Curran?
Yeah, Curran rode for the Realm then.
Okay.
Yeah, he didn't ride for. You know what's funny is we go on this trip. We fly to Jakarta, and everybody partners up, and I get partnered with Curran, and Curran had been on the sauce a little bit and whatever, and so I get partnered with Curran. This is my childhood hero.
Yeah.
And I'm all holy fuck, and so I'm rooming with this guy, and you know, after this flight, you're dead. I go to
Yeah.
sleep. I'm sleeping, and I hear this knock on the door, and this platter comes in with beers, and he's watching French TV, and I'm pillow over my head. I'm all, fuck, Tom, can you even understand this shit? He's like, yeah, I speak French. And I'm like, fuck, if you can't beat him, join him. So I start drinking beers with him, and then we go to pay the next day. And I'm okay, what do you want to do? Do you want to put this on your card and I can give you cash, or I can put it on my card, you can give me cash? He's like, oh, I don't have any cash.
Yeah. And I don't
And
have
I'm
a
all,
car.
oh, I'll give you some cash. You put it on your, he's like, I don't have a card. And I'm all, fuck, you ordered 20 beers last night. I'm all, fuck it, I got you, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I was stoked to do it. I was
And no, it's not really much, but still, it's like.
but you know, it's just, but I was like, oh, okay, I see why you guys all
But he's
paired
fucking Tom
up.
Curran,
Yeah.
you think he'd be, rolling and
Yeah.
throwing it out there. It's like,
Yeah, you guys all paired up and just, I saw how that scattered, but you guys already knew, right?
Yeah.
And then so,
Curran, the cheapest date around.
so that was pretty funny. And then
But those are great memories. You're like, dude,
yeah, and then he ended up being my roommate on the boat for freaking 2 weeks, and I'm like, dude, that little young me surfing that shitty fucking wave past gravels would have never thought this was gonna happen.
No
you know?
kidding,
I
right?
was psyched. You know, I was so psyched.
What? Dude, we need to figure out these movies. The Art Brewer one, this one. That's so, because those people are iconic.
Yeah.
Got to figure out what footage that was and where it went to.
Dude.
Yeah. But then during that trip too, I got this shot of Kelly, and
Of Kelly?
at pit stops, and I'm all, hey, I had to talk these guys, hey, come surf this wave, it's super good for photos, blah blah blah. Kelly went out and caught 2 waves.
But it's like a subpar wave compared to
Yeah.
what's out there.
And it was not very good that
But
day.
it's great
But
for
it's great for
yeah.
photos. And so he went out there and caught 2 waves. He did this little floater where he tail dropped, and it went everywhere. It was for a while, it was my most selling photo. And
Like a little rock and roll.
it was like a
float.
rock and
Yeah, I
roll
remember
tail
that
drop photo. I
shot.
think he has red shorts on or something.
Yeah.
And it went everywhere. It was covers of mags. It was freaking billboards. It was every fucking where. And for years, it was everywhere.
Crazy.
And then at one point, they bought it out, and they bought it out again, and then I saw it again.
What do you mean bought out? They would have it for a year, like a period of time.
Yeah.
They could.
They'd have it for a year,
Mm.
and then the next year I'd see it somewhere, and I'd be like, dude, you guys got to pay me again.
Yeah.
Pay me again. And then another time I saw it, I remember talking to Kleiny at the time, and Kleiny said, don't bite the hand that feeds. And I'm all, fuck that, dude. You guys use it another year. You got to pay for it again. You know?
Yeah.
So I sent him another bill. And then I saw it again, and I had the agency I work for, A-Frame. I'm all, dude, tell these guys if I find it again and they don't pay me, we're going for the full extent of the law, which is $250,000. And so I'm like, at the time, it was $250,000. And I'm all, and I looked everywhere for it. I'm still looking today, dude. It's freaking nowhere,
I'll look
bro.
for you.
Yeah.
Because I'm just like,
For a
dude,
little finder's fee.
because I'm like, dude, you can just buy it in perpetuity for a small thing. And they're like, no. And then they use it, and they're like, but
I think Breitling's using it.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
but it's funny because I went up to CI when my daughter first started running the CI, and it's in the back, it's hanging there.
Good shot.
Yeah, and I
Yeah.
was like, oh, too bad it's not a surf shop.
So, I mean, that's got to be pretty, as a surfer, getting your own photo in the mag as a pro is the best. You know, I'm sure it's got to be the same feeling
As a photographer?
as a photographer, being like a cover, you know, spread something or an iconic moment. You know,
I trip out on how you monetize photos. You know, the way that you monetize it, like you said, like they get to use it for, you know, they pay you a fee to use it for a certain, you know.
Could be a flat rate for a single ad. It could be
Yeah,
a period of
like there's so many
campaign.
different ways
it could
to
be,
negotiate the.
Yeah,
for sure. And it just depends how.
And who taught you that side of the business? Like, how did you know what going rates were?
Art Brewer.
Art, and then we also had, like, that was one of the big things Art taught me is don't undercut people. Dude.
Yeah.
This is the price range. Do not deviate from this.
Yeah.
Because once you deviate from this, you're gonna fuck us all over. Do not deviate from this.
Yeah.
And so, you know, that's what we tried to do.
It's kind of like the government job employee, like, hey, like slow roll, don't freaking dig too fast. We need 3 people over here taking a break, you know?
Well,
like, not in that sense,
it's a
but,
smart.
you know, like there's protocol,
Yeah.
and there's pricing set.
Well, standards, like you have to have a standard,
For sure.
or else, you know, it's a race to the bottom.
And that's what
the
kind
race
of
to the bottom.
happened with the film, you know,
That's what happened with the film. It
like
was a race to
the
bottom.
movie, you know, everybody's like, you know, who could get that Hawaii edit, you know, as soon as possible? Who could get the year, you know, whatever the calendar works. Some would hold on, you know, for a year and put out a movie, but some were just trying to beat everybody to the punch.
Yeah.
So, so you made a living of going on boat trips, pretty much.
Yeah. What I did is it's not rocket science. Is I just said, hey, I'm making so much when I go to Indo. I'm gonna go for 2 months. I'm gonna just
Do 4 boat trips and then
4 boat trips,
Yeah.
or I'll do 3 and I have a buddy's boat trip.
Yeah.
So I did sometimes, but sometimes I just do 4 boat trips because I get to surf plenty on those trips, right?
And how old are you? In your
20s,
mid-20s?
pre-kids.
Yeah, pre-kids. Like,
So you're living la vida loca.
yeah, it's freaking great. It's a great life, and you know, I'm there. I do a run to Singapore to redo my visa. Freaking have a night out, come back, freaking regroup, you know, and then
4 floors.
Then I come. I've heard of that place.
I heard of that place.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
It's a mall
Yeah.
of nightclubs.
We're going to cut that part out.
I have heard of that place though.
Yeah.
I said we're going to cut that part out.
So, you know, that was your angle. Like, again, you know, certain photographers have crews they work with, magazines they work with. Like, you mastered, well, not, you know, I would say you mastered, like, hey, like, Mentawai's boat trips is like, that's my moneymaker.
Well, yeah, the thing that happened with me that was really lucky is I went down there on those first 2 trips on just different boats every time and scored. And then Casey Curtis comes to me and goes, hey, my bro's built a boat. And I've been down there enough. I go, I don't want to go on your bro's shitty chicken boat, dude. Like, because remember, there used to be chicken boats with chickens on top.
Yeah.
I'm all, I don't want to go on your bro's shitty chicken boat. He's like,
Yeah.
no, dude, you got to meet these guys. So I meet these guys. It's Griff Alker and John Muzzer who built Pelagic, the best boat. And I go on a trip with them, and I go, I'm going on this trip. And I just booked it right there. And I'm all, I want this block every year in perpetuity. You know what I mean?
What was the boat called?
The Pelagic.
Oh, it was the
Yeah,
project.
yeah.
Oh,
And so,
We were on the project.
yeah, Pelagic's the best.
Yeah.
Right? And so that's what I
Sick.
did. I just would go and I could fill whatever, I basically could choose whoever I wanted, whatever company I wanted. Hey, do you guys want this week? And people were fighting to get to it.
yeah.
And so,
Dude,
Yeah.
I'm tripping on your business model. You
That's what I mean. Like, he found his
you've become
niche.
almost like like, you know how people go to hairstylists or like a publisher, right?
No.
Publicist, where hey, we want you to do this, right? And then you like create a bunch of marketing things that make that person more, you know, popular or whatever, right? Like you blow up their reputation or their exposure. But you're like orchestrating this from a boat
yeah.
in the Mentawais, you know? Like all of a
Not a
sudden
bad gig.
all of a sudden it's like you're inviting people to a party that you're
An exclusive part.
throwing.
Because like you said, once you get locked into that boats and certain dates, and it's really hard to get on those good boats.
Yeah. It's hard to
Everyone's
get.
clamoring to.
And they got a surfer photographer who's producing and getting. You know they're gonna get a shot. You know that here's the track record, and they're like, okay, I got to get on this trip. So like, we had tons of trips. We had, for everybody. I had everybody on that boat from like young John, 11-year-old John getting a cover shot, to freaking Jeff Hackman, to Mike Ho, to freaking
Everybody
Brian Pacheco, to young Kalohe Andino, to Carissa Moore when she lit the world on fire. Like,
I mean,
everybody.
You carved out a niche. Like obviously Natali's, it appeals to anybody and everybody in the surf world. You're not. There's certain photographers that are really good in like the water or big barrels or big waves, and they have these niches, but that opportunity is very finite. Finite. Sorry, and it's like you got to be on it, and it's a lot of like here you are going to like dreamland.
Yeah.
Well,
for months
of time.
You're in the epicenter of surf trips.
Yeah.
Like, there's no. I mean, Tavarua is one thing, but the Mentawais with the multiple, backdrops and wave.
Yeah, I think I've
wave
been out
styles.
there like 9 times, a couple times, like twice a year. You know, like I'm like, and I want to go back to like, okay,
but we all know who's been to the Mentawais.
oh, this guy's. Yeah, he probably has.
No, him and Bob
Hurley.
Hurley.
Yeah, Bob Hurley. So,
Bob Hurley.
Go back one of your first trips out there with Biolis and the crew, and you guys had like a shocker boat.
Yeah.
I think if you've been out there enough, I've been on 2 shocker boats.
Yeah.
Where
What were they called?
one was a Thai boat. It was kind of like an old like 70s like yacht. Like it was sick. Like it had killer fabric. It was old school, but it was redone. It was ran by this like Thai, captain or whatever. But halfway through the trip, the engine broke down, and they couldn't fix it, and they didn't have the parts or whatever. So they, brought out an Indonesian, Sumatra boat, old school. Which kind of sucked because it's rocky, it's dense, there's not a lot of lounge area where this other boat had like multiple levels. It was like premier, so but we ended up scoring, and it always comes down to me scoring waves 1, food 2, like I mean having a good captain to get you in spots, but it's like we scored waves, so it didn't fucking matter. Like we were in the water more than we were on the boat. Like we'd come back and we're like, I'm too tired to watch a movie anyways. I'm gonna drink some beers and pass out. Like that's how good it was. But another boat was, we were the first one out. The Japanese Coast Guard boats, the Neptune, and God, what was the other one called?
Golden Arrow.
I don't know. Anyways, the first boat out, Japanese Coast Guard boat that was retrofitted to tour, and it didn't have. I think our speed broke down a couple times. They ended up fixing it. We ran out of toilet paper. They fed us leftover dinner for lunches. They didn't have food. Like no joke. Like everything went wrong. The boat captain, which was one of the Australians that was trying to buy Macaroni Land, we'd wake up and we're supposed to be at like a certain spot where the waves were going to be best, and we're like 4 hours away somewhere else. And he's trying to pay off some freaking islanders, and he's trying to make these deals. So we had no control of the boat, which is the complete opposite of what we're supposed to. We're paying all this money. And then we hit gnarly seas. They didn't strap down the anchor, and we lost our main anchor. Like all we heard is like we're hitting seas, bang, bang, bang. Like we fucking were running into like a rock. It was that loud because it's all, all of a sudden like, we're in freaking 3,000 feet, the rope, everything, like they had to cut it, or it was like they're worried about one like poking a hole in the hole, but then it like, didn't want to rip off like the front of the boat. It was just like that shit happened. We ended up getting a free trip out of it, because we were like, fucking no food, no this. your ticket is here.
No coffee filter.
But the waves were we were getting kind of stumped, anyways. So we came in like 3 days earlier, and we just all said like we want a free trip, and we ended up getting a free trip.
Yeah, that's it.
But like we've had other friends that had gnarly trips,
Shockers.
but you guys had a boat that broke down,
Bro.
too.
Yeah, we had that lost trip. We did the first 2 trips on the Vintang. The very first 2 trips. The first one was a welcome trip. The second one was a lost trip.
The big thing's the sailboat,
It's a sailboat.
the big one.
Big one.
I've been on that one too.
Yeah.
Fucking killer.
Yeah, well, it wasn't killer. This is the first fucking month they had it. All right, so the first 2 weeks welcome, second 2 weeks lost. We get there, generator breaks on the lost trip. Freaking, all our food goes bad. We're eating fucking noodles. It's hot as shit. We're drinking warm drinks. We're all sleeping on the deck because it's too hot because the AC won't work.
Yeah.
But we fucking scored. And like, every now and then Matt will say, hey, that was a shit, that was a bummer. But we fucking scored. Every day the waves were good, and that washed all that away. Like drinking warm bintangs isn't as bad if you're getting barrel delay.
Yeah.
So
it does, come into effect, but yeah, you could be on kind of sketchy boats or whatever. Like some trips you score, you drop a freaking fishing line, you're pulling in, Dorado or freaking tuna, and some you just like, what, we can't, like they're so unpredictable on like trips, but when you're scoring, fucking who cares?
So back to you. That was your business, taking photos and making videos in the Mentwise.
Yeah.
And did you have a business like name?
No, it was just Jason Kenworthy Photography, and I'd go and I'd do that, and I'd come back here, and after 2 months on a boat in Indo, it's hard to come back here.
I bet.
It's like weird culture shock.
Yeah.
And like, you try and go to the market and get some fruit to make your little fruit salad, but it doesn't taste the same, and like,
tastes like shit.
Everywhere's crowded. You try and go surf, and it's just gutless and weak and shitty and crowded and cold, and you're like, fuck this. Like, it's weird getting back into it.
This guy thinks it's fucking waves were fun, super fun. There's a killer out there,
Yeah.
and I look at it, I'm like,
look at the positive.
I'm so jaded over the years. I'm like, I don't know. I'm not that psyched.
I mean, I'll tell you what happened to me with spending so much time down there. I came to a point where I didn't surf at all here. I didn't even surf in California anymore. And
Laura's done that.
I did not. It wasn't fun. Like, I was just like, these waves suck. All this stuff sucks. I'm over it. Like, full jaded.
Yeah.
And then, God, this is kind of like one of a couple dark little secrets I have, but like Dan Baney from Infinity goes, hey, come down to Santa with me tomorrow. Come ride this SUP. This is the very beginning of SUP.
Dang.
And I'm not riding that thing. It's lame.
Yeah.
And he's all, dude, you never even tried it. He's all, I bet you can't even do it. I'm all, fuck you, bro. I'll see you tomorrow.
That's how you. That's
reverse psychology.
Yeah.
So I go out there and try and go supping with him on this big old like tandem board.
Yeah.
Like a big long board. And I couldn't do it. I was eating shit. And like I finally catch a wave. I'm like, hey, this is pretty fun. There's nobody here.
Yeah.
I'm riding waves.
And you're gliding.
Going
fast.
And so he's like, hey, you can borrow that thing. And so I go back again. And that is actually what got me back into surfing in California, is him loaning me this big old tandem orange and brown SUP.
Epic.
And like, I'd go down to Dogpatch and there'd be nobody there.
Yeah.
And I'd ride these waves and just freaking laugh.
Well, we talk about it all the time. Like, you get into the water and off the coast, and you know all that kind of land worries and just noise and all of that other nonsense, and you're out there. It's like, it's peaceful. You're getting some exercise. Yeah. It's a little reset. You know?
For sure.
And if you're on a longboard or a mid-length or a SUP or whatever, as long as you could go get that personal
it's just getting in the water and washing away all the grime.
Yeah. And like there's power in like just riding a wave, even if you're not going out there to rip.
Yeah.
Like when I go surfing, I want to try and do the best I can, on most days. But some days when there's perfect little waves and you go out there on and now I have like a 11-foot Christensen glider that you can't do anything on but just glide.
Yeah.
And I have some great days on those where I'm more stoked than anything else, and I didn't even do anything. I just stood there. There's like power in that writing of this thing that comes from who knows how far away and disappears like that, like it wasn't even there, and you got to ride it for a little bit. There's some kind of power in it.
Oh, for sure. And it's the best non-workout you'll ever have. Meaning, like, you don't think you're getting exercise, like, oh, I'm just going for a surf. I'm just going up to ride a wave and have fun. But, like, the energy you have to expel to catch waves and paddle.
For sure.
And you come in and you're like, fuck, my whole body hurts.
Yeah.
You know? Like, I feel sore, you know?
Yeah.
Like, this is kind of awesome.
Yeah.
So how long did you do this beautiful occupation of making money and freaking making videos and filming on In the Mental Wise?
Ooh, I did it for 15 years. I did 15 straight years of going for 2 months a year. And then, so what happened was I said, hey, I'm bringing all these people to this boat every year. I'm filling up X amount of spots. I could fill up way more. And
I need my own boat.
well, yeah. So these guys go, Griff goes, hey, why don't you buy a third of this boat? Be one of our partners. And be a captain. And I'm all, fuck yeah. So I started driving the boat.
Shit.
Started accruing hours.
You get your license?
No.
Oh.
So we're going and I'm accruing license, and that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
I'm going to stay down there way longer. I'm going to make way more cash. I'm going to surf way more, and I'm going to get a piece of both sides of it. You know what I mean? I'm like, this is the life for me. And
All you need is an eye patch.
yeah, right? And so I get a call. I get a satellite phone rings. And it's my girlfriend. And I'm like, she's like, hey, I gotta tell you something. Fuck.
You knew.
No, I didn't know, because years before, right? A few years before that, I had a girlfriend for a long time. She called me up on that boat and said, hey, we're done. And I'm like, same satellite phone.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, this sucks. So we're done. We come home, bank account's empty, fucking all my shit's gone, whatever. You know, so I get this call from my new girlfriend. Hey, you know,
Pregnant.
we're good to talk to you. I'm gonna tell you something. And I'm like, yes, I'm pregnant.
Yeah.
And I'm like, are you sure?
So when you get, I'll be back in a few months.
yeah. I still had like 4 more weeks on the boat.
Yeah.
And so hang up, and I'm just like spun and spinning. And I'm there.
That's life changing in so many ways.
And I'm there on a father and son trip I put together for surfers. So I'm there with Kalohe and his dad, Mason Ho and his dad, Ford and Archie, and and Jeff Hackman and his son Ryan.
So
Dude.
this call comes when you're on a
father-son
trip, and you get this call.
Yeah, I get this call, and I'm pretty
You're
spun
part of the
out.
club now.
Yeah.
Did you hang up and tell all the boys?
Yeah,
or?
I told the boy
Yeah.
I was tripping. I was so
yeah. You need somebody to outlet. You need to talk.
And I put down quite a few bentangs.
Yeah.
And then the next trip was my bros. It was the bro trip. And so two of my bros, like Casey comes, and my bro Big Shane, you know Big Shane, and they're all, bro, we're having kids too. And so we're so we
Epic.
We had this big hurrah, and I immediately stopped driving the boat.
Yeah.
After I found this out, because I'm like, okay, this dream can't handle, and plus I was pounding bentangs to deal with the new reality of life, and so
yeah, because you got to change careers.
got to change careers, and so the dream of getting the boat and living down there 6 months out of the year is gone.
Yeah.
Like, I can't do that.
In a blink of an eye.
Blink of an eye by one satellite phone call. And so, and me and my, it's my wife now, but me and my girlfriend, we hadn't been together that long. So I'm like, I don't even know how the fuck this is going to work, dude.
Yeah.
I'm going to go back and figure this out. Like,
Wow.
you know.
How long were you been dating?
Not long. Like, not that long.
So you were fornicating.
Yeah.
No, not at all.
So,
sorry, kids.
yeah. So, I came back and changed up everything. The cash I was gonna use to buy that boat, I ended up buying her dad out of the house that they co-owned, and we friggin' the rest is history. Like, we pulled it off, and She's definitely less crazy than me, so like that worked out good for me. And
5 kids later.
5 kids later, and here we are. Yeah.
Yeah, she's like, I gotta keep this guy. I'll pop out another kid. I got him for another few years.
So you're gonna have a kid.
Yep.
You leave Indo.
Yep.
God, what a life! I mean, it's crazy because you had to make new decisions. What'd you end up doing, like, for work?
Well, I still was a photographer, and that's how I was making all my money.
Okay.
And so what I did was, I just kept everything the same. And instead of going back to Indo for 2 months straight, I'd go a few times a year and space those trips out because my wife was like, dude, you can't be gone that long. And, or my girlfriend, she was like, you can't be gone that long. We got a kid, man. Like,
Yeah.
So I'd space those things out. And then what I started doing is I just started being on retainer for I think 15 companies at one time. So I would be doing stuff for this company and this brand, and they'd get X amount of photos for their ad needs or their, it wasn't really social media back then, but it was like for whatever their POP needs were, and that was like their base. And then if they went over, they had to pay me more. But I had all these little retainers, so I was just constantly hustling to pay for this new addition and new.
Yeah. So when you say retainers, is that like almost like a salary?
Yeah.
For future work that you would, you'd say, hey, here's 10 photos this month.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And so it was, and thank you.
Yeah.
That's another good gig. I mean,
it was good. It was good. So I got paid from all these companies, and it was great. There's a funny story with my wife this was when she was my girlfriend. She went through my house and she was actually the designer of my house. I had a house, and that's how we met. We met before that, but that's how we ended up hooking up.
It's hot. Yeah. Your designer. My place needs some work.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. You know that game. Yeah, that's how it worked. So she remodeled my house. Killer bachelor. I made it a killer bachelor pad. I had shower with multiple heads, put it in a jacuzzi tub with flat screen. You know what I mean? It was.
I want the ultimate bachelor pad.
It was gonna be killer.
Yeah.
And then
the nursery looking over here.
Yeah, never freaking. Yeah. So that never that changed real quick, but she's like, man, I found so many uncashed checks you had.
What?
Yeah,
you're like Tom Curry.
A couple grand here, $5,000 here, 1,500 here, 700 there, boom, boom, boom. Because
you're gone, and they just kept piling up,
and I just oh yeah, I'll put this here, and I just never freaking it was as long as I had a certain amount of money, it was good. But it was never about the freaking money.
Yeah.
It was about getting that next cover shot, getting that next thing. It was always it's kind of like a, it's just as important for you as I got to get this freaking next air reverse, or I got to get, it's the same thing. I got to get this. And oh, well, that was in the rear view. That one's only $1,200 minor. I want a $5,000 one. You know what I mean? And I look back at that now and go, damn it, dude. I wish I had some of those lying around now.
Right.
Feed some of these kids.
Dude.
It's funny though how if you don't let that drive you, the money, you get it. Mm-hmm. You get the money.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Dude, you're following a passion, and you're just stoked, and you live in a healthy life, meaning you're being productive, and you're doing something cool. Opportunity's gonna open up, and if you've done it and you have a skill and an angle, there's a lot of factors that go into capitalizing on it. But the minute it's about the money, then it's a real job, and it's it becomes a more annoying, and it's not as fun.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So now you're a little bit more domesticated, right?
Yeah.
You're living, wife, kids coming.
Yeah.
Doing quick strike trips, or what do you?
Yeah, doing quick strike trips. Still going to Indo, but I can't go in those blocks anymore. So I go 2-week little missions, and spread them out. It was funny too because we had our kid and I'd still go out with the boys
Yeah.
and send it.
Yeah.
And that stopped real quick because my wife would come in and she'd drop this little baby on the bed and go, I'm going out for the day.
Yeah.
Good luck.
I just had this kid 24 hours a day for the last like 2 weeks. Like, it's your turn.
And so like that put an end to me going out and sending it with the boys.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, I don't even need to do this anymore. I got a family, but like I'd still go every now and then and go raise some hell with the boys. And every time I did that next morning, 7 o'clock, there'd be a little baby there going, "Yeah," and she'd be gone, dude. And I'm like, okay, fuck, I gotta cut this shit out, dude.
Like, clean up my act.
Yeah. I've already had enough time with the boys, dude. I'm 30, like, by this time I'm like 33, 34. And I'm like, all right. So like start like, you know, just being a responsible, semi-responsible parent.
These damn kids make us grow up.
Yeah. And but she handled it really good.
Yeah.
You know, because I got some brothers who didn't, their wives didn't.
Well,
do that.
instead of nagging and being, you know, confrontational and knowing this, you just be like, okay, I'm, you know, check, like, just.
Yeah.
We share this responsibility.
Yeah. You know, which, you know, it takes two.
Yeah.
You know, no matter what, it's a party.
Yeah. So that was really smart on her part, and So, but yeah, I'll tell you another little interesting story. I don't know how it factors into anything, but before I met my wife, and I was going to be the captain of this boat, my goal was I was going to find a Samoan chick. And because I had that bad knee my whole life, right? Skinny little legs, bad knee. And I'm super white, dude. Like burnt to hell.
Yeah.
I look like I flew through the sun, spread eagle, right? So,
what is your background? Sorry, Irish, English?
Irish English.
Yeah.
And so I'm all gonna find a Samoan chick. I have some kids with a Samoan chick. And they're gonna have big knees and they're gonna be dark.
Big ankles and dark.
And when I go surfing with them, they're gonna be these whole humans, so like I'm gonna be able to like
look at this guy.
Dude. That was my plan.
Yeah.
Like,
what?
I'm gonna have some like.
Would you go surfing with them?
Well, later they're gonna go surfing with me, right?
Yeah.
Because they're gonna be my kids, right? So they're gonna obviously go surfing, but I'm gonna have these.
We're gonna fit in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that
You're
didn't happen.
Your offspring.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that didn't happen.
Yeah.
So, but that was my goal. That was my plan. So.
Look at you. Yeah. You know, why not? You know, like.
I want to have some half Samoan, half white kids so they have better needs.
So I told my brother, so you guys gotta
and darker.
Hey, you gotta see this video.
If you're in the sun as much as we are as surfers, I mean, you're blessed to have like dark complexion, which, you know, isn't susceptible to cancer and just being fried all the time and hurt. Yeah. But this guy puts sunscreen on at 6 a.m. on overcast, rainy days. I'm like,
I ain't no fool.
You don't need that.
Dude, you gotta see this video. I told my friend this story and he sent me this video. He's like, if you didn't end up having kids with that Samoan woman, this could have been one of your kids.
Oh my gosh.
Epic. I saw this.
You see that?
She just gets straight face.
You want some of me?
Straight arm.
Oh my god.
What, bitch?
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, freaking linebacker there.
But I'm glad I didn't go that path because I have an awesome wife and
a beautiful family.
Great family.
Yeah.
And she's definitely added to our gene pool. They're a little bit darker than me, which is nice. And she's got solid, strong legs. So some of the kids got those. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So photography.
Yep.
And then what?
And when does Nike come in?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, because you're the photographer.
Yep.
You know, you got all the connections. You're doing what you're doing, and
you're not coaching at all yet, right?
Not yet.
Okay.
So Nike, I'm on a trip. I'm going down to the Royal Pelagic, and we're going down somewhere in Baja. I can't remember.
Chloe or somebody or.
No, it was like I remember like Anthony Tajnik was on the trip, and I can't remember who else, to be completely honest. And our plane has to land. We have a mechanical problem. We land at some shitty Baja airport, and we're waiting there. My phone rings, and somebody from Nike going, "Hey, we want to have this meeting." And I'm like, "Oh yeah, okay, I'll be back in a week, whatever." And so I call them back, and I have this meeting, and they have this position opening it. to start up the Nike surf program. And I'm one of the candidates. And I get on this call and I'm all, dude, I don't even want to work for you guys.
Wow.
And I'm like, you guys have tried to get in surf, and it was a freaking joke with your aqua socks. I'm over this.
Yeah.
No, it's not gonna be like that. I'm like, you guys are in it for the wrong reasons, and I just didn't want to do it. Like, it's lame. Like, you guys suck. And
it's kind of like you're stoked that you have that opportunity and then you're in the mix, but it's like, how is this really going to pan out? You know, like there's probably got to be some weird.
Well, it's awesome too that you're in a position where you don't need the job, right?
Yeah, I need it.
We bring this up all the time. The most powerful, the sexiest word in the English dictionary is no.
Yeah, right.
And that's what you're telling them. So that made you like super sexy.
Yeah, so that's what I said. I was like, I'm not into it. And then, no, we're different this time. And the guy told me every possible.
Who was the phone call?
Who gave you the referral, or how did they pick out your name? Do you remember who?
I know Zach Boone had something to do with it. And then when I had my meeting, it was with Curtis Graham, who ended up being my boss there.
Curtis Graham?
Yeah. And so anyway, they told me this and that, and I beat out whatever other candidates there were. And
what was your position?
Surf mentor. Yeah.
Surf mentor.
Surf mentor. I have business cards that say that. I just kept them because it's such a funny freaking thing. Surf mentor, yes.
And what was the position?
The position was building their surf team. So they already had like 3 people on the team. I could keep or let them go, you know?
Yeah.
And then
who was it?
We're going to build the team. It was Monica Burnwicki. She's now Monica Eliogram. It was Albie, and it was a young Koa Smith.
Dang.
And so right away, they were all really young.
Yeah.
Right away, I will keep them on.
Albie Lair?
Albie Lair. And so I get this job. We said that they were only going to do shoes. We were going to work with all the other brands. We were going to not fuck with the surf industry.
Yeah.
Right? And only shoes. And that's why I jumped on. I'm like, sweet, I can help you with that. That's killer. Like, I'll do that. And
sorry, was this
6.0?
6.0.
Okay.
Yep. And so I can do that. Game on. And we started going people. I mean, I talked to Chris's dad every day for a year, lining that up. Nobody at first, here's the funny thing is, everybody's, that job is so easy. Anybody who says that can freaking eat a dick, dude. Because you know what? Nobody at first wanted to ride for us.
Right.
Nobody.
Yeah.
They all said the exact same thing. And I'm like, no.
Because the skate shoe world was blowing up, and all the skate brands were trying to pick up surfers that push shoes as well. And out,
Yep.
It was probably the 3rd or 4th chance of them trying to get into surf.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so we started picking up people,
So 6.0.
6.0.
Okay.
We got Kalohe. We got Carissa.
And just for shoes.
Just for shoes. And then...
But it quickly turned into apparel, right?
And that was the problem, right?
Yeah.
So we had Coco. We had freaking...
Julian.
Our girls team was insane, right? Later on, we got Julian. Like, we went after Jordy. And there's been so much hoopla about that. Some of it true, some of it not true. But we ended up not getting Jordy, which I think for him was probably a bad idea. But it was really good for us because we got Dusty. And then we ended up getting Julian because of that, right? So,
Yeah, it's all...
at that time, I'm taking Dusty all day long because Dusty was a star of all these Kai Neville films and was super hot. And he was my bro. Like, Jordy was bro too, but he was my bro. So I was super psyched on that. And we built this...
He was on Volcom already?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, it was crazy too because Nike owned Hurley, but we, peeled Kai Barger off Hurley, took him for us. Because he was rad. And we got to build this freaking...
And this is just shoes at first?
Just shoes.
Okay.
And then it was crazy. Ian Gentile, who's on tour now, we had young Ian Gentile on Nike. And he was a phenom. The best I'd ever seen.
Yeah, he was gnarly when he was super grown.
He's from Hawaii, right?
From Maui.
Yeah.
And so we had like a bunch of, Nat Young, who like Zach Boone's all, you gotta get this guy from Santa Cruz, Nat Young. So we had the best guy from Santa Cruz. It was such a grinder. And then we, like I said, Kaloe and Chris and so on and so forth. It was really good. We had a good budget and we could do a lot of rad stuff.
Yeah.
With that being said, like, it's funny, like, I consider it kind of a black mark on my, like a little,
Portfolio.
yeah, because of how it ended. But while it was going on, it was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, how much did you learn, like how much were you exposed to and how much did it make you who you are now? I mean, that's what,
Yeah.
in hindsight, you're just doing a job and you're like, cool, I'm making money and I'm doing this. But now, in retrospect, looking back, you're probably like, fuck, man, that was a good run. But,
Well, I mean,
but you would have not made those decisions where,
It just,
like where Nike pulled out, like where they told you what they're going to do versus where they ended, like that parallel didn't like match up.
how quickly was it shoes to full head to toe?
quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, really quickly. And then the problem with it was, at first, they didn't want to use outside designers. They wanted to use their team of designers. So we had board shorts that gave you the gnarliest ball rash you've ever seen, dude. It was like basically having a freaking saw down your pants and you freaking come out and you're like just chafed to death. And you're like, bro, you guys gotta figure this out. This isn't working, dude.
Wow.
And
Nut keys.
yeah. And then like they finally figured that out later, but like it was rough for a while.
Yeah.
And then
Because did they really care about like selling? Like were they, hey, we need to make cool stuff to sell, or they just wanted to do it the Nike way and it didn't matter?
So
You know what I mean? Like, is it
I don't know the answer to that.
Because if
they thought they could do it the Nike way
and it just work?
and it would work. And I think to some extent it did. Like certain things moved pretty well.
So can I,
Yes, please.
my perspective with the whole 6.0 thing, right?
Yep.
It was so ingenious of them to create this action sports segmentation for Nike, right?
Yeah.
Because for the longest time, they're trying to get into action sports through skateboarding, surfing, whatever, snowboarding. They're trying to get into our market share, right? And they never could get in, right? And the 6.0, like, it was a trip because I think SB came out before 6.0.
Yeah, I did.
And SB got them into the core skate shops. It made them a core brand. They finally, cracked the nut.
Yeah.
They were that sperm trying to get into the egg,
Yeah.
and they finally made it to the egg, right? With
Yeah.
the SB. And then they're like, okay, well, fuck, we're Nike. We want to sell everywhere, right? We want to, because the action sports business is youth, right?
Yeah.
And Nike was pissed because the youth market, they were out of it. They like when you're Nike, you want customers from cradle to grave,
Yeah.
right? And they were missing, 20, 30 years of a consumer's life if they're not in action sports,
Yeah,
right?
heritage brands, which they were, have to reinvent themselves and be relevant to the next generation to capture them.
So
the next
so they did it.
30, 50 years.
They cracked the nut with skateboarding with SB, but they couldn't sell to Tilly's or PacSun or right.
Yeah.
Like they couldn't go bigger, broader mainstream with SB. So they go, fuck, we got to create this segmentation, which is 6.0.
Yeah.
And they made it really, I wouldn't say dorky, but really like cartoony
Mainstream.
with that monster thing. But holy shit,
People loved the monster.
Yeah,
they fucking crushed it.
Yeah.
they could have just let it.
All of a sudden, they
been
were
patient,
in,
let it roll the way
all of a
it was
sudden,
intended.
they're not only in skate shops with SB, they're in skate shops with 6.0. They're in PacSun with 6.0. They're in Zoomies with 6.0. They're in Journeys with 6.0. I mean, dude, they created what they needed, what they wanted that whole fucking, time. Boom. You're part of that, right? The 6.0 monster is in action sports. They finally made it. And then all of a sudden
They go,
they're like, it's not worth it. We're not, you know what I mean? Like,
Well,
what?
They go, it's going to be Nike Surf. And we're going to do Nike BMX. We're going to do Nike Snow. And we're going to do Nike Surf. And they're all going to be separate. So at first, what they pitched to me was, it's going to be like that athlete that does multiple things.
mm.
And I resonated with that. Well, that was me.
Yeah.
I skated, I surfed, I snowboarded. I could do all of them well. You know what I mean? And that was how a bunch of us lived.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm all.
You're
and that's-
embracing more of a culture lifestyle versus just being an expert in, or, you know, a
In
high
one thing.
in one thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I really resonated with that. But then they got away from that. Then it started going, okay, we're going to put you in your own little box.
Yeah.
Right? And that's when it started going from, hey, we just want you in shoes, now we want you head to toe. And that was when, you know, there's some good things they did and some bad things they did. One of the good things they did was they elevated the athlete a little bit more than before, which was good. Like, if you're a surf athlete in the past, things were a little bit, you know, a little bit below what they should have been.
Yeah.
I think they elevated that up, like now with the locker rooms and stuff. Nike did that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Before there wasn't any locker room. It was just some
They,
shitty little
they,
area.
they made a lot of great improvements and elevated stuff.
Yeah.
For sure. But they also, in my opinion, I mean, you probably guys know better what they did in retail, but I know they pushed a lot of people out and bought space and this and that, and they fucked that up. They also overpaid.
Yeah.
And they killed the lower and middle class of surfing.
Yeah.
And I don't think they're the
100%.
only people that, you know, they started it and then everybody else jumped on it, all the other brands.
Yeah.
And now, so there used to be,
The blue collar surfers out, and it's all marquee. One, you know, spin your at the top of the tip.
and nobody, like, look, you know, there's certain people, you know, I heard rumors of somebody getting paid $4 million. There's no surfer that's worth that, in my opinion. I just don't think there is. I'd rather see a guy getting paid $2 million and then that other $2 million go to a bunch of fleet of other people that can be around and keep this culture alive and keep the dream going. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think that Nike came in and fucked that whole process up.
Yeah.
They created a vacuum.
Yeah.
It would have been one thing if they sustained it and then made, you know, some adjustments like, hey, you guys, okay, we're not going to pay you 4, we'll keep you 2, and we'll do this other stuff. If they were to like kind of restructure it, instead they just went fucking out, and then it just fucking backfired and vacuumed, and now it hurts everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody, the whole
Industry.
Yeah.
And
Like you said, it affected all the other brands and all the other riders from other brands that weren't even under contract with a Nike or even was in their realm. You know, it just hit everybody.
But hopefully over time it goes back and those same mistakes don't get repeated because it needs the different tiers of people
Well,
to keep the
So
thing
were you
going.
getting paid pretty decent for being surf mentor?
So being surf mentor, I was getting paid all right. But when I started getting paid better was I'm like, hey man, you guys have
this
to
is
do
a
all
lot
these
more
ads.
mentoring.
You guys have to do all these ads. You guys, I should be the photographer too.
Mm.
You know what I mean? So
Double dip.
yep. So I was a photographer as well. And I was also 1099. So like I could get paid more than actually being an employee there. Like I talked to my boss, hey, I want to be an employee here. He's like, no, you get paid more now doing this. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Like, that's not a
Consulting.
yeah.
1099. You could do photo. You could have
And you were
more
for other brands.
revenue
Like,
streams.
shoot photos for other
I
brands.
still work for all these other people, right?
Yeah.
And then they go, hey, we want you to be able to give your photos to other magazines, not just Surfer. We do ads in these other mags. They need photos. They're asking, you can't give them. We need you to do that.
What's it going to cost?
I'm like, you got to buy me out of my Surfer contract. And so they bought me out of my Surfer contract. But for a while,
Who gets that, surfer or you?
me.
Yeah.
And so for a while, I just used an alias. So there's a bunch of photos going around. There's cover shots with Dick Cortez.
Fucking fucking amazing.
Dick Cortez is my middle name in the street I grew up on, right?
Alan England. My
My
middle name, the street I lived on. It's fucking, that was our porn
Alan
names.
England, yeah, our
Like,
porn
that was
names,
our
yeah.
alias.
Yeah.
We're
Dick
fucking
Cortez.
Alan England.
So Tom Survey comes up to me one time. He's like, "Hey, you know this Dick Cortez guy? He's like, seems to be everywhere you're at."
Yeah. Yeah. I thought him.
That's
he was
amazing.
coaching.
Yeah.
So
I did an alias. I had a camera for a while.
No way.
Yeah, I got a couple Billabong ads with Nichols, and I think
shut up.
yeah.
That's sick. Who's
Yeah.
that?
Wait, what?
Yeah, I got a camera. I got water housing. I had Balzer tell me all the settings,
Yep.
hook me up. What kind of
Have you ever talked about this?
Not really. And
Holy
That's
shit.
amazing.
yeah, and I would go. Me, June, Rizal, Benji. I'm like, dude. We'd be in West Oz. I'm like, let's just go down, fucking, to another beach. We'll take turns, or I'll just shoot for like an hour or go through a roll. Didn't matter. Do that in a half hour. Go out and surf.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
But
it
you got published photos.
Yeah, I didn't. I don't recall if I got editorial, but I got
Ads.
I got a couple. Yeah,
That's
Couple
sick.
ads.
Dude, that's the best.
but I did submit stuff under an alias to the magazines,
Yeah, that's amazing.
and this is like This is like
Film.
like
Yeah.
way like email was just barely coming around.
Yeah.
Like I just write and put my
Sick.
slides in a mat or a slip and mail it off.
That's
And I have it
amazing.
on a floppy disk somewhere,
Yeah.
like a lot,
Oh, you gotta put those up, bro.
And I gotta find them.
Yes.
But it's fucking funny, yeah.
So
Wait, can we break real quick? I gotta take a leak.
yeah, no worries.
Where do we go?
Rick,
skate mentor, surf mentor. For how long did that?
Like 7 years.
Wow.
Something like that. Yeah, it's quite some time.
Fuck, that's a long time.
Yeah, it was a long time.
So 6.0, just shoes. Then it quickly turned into head to toe apparel.
Yep.
And you weren't a fan of that direction.
No, I wasn't a fan of that direction, but I was still
but you're making good money and you're working with the best athletes.
making
and,
money. We're able to do rad shit.
Yeah.
Like we're going to killer places. We're doing 5 boat trips a year. Like we're going all over. We're doing good things. Making, I made the girls movie. Like I got to do this project that like had never been done before. Not that way.
Yeah.
There'd been no high performance girls movie of that nature.
What was that called?
Leave a message.
Leave a message. Yeah. And
For Nike.
for Nike. And so originally I wanted to do a Chris Amore movie.
Mm.
I said, hey, let's do a Chris Amore movie. They're like, nah. And then I'm like, let's do a girls movie. Nah. And so me and our filmer at that time, this guy Lucas. Do you guys know Lucas? Lucas Weimer? He lives in the HB, or he used to.
I don't know.
Anyway, so Lucas,
You guys just put a little package.
they said no.
No.
They're not interested in my idea. So we were going on all these trips. We had a filmer on every trip. So me and him made a little teaser. I took it up there, had a meeting, flew up to Oregon, had a meeting. And they're like, this is a great idea. Like, I'm like, that's what I was telling you, And so they're like, okay, we're going to get behind it. So we made that movie. And we went on a lot of trips. And we got to, pretty much do it our way as much as we could.
Which is really haven't a highlight of women's
There
focus. There hasn't been one high perform.
not high performance like
Yeah.
that. You know what I mean? Like straight surfing to music, no lollipops, no freaking weird boards, just like no fairies and cupcakes and none of that shit.
Yeah.
Just good
Fucking rhythm.
surfing to good music, and that's what we wanted to do, and that's what we did.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
was the what's really going on.
Yeah, basically. What's really going on of girls surfing? And that was like, that crew was so good, you got Carissa, who's pretty much the best, at this point, the best surfer's ever been.
Yeah.
And then you have, Coco's style is just, next level. Then you got Laura who charges, and Malia was a big deal. And then that was when Lakey was coming up and she was doing airs and stuff, and not a lot of girls were doing that. And you have Monica, who freaking, rips at surfing and just, has good vibes. Now like a Roxy model and stuff after that. But, it was a good deal.
Yeah.
That's cool. I mean, to have that on your like resume of like something that you kind of had to initiate, you got denied, and you just, hey, like this is still a good idea.
No.
Like you said, never give up. Don't take no. Like I'm gonna freaking repackage this and resell it.
So
I'm really like, that's one of my favorite things that I've done so far is because it was just so much different than anything else I'd done. Like I'd been making movies with guys and, and like to go on this, I had a young daughter at the time. So I think that was like a driving influence. And like, Carissa was probably the main influence in it because she was so good. And I'm like, people got to see this. People got to understand. Like, and pushing these girls. Like I tried to push them the same way I've pushed guys over the years. So, like when we go on, hey, you got to do better than that. You can do this,
Yeah. Well, on the girls' side, if you're that good, you're on tour. Like there's not like this big women's free surf movement and stuff. So it's like from your lens, it's like, dude, these people that are exposed to this are only getting glimpses because they're in a jersey and they're on tour because it's like there's not this big
there's not a free surfer category.
So the fact that you recognize that and be able to showcase them as like a full rounded woman surfer, like, and plus they're doing fucking gnarly shit. They're not going down the line and
like fucking, people didn't know. I feel like people.
That's what I mean.
People need to know this. They need to see this. They need to understand this. This isn't like this one-off thing. This isn't this joke thing. This is like real. Like, you know what I mean?
These girls are doing what guys want to do. But better.
It's crazy how like
much
how
better girls have gotten.
Just everybody in sports in general, and but like the girls specifically, and I think a lot of it has to do with them, girls, pushing the boundaries and other girls following suit. Like, wow, like, as soon as one, just like in anything, you see somebody do a motorcycle backflip. Okay. I got to go do a double. I got to do bigger, better, and I think the girl progression has started going rampant,
It's all like, I think all that
evolution
is, evolution, or like just to simplify it, like monkey see, monkey do.
Right.
Like, oh, you do that, I can do that too. If you're doing that, I can do that. And I'm going to do it a little bit gnarlier. Like,
so it was bound to happen, but it was like you were in the midst of like a whole new school women's movement.
So, let's set the record straight. With what happened or what you talked about with Julian Wilson on surfers get paid.
Yes.
By the way, one of the best fucking pieces of movies, documentaries. One of the best. I think everyone I talk to is just like
How Surfers Got Paid. The series was.
It's such an amazing, real, honest, But earlier we were talking about how Julian got kind of thrown under the bus. Right?
I don't know if it's really thrown under the bus. I just think
being honest.
Just the honesty of it. And like, to me, Julian is one of the best there ever was, especially at a certain point. Nobody has ever done a stalefish or reverse like Julian. And for a certain time, he was like the freaking Mick Jagger of surfing or something. He was so like gnarly and just freaking had this unique style and this and that. With that being said, he was difficult to work with. And there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He was difficult to work with. He wanted things his way, and that's the way he wanted them, and that's fine, dude. When you're that good, you can dictate that.
Mm-hmm.
But it was hard on the people that he worked with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But to go out and cruise with him, like I stayed at his house for freaking weeks. I had a great time. You know what I mean? Sometimes he didn't want to surf, sometimes he did, and like if he didn't, I'd go do something else. But like, he was sick other than that, but he wanted things his way. And that's fine. Like you can have it. But it was difficult for the people around that had to work with it. That were on their own deadlines and needed to get things done.
Well, Lyndon talks about like no being, one of the most powerful words in the
Yeah.
English dictionary. And like, he's a brand, I think you recognize that at an early age. And, it's like, like, cool. I'm here and, I'm at the top of the totem pole, but like, I'm not just going to bend over.
Yeah.
So you got to have some respect for that. And you got to, but it again, people in your shoes or other people surrounded that are trying to use them to the most of their ability. And if you're working for a brand, you want to pull as much out of them as far as content and what you could utilize and get the more bang for your buck. But at the end of the day, it's like there's a balance there. You know?
And that's the thing. It's like, great guy to have a beer with.
Yeah.
Great guy to cruise with. Hard to work under or work for. And like I stand on it. It doesn't take away anything. Like, if he's one of the gnarliest guys. Like, I have a photo of him at Chopu in Code Red. The guy was sitting out there watching. He had a heat the next day, watching like a savage.
Yeah.
Watching.
I think he's the only guy on tour that
paddled
out that day.
Maybe there might have been one other, but maybe he's the only one. And he went out there, and you guys have probably seen the photo. I got a photo of him packing a bomb with a Nike ad. It was insane, dude.
Yeah.
It was insane. And like, my level of respect for like what this guy's made of that day went up hugely. Like, okay, you're a freaking real savage, right? And then a couple other things that happened during that time was I was on the trip, Scratching the Surface trip to Indo. And it was Dusty, Dane, Taj, Julian. And this wave came in at Greenbush, and Dusty ended up getting it, but Julian fought him for that wave. It was Dusty's turn. Julian fought him for that wave. He wanted that one. It was Devoed, he didn't get it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That was the wave Dusty got the cover on. And then the thing with Mick, like, paddling to that situation, that's...
Oh, geez, the shark.
Yeah, that's real man shit right there. Like, all
So
that
heavy.
stuff.
Yeah.
Mass respect. So I don't want anything else said on surfers get paid to be painting a negative image of this guy. This guy's a legend in a lot of ways.
But
But he is hard to work for.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
I mean,
But you know what? Show a man with no enemies is a man with no character.
yeah. Well, and I don't consider him an enemy. Like, I hope that when I see him, everything's all.
But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
But you know what I mean? It's like,
yeah.
you're one of the harder people I've ever had to work with.
yeah.
And that's fine.
Yeah.
You're also one of the cooler people I've ever worked with too.
Yeah.
There's just two sides of it,
Yeah. And when you're put in that position, being interviewed for some kind of a controversial or kind of a weird, series that's never been talked about, like, of course they want to pull out anything they can,
I mean, anything that's a clickbait or shocking, people gravitate towards that.
Yeah.
But when you really like dive deeper into this, into the situation or whatever, or the personality, it's like, oh,
yeah.
like, I mean, there's tons of people that are successful that there's somebody that they pissed off.
For sure.
A lot. Dude.
Right?
Sure. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's a dog-eat-dog world out there sometimes.
Yeah.
So how long was that run for? Six years.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, as coming from your side, from videos to film or, photos on the film side to digital to what like social media has been in the last, 5 years. Can we get your take on like, what do you think of, the 90s to early 2000s of being a pro surfer, having to work with companies, magazines, to now you're a kid or girl, boy or girl, has their own destiny at their fingertips. If you have the talent in the market, like, it's such a different game.
I think
Like, it works.
there's two ways I think about it, right?
Yeah.
Like, for the surfer coming up, like for the photographers and all this,
So-
I'll just go in this first. Like, all the photographers that are still bitching about it, it's like, give it up already. And we got to live through this bitching time where we got paid to do this killer stuff, and guess what? Things changed. And we were lucky we got to live in that time and make a good living on it, doing fun stuff that like wasn't even real work.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, so like, be stoked. Now it's changed a lot, dude. Like, you're hustling. If you're a photographer, you're hustling that same shot that might have been $5,000 is now $50, and you got to hustle for that $50.
Crazy.
I don't want to do it.
Yeah.
I don't do it. Like, I have tons of great photos and videos on my hard drive that
For
have never been
memories
seen
and
the life
lives,
and date
yeah.
because I'm not gonna go chase that $50. Like, I'm not gonna do it. But some other kid will, and they're stoked on it. They're sleeping on a couch and they're getting to live their dream in their way, and that's what they know.
Yeah.
But we're lucky we had it. But for these kids now, I think it's different. For some people, I think it's a really good thing that they can control their own destiny.
Yeah.
For other people,
Which is the majority.
that might be more talented and don't want to do that stuff, or don't have the skill or know-how or the
Yeah.
time
Personality.
or the personality,
Yeah.
it's harder. You know what I mean? Like, there's some kids that are doing a bunch of corny stuff and getting hyped.
And that's a tough, and I like you brought that up because it's a personality thing, and it's kind of like what side of the court are you in? Are you just like, I want to stay core and be authentic, or do I want to be kind of corny and possibly make a lot of money, or at least some money, you know? Like, and some could be in both courts, but like, if you're
Yeah.
core and you don't respect the corniness, you're never going to cross that bridge, and you're probably not going to be able to make money.
Well, I think that there's a couple ways around it. I think if you have enough skill, you can bypass that. And then somebody else,
Definitely.
like, we'll look at Katie, for example. Katie's probably the best girl surfer in America. You know what I mean?
Katie Simmers.
Yeah, she's like Steph Gilmore and Dane Reynolds freaking, fake love child, right? Like, there's a cross between those two.
Yeah.
And
That's a good one.
like, she does her own deal and does not conform to like what a pro surfer at her age is supposed to be doing. She does her own deal. Like, watch her interviews, dude. They're freaking insane.
Yeah,
And
awkward.
and that's what makes them awesome. Like, if I miss one of her interviews, I'm bummed.
Yeah.
I'm like, damn it, I gotta go rewind that because something good probably just happened.
Yeah.
And like, she's got enough skill to do it her own way and write her own book, but not everybody has that.
Yeah.
So other people gotta,
Yeah. Yeah. Talent is definitely the most important tool, and, work hustle, being able to be a communicator, and I mean, there's a lot of aspects and to.
It's such a trip, like, as you were talking about our industry, right? Like, our industry has changed so much, and you're in the media side of it, which is like fucking changed so much.
Yeah.
Like, your bread and butter was videos.
Mm-hmm.
For a while, 90s.
Yeah.
And like,
Videos and then photos.
And then photos for.
and then photos, like, and both those things are gone.
Yeah.
Practically, like, it's a trip how something as big as that, magazines, Trans World Surfer, Action Now, Surfer's Journal,
all of them.
all of them. You're just like, wow, that was a thing.
Yeah. A big deal.
A big deal. And then the videos, like, I mean, we
Yeah.
we still want those, right? Like,
Yeah, of course.
and I don't know how, like, what.
Yeah.
It's just a trip that those markets and those business models are like gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know too if part of it was like mismanagement of them, because I feel like there's a place for some of that now. Like, I don't like the fact, here's the thing that I trip out on, and I think there needs to be something done about it, is like, there's going to be this whole era that stops where you have evidence of. You have surf mags, you have videos, like hard videos,
Mhm.
discs or VHS or whatever, videos that you can plug in and see the history. And then now we're in this gray area where we have fucking Instagram.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And like, where is that stuff going to be archived?
Yeah.
Where are you going to be able to look back? Certain movies
Like,
I want
who's
to go
going to own
see.
the proprietary content? How are you going to source it and find
Or-
it?
Yeah.
Because if you don't upload, say, all your snapping turtle stuff,
Yeah.
it will never live the life.
Yeah,
Never
and
live the light again.
And we haven't. And there's guys that have bootlegged it and put it on. Like,
Yeah.
I watch my stuff on bootleg people stuff.
Yeah.
Like if I want to show my kids something, it's on some guy in Brazil that filmed
Yeah,
my
But
video.
that's a really good point because how many hundreds or thousands of talented photographers or videographers that have this like these libraries or
Yeah.
body of work, and if they don't upload it to some sort of
database.
cloud
Yeah.
somewhere that is able
How
to
can we enjoy it?
yeah, how are you going to be able to enjoy it?
Yeah.
And how.
But like before,
But you
right?
guys should be able to make, YouTube, Vimeo. I don't know how you monetize it online,
We'll say
It
like
is.
art, right?
Yeah.
Art just passed. Where's his stuff gonna live that people can access it? Because there's no mags it's going into.
Yeah.
There's no mag that's gonna come out and show
Or
it
book.
and go, hey, check out this guy who was a legend in this sport that
Yeah.
helped build all this stuff. Where's that going? You know what I mean? There's
Yeah.
almost got to be like, where's
Sad
that
to
gonna
think
go?
about that, yeah.
And like even like a broader thing, the photos of your like you have all these photos of your family up, right?
Yeah.
But besides those, all your shit's on some cloud or some hard drive. If that stuff crashes,
Yeah.
you got nothing. Like before, you had like a 10 full of freaking photos that like your grandkids are gonna get someday.
You had a
I-
photo album,
So
scrapbook.
early years, my daughter is 19. Early years, the cloud or hard drives and all of that were just kind of new. This
Yeah.
is the early 2000s, and I had a hard drive crash, unrepairable, unretrievable, and we lost. I would say the first 5 or 6 years of our photos, except for what we printed and gave out to other family members and
Mhm.
stuff. And it's like, it was devastating.
Yeah.
We're like, and now since then I've been in panic mode. I pay for like 3 different like servers. I have 3 different, I hard drives, and I probably have quadruple, of everything in different spaces. And it's like, I don't even know how to library it. And I mean, there should be schools and classes right now in high school
But the thing is too, right?
on how to manage
So what's gonna happen, right?
that.
When your grandkid gets this hard drive that no longer is supported, they don't even have the same plugs, doesn't work. That whole area of history is gone.
Yeah, you got to keep moving it to something else.
Gone.
Yeah.
And you're not gonna do. Nobody's gonna do that. So there's gonna be all like in surfing,
Yeah.
not just our personal lives, but in surfing. Is there gonna be this big blank spot that we don't know?
I think the whole world.
Yeah, everything.
I mean, outside of, important things, I know for sure, people say like, Amazon's like the biggest retailer. Well, Amazon's the biggest web hoster and database, and Google, like these entities
Yeah.
that just store everything.
Yeah.
Everything. So it's probably somewhere, but who has access and how do you organize it? And
For sure.
yeah.
So,
But a hard drive's a hard drive. If it's in the
Yeah.
cloud,
Yeah.
you got to pay for it.
Yep.
Always.
Always.
so besides having 5 kids, what is Worthy doing these days?
Well, you were into jiu-jitsu for a long time, right?
Long time jiu-jitsu. Yeah.
And
I still love jiu-jitsu.
but you moved on.
No, I haven't necessarily moved on. I had this injury to my finger, which
Looks a little bent.
Looks like your
Yeah.
knee.
yeah, I think they said they could fix it. It was supposed to be amputated. They said they could fix it. They kind of fixed it. It works. It just looks funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, that put me back for a while.
Yeah.
I've trained off and on again over the years. My kids have trained. I need to get back there. I didn't get to purple belt to stop at purple belt.
Yeah.
I just need to actually stop some of the other stuff I'm doing and get in there a little bit more.
Yeah.
Because I love it. It's great. It's good for the body. It's good for the mind.
Yeah.
But I always love it. But now my main things I do is I coach surfers.
Who's your roster?
Ooh, I got quite a few. I mean, obviously,
It's 5 kids.
obviously Bella is my a big focus, but I have her. I coach Izzy Gomez. I don't know if you guys know Izzy. She surfs Jaws and things like that, but she's
Yeah.
also on the Colombian team, and she's won a QS, and she's a talented surfer.
Yeah.
She's also 5-time world sup surf world champion,
Dang.
so she's like a talented athlete.
Wow.
I coach Talia Swindell, who's currently North America Junior Pro champion. She's from up in Malibu.
Nice.
My
We're
son
going to get on the
Will,
podcast.
I got a bunch of
And your daughter.
Yeah, get her. You should get both those girls together because Bella needs some prodding to talk.
Yeah.
And I coach a whole bunch of like NSSA prime
Sick.
athletes. Yeah.
Sick.
Little Maddie Stanton, I've been coaching her since she was young, and she's got into stab high. You know, I helped her learn her pop
Is that
up.
Brian Stanton's kid?
Yes, Brian Stanton's kid.
Nice.
Should get Brian on here, dude.
Yeah.
Brian's a legend.
So good.
So yeah, there's a whole bunch.
That's awesome.
Whole.
And you do this Torpedo League.
Yeah, so I run Deepwater Fitness, South County, which is South Orange County. And basically, we work out in pools, you get your heart rate up, and then you calm it down with some breathing and do underwater activities. And I started out as a client. Like Izzy actually took me. He said, "Hey, come to this class." I went to this class. I'm like, "Oh, I'm a surfer, dude. I want to freaking kill this thing."
Yeah.
Went down there, got humbled real quick. Wasn't where I thought I was. And so I kept going. And
Was that designed just for, like, that class designed for people just wanting to be fit, or was it primarily for surfers to surf big waves? Like, you know, and be able to control yourself?
both. So it was developed by two,
Navy SEALs?
no, not Navy SEAls, but two Marine Raiders, which is like their
Same thing,
version.
yeah.
Same thing. And they developed this course, and it's insane, dude. There's nothing like
You
it
invited
for
me a few
surfing.
times, and I'm like,
You
I
guys
know,
come.
I want to, but I'm just like,
Come out on Sunday.
Busy.
We got a class on Sunday in Irvine. Come out. It's insane.
yeah.
I'd love to have you guys, dude. Like, it's
What
because
time is it on Sunday?
10:45.
Okay.
It's insane.
Will it?
Will it?
Yeah.
Yeah. But so they've developed this amazing. It's it's really like life-changing workout because you're overcoming your mind. Like your mind's telling you, "Hey, I need to come up," but you actually don't. You can last way longer than you think. And calming yourself down to perform a task through breathing there's something really liberating about, like, hey,
Have you almost drowned before?
Have I? I mean, I felt like I was gonna drown in the ocean.
Yeah.
Quite a few
That's
times.
what I mean. Like,
yeah,
you know,
quite a few times.
you get that euphoria of like,
Yeah.
you
Let
did-
it go.
It's really weird. It's happened to me a couple times, and it's like, you know, you go through like, I'm in a panic, and then you're like, I'm gonna die.
Yeah.
And it's just a weird euphoria that goes over you, and you calm, and you're like cruising, and then it's just like, okay, that wasn't, you know, and you survive. And you're like, what the hell just happened?
But that's
like,
the
out of body experience almost is weird.
Yeah, that's the thing.
You get
is
that?
fighting back that panic,
Yeah.
right? And learning to fight back it. And how do you learn that? You practice it.
Yeah.
So like, I got into doing this, and then I got my kids into doing it. Well, hey, you guys got to do this. Like, this is, Izzy got me into it. I got them into it, and then obviously became an instructor and tier 2 instructor, and then started my own, class. And so Bella, I'll use her as an example. She called me from Hawaii a couple years ago. She said, "Dad, I just got in at sunset. Took off on the first wave of a set. Took 10 waves, ate 10 waves on the head. I thought I was going to drown. If it wasn't for Deepwater Fitness, I would have."
Wow.
And I'm all, that's all I needed to know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And like, just watching them grow, watching their confidence grow, not just my kids, but all the other, we run a kids class. We run a youth surf program there that I developed for this, because I'm like, hey, if my kids are doing this, I put them out in situations and contests where they weren't ready for it.
Yeah.
And the contest that they was going, so I sent them out there, and so many other parents have too, and they weren't ready. And I know that. I know that because I've tested them in the pool. Now they're ready.
Right.
But so I started this youth program, and I've had national champions in there that shouldn't even be able to go surf 6-foot Huntington because they panic
Wow.
when things get bad.
Yeah.
And,
I need this class.
and they come
Real
back.
bad.
They get stronger through coming.
Yeah.
But I'm like baffled. It should almost be a prerequisite for surf comps.
Definitely.
And and also, even if it's not life or death, just for standard people, like when I went in there, I was banged up, man. My back hurt, my shoulder hurt, tweaked. The water has such soothing effects.
Yeah.
Like it really, you can do a lot more, and you can heal yourself in the pool.
Yeah.
And then, like I said, the mental aspect though, the physical aspect is great. The mental aspect aspect of it, your mind always telling you, hey, you're underwater. We breathe, we breathe air.
Yeah.
You're underwater and it's telling you, you gotta go up, you gotta go up.
Yeah.
But like pushing through that, being mentally strong enough to push through it is like, there's something really, really rewarding about trying to overcome that and push it further and further in a safe manner. And the number one best thing about Deep in Fitness is the community. These guys set it up so one of the rules about it is it's a no flex zone. So there's no ego. You got to leave your ego at the door. Yeah. And everybody's helping. Like if you're struggling at something, I'm helping you out. If you're struggling at something, you're helping me out. Blah blah blah. Yeah. And it's the best community of the most diverse people. Like you have surfers like us, and then we have like military people, and then we have just random people, and then you have people that are there coming off injuries, and everybody's lifting each other up to achieve their goal. Yeah. And it always starts out with like a circle. It's called a circle of trust, where you state your name, your swimming background, and your goal for the day. And so if you say, hey, I'm Jay, and I swim background surfing, and I want to do a 50-yard underwater crossover, we're gonna be like, Jake, let's go, let's get this thing, bro. Yeah. And cheer you on and make sure you at least give it a try. You know what I mean? And so everybody holds each other accountable for these things, and you state it out loud, and it's just such an uplifting group, and it's cool. Quite the opposite of a lot of other groups, Yeah. So it's cool.
Yeah.
Sounds amazing.
I'm intrigued.
Yeah.
Like,
come on out.
We love the water. Yeah. As surfers, and anybody that even isn't a surfer, like either have that love for it or you don't, and like when like I love the water.
Yeah.
And if you get a workout and train, I'm in. Yeah. Just gotta carve out some time.
Sundays. 10:45.
10:45. Willet.
Don't you have a water polo?
I do. Daughter? And son, yeah.
Bring him out.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, one's a lifeguard. She does Newport. She's a lifeguard instructor for junior guards in Newport, and then does the towers. And then my middle son, he surfs and does water polo. So,
sick.
Yeah.
She plays for LMU.
Yeah, she's a Division I water polo player at LMU.
Oh no way.
She's a stud.
She's a beast.
Oh, just bring her out and play on the Torpedo League team.
I know.
Those water polo players are always really good.
Right. Yeah.
So what is Worthy surfing on these days?
Ooh, well, I ride, my two daughters ride for CI, and my son rides for Timmy. So I ride CIs and Timmys. I just got a Timmy twin fin that is amazing. It's really fun.
Like a performance, or is it more fishy?
Performance.
That's kind of where it's at.
Yeah, it's so where it's at. Like the fishy ones are cool if you're gonna go cruise, but I want to rip.
But yeah, you want to.
And then I just got a CI Tom Curran free scrubber, and I haven't got to try it yet because.
Does it have quirky fins or?
No, I put normal fins on. I actually would try some of those.
I know,
fins
right?
It was a sin to me, but I got that. I haven't tried it yet, and the only reason I haven't tried it yet is because the last couple of days the water dropped again, and I'm just being a real big puss. So. Yeah.
Waves were good yesterday and today.
Yeah.
And now it's going to drop for another week and be fucking shitty.
Yeah, I've been in warm water most of the winter.
Yeah.
And so I've surfed a couple times the last few weeks, but I was in a 5'4" with a hood, and then I was in all 3 with a hood, and man, I just wanted to warm up a few degrees. Although my wetsuits, a little quick shout out, thank you XL. My wetsuits are really, really good.
Yeah.
I'm just
XL's the bomb.
Being a big puss.
Yeah. Are you in the Board Riders Club for Dana Point or San Clemente? What's the deal? Where's your family sit?
Well, I'm from Dana Point. I've lived in San Clemente for quite some time and on and off over the course of my life. But I'm from Dana Point.
Yeah.
So I want to see Dana Point Board Riders do well. And so Bella surfs for Dana Point Board Riders, and Loyal, Waylon, and PETA will probably surf for Dana Point Board Riders. We do live in San Clemente, and old Frankie had his chance to give him a call, but he never did. So they're gonna go where Pop's from.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, it's
be true to your school.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, like there's enough people from
San Clemente.
from San Clemente. Anyway.
Yeah.
So
But you know, it's where your roots are, and there's definitely history, and yeah, you want your kids to, you know, and yourself to compete, and you know, like your memories are going to be, you know, more Dana Point, right?
well, I mean, my kids' memories are probably more San Clemente.
Yeah.
But with that being said, like we are descendants of Richard Henry Dana, so that's the founder of Dana Point. So,
You're kidding me.
Yeah, far descendants, but yeah, we're descendants from Richard Henry Dana. So
Wow.
to me, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But either way, like the other ones can choose to do what they want to do. But you know,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna make them do what I want them to do.
You've been to every exotic surf spot in the world. Have you been to?
Every exotic wave pool? Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course he has.
Wave pool? I've only been to Waco a ton of times. Like I drove my family out there like the second week it opened. Like a bunch of like the owner said we were like meth heads. Like boards on top of our van driving through Texas. I had pictures of I stopped in Lukenbach, Texas to freaking, you know, check that place out and have a beer, and these old cowboys said we were nuts and took pictures in front of our van with all the surfboards to tell us there's no surf in Texas.
They're going to the watering hole on the horses. You're coming through with the van with fucking 20 boards on the roof.
Yeah, they were.
Where the hell are you guys going?
Yeah, but I used to go out to that place a lot.
Yeah.
I went out there earlier this year. I don't know how much will be going back. I'm not really. I like the fact that it used to not have that many rules, and it has a lot more rules now. So
Really?
You know.
I'm finally going out there.
Yeah, we're gonna have fun, dude.
Yeah.
The wave's good. It's fun. And
No Kelly. No Kelly's pool.
I've been to Kelly's pool. Bella got to go, and they said I could have one wave, and I said no thanks. I don't want one wave, dude. That's like,
Driving all that way
no one wave, and if you fall or below it, that's all you're gonna think about
for the rest of your life.
Yeah, and I know that for a fact because right when they made that air section at Waco, Shane's like, hey, try this air section. It's brand new. And so he's like, I'll give you one wave. And he gave me one wave, and I got up, I stood up, and I saw this concrete wall, and I didn't see an air section, so I put on the brakes. And then I saw the air section, by then it was too late, and I blew it. And then he's like, bro, you blew that. You got a pump, I told you. And I just got haired out because the wall, you just saw a wall. It's like nothing you see in the ocean. It was just sensory overload. So he gave me another one. I blew that one too. And I had to think about it for like 6 months till I went back. And so I'm like, dude, I don't even want that one wave. You can fucking have that thing. Like, let me know when I can have 3 or 4. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Are you still behind the lens for your kids a lot?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, you know, I coach all these kids, and one of the main thing I do is video review, obviously.
Yeah.
And so I'm behind the lens for that. The only time I shoot photos now is if there's something I want to shoot.
A wedding?
No,
Not just
no, none of that. No, I did a few jobs like that where I had an art director sitting over my shoulder and they paid really well. But
Yeah.
I'm not over that, dude. I want to
I'm
be
just-
creative.
Yeah.
I do my things that I like to do, and
Right.
then I'll shoot surf photos if like everything's right and I'm done surfing
Yeah.
and I'm just inspired. But I'm filming every day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool. What are you filming with? Like, what's the technology, camera?
I'm selling my Canon gear right now. If anybody wants to buy some Canon gear, I got some good stuff. I shoot it with a 1DX Mark II and a 60 to 600 lens.
Yeah.
But I'm selling my Canon stuff because I've been with Canon for a good portion of my life, like over 30 years. And these guys practice planned obsolescence now, where they make their stuff to fail at a certain time, and then you spend your 10 grand on a lens, and then they want you to buy another one.
Yeah.
And instead of fixing it.
Yeah.
So I know a lot of brands do that.
Yeah.
But because they didn't used to and they do now, and I have all these lenses that like I've already paid for, and now they want me to rebuy them, I'm just gonna actually go purchase Sony gear and go down a different path, because I think that's a shitty way to do business. And if you claim you're green and all this stuff, dude, you're full of shit.
Right.
Because if that stuff breaks and you can't fix it, even though you can,
Yeah.
just because you want us to buy something, that's weak.
Yeah.
And basically, we're just renting those lenses at that point.
Right.
So,
It's good. It's a good take.
Yeah.
Because it's always, equipment's ever changing. I mean, what we see in the market now is like 2 years old.
Yeah.
Like compared to what they're working on now.
When
You know, and if it's not compatible, then you're pushing this green agenda and stuff. And
it sucks when we say they don't make them like they used to, and it's
true.
so like it hits you hard in the face when you say that, you know?
Yeah.
Where, oh man, I can't like fix this myself, or you know, like, oh, that's the 2013 model.
well,
You need to buy the 2023 model.
it goes down to the plugs.
The plugs, dude.
You know,
Every update on the phone.
Oh yeah.
you know, it's
Sons of
like the
bitches.
world we live in, and it sucks. You know, and you know, I'm a fan of Apple. You know, and you know, they're premium. They don't give deals, and they're overpriced. But it depends on how you look at it, because you don't have to buy all this extra software and upgrades. It's kind of like you bought the full, limited, all include, the high end package, on everything.
Yep.
And a lot of the stuff, especially the phones, the watches, new watch is 600. I mail my old one in, I get $300 or $400 for it, and it's like they recycle. I'm not a big advocate for Apple in any means, but it's like, I'm not the techie guy that could go through some PC and know all the, the upgrades I need. That's gonna,
That costs just
I'm a
as
dum
much.
dum, like I just want email and photos, and I want it simple, and they did a good job at like making that.
Yeah.
Is it cameras like that too, or does it get really complicated?
Well,
like switching from Canon to Sony.
Yeah, it's all new stuff, right?
Yeah.
And so I just feel like, being a Canon photographer and spending hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of gear over this life, they should do a better job. When my lens breaks, by no reason of my own, just it wearing out, you guys should fix that in perpetuity.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Doing a lifer.
yeah, like fix it. You
Yeah.
got the parts, you could do it, but you chose this business plan to just keep tightening the screws and screwing people. And I just think, like, if enough people said no, then they'd change that. But nobody says no.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? So.
Huh. I mean, have you looked at the video cameras? Like, I know Red, it's like the top of the line, right? That everybody wants.
Yeah, Red's insane, but I just look at it like,
So
we're gonna
expensive.
shoot on Red so people can watch it on here.
Yeah.
Like,
You gotta
that's where
have.
it's going. Like,
You gotta have the 4K TV, the 4K everything, and do you have? And when you look at that, as far as what kind of router or modem do you have? What kind of speed? Like you have fiber optic. Like there's so many other components that just add on to like benefiting. That technology.
I just look at. I mean, and please, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I look at all these people shooting Reds.
Yeah.
Spending all that money, basically the price of a car.
It's
For this
crazy.
camera for people to watch Instagram clips,
Yeah.
Yeah.
because that's what that shit's going to. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's not going to some like what's the cinemas that have like the
IMAX. It's
IMAX.
not going to IMAX.
Yeah, it's not going to IMAX anymore.
And I think it's they're amazing cameras.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But I just think it's overkill for getting that surf clip.
The end user.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Earlier, when we were talking about magazines and movies, like, I feel like someone needs to do a proper movie again, Remember Surfers, the movie?
Yeah, that was great.
Snapping Turtles presented by Late Night with Chalky.
Yeah,
Dude.
let's go. Let's do it.
Like, we need to do an updated version
That'd be
of
insane.
Surfers, the movie. Like, I could watch that literally, like, that and Endless Summer.
Yeah.
I could watch for the rest of my life.
How about, I think it was Martin Potter at Third Dip.
Oh, yeah.
In
That's-
Surfers the movie.
Yeah.
To Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah.
That was the most insane section ever.
Yeah.
Like,
There's so much good clips in that movie of not just surfing, but the dialogue. Christian talking, Archie talking, Slater talking, the Bull talking. Like, there's so much amazing.
It's generational and it's inspiring across like all demographics.
Yeah. Yeah.
But no, I like. I mean, that, you could put that out now and it would be cool
Timeless.
for sure.
Yeah.
But just the inspiration of travel. I mean, it's, ultimately, we're adrenaline junkies in a sort, we always want to, score a perfect wave and get somewhere, unique, but it's everything in between, going back to, the endless summer, like that journey, going through all the culture, the cultural, settings. It's like, that's what life's about.
For sure.
Yeah. Air reverses are cool, but it kind of get redundant and a little boring,
Who's on your fantasy surfer team?
Oh shit.
Oh, well, I play in 2 different leagues, right? I play the original Surfer Mag
Fantasy
one,
surfer, yeah.
Which is the OG,
the OG, yep. And then I play the WSL one. I'm way better at the original OG one.
Yeah.
Like, I win money on the original OG one.
Yeah.
And the other one I just lose money on. But who do I have right now? I have Carissa, Katie, Lakey, and somebody else. I can't remember. For the girls at Margaret's. And then I have John Griffin. Then I have Joao.
Joao.
I have Ian Gentile because he's my
Ooh.
boy.
Good.
I have Kalohe because he's gonna have a big fucking comeback at this
He
comp.
better.
And,
Come on, bro.
and I
He
can't remember
fucking
who my
better.
other guy is, but
Yeah.
Laura, who you got?
I think the first 3 you read off, I think I put Jordy and Gabriel.
yep.
I think I might have put on, I don't know, I'd have to look. I made a few different changes.
I got Seth, Joao, Gabriel, Jordy, Griffin, John, Baron, and the GOAT.
I got
Ooh.
Baron. That was my other guy, Baron.
Yeah.
It's pretty solid.
That is solid.
Yeah. It's damn fun.
Yeah.
It's the best.
It's fucking fun.
It's so good.
And it's not, it's about the bragging rights more than it is like the few bucks we make, but like,
How
it's
much do you
fucking awesome.
pay into your league, your fantasy surfer league? How many people are in it?
The old one's $50,
Whoa.
and then the new one's $100.
Yeah.
The new one I'm in is with it's the Froth Pro Tour. There's like a lot of there's like shirts. There's a lot of people in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of Big Island guys, and like there's
Nice.
a lot of people in it.
Yeah, we got one, it's like 200, and there's like 40 people in it.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like, there's payouts are fucking
Yeah.
pretty legit.
Yeah.
They're like, damn!
It's like $250 per win.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What do you get
at
if you win
yeah.
a season?
1,500, two
Yeah,
grand.
that's sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta get in one of those, dude.
Yeah.
I had guys in the one league I was in like complaining at first. Oh, let's how fair this guy is in it. He's got inside information.
No, there's no fucking
Yeah.
inside information. But it's like, some people like complain about the price, and I'm like, it's an 11 events, it's $20.
Yeah.
15, $20 an event. Like, are you kidding me? You can't afford that every month.
Yeah.
Like,
Do you run it?
No.
No.
I used to run one.
Our buddy, Jason Harchark.
Yeah, Jason Archard. It's just fun, the email banter is like
Yeah.
entertaining, and I've been fucking sucking.
Me too.
So I've been sucking too. And I'm just blaming on this is because my son was rousing me. He's like, "You're doing so bad," and I'm all, "Dude, I've been playing real fantasy surfer because I got taking Bella around to all these freaking QS events trying to get her to qualify for the Challenger Series."
Yeah.
So I'm like, I'm playing the real game, bro.
Right.
You guys are playing the fake one.
Yeah.
You know?
So as we wrap up, so Bella's making full charge. What about the other kids? Are they super surf driven, skate, snow? Is there anything else they're like?
Yeah, like Loyal's super surf driven. He just got back from his first trip to Hawaii without us.
Yeah.
He spent like 4 months there this year.
Damn.
Had a bunch of probably over 30 days of pipe. I got 3 sessions at Waimea, but he just did his Billabong Bloodlines camp, which he was really stoked to go over.
Your ground surf, why man?
Yeah.
What?
Bella
Loyal.
too. Loyal did, yeah, but Bella too.
How old is he?
He's 14.
What?
That's what Deep in Fitness does, bro.
Crazy.
And
Loyal, then Waylon.
Then Waylon, he's just started competing this year, and he's doing like Explorers and Opens. He's made some Explorer finals. He's made a couple of heats in open, but his main passion over life so far has been playing guitar. He goes to Los Rios School of Rock, and he plays in bands and plays at like House of Blues and stuff like that. But he is completely as much of a surfer as anybody. And the funny thing is like he doesn't really take direction from me like my other kids. He wants to do his own thing, and he might end up being the best one.
Wow.
Like, you know, he just marches to the beat of his own drum.
So Bella is a regular footer.
Regular fit, Loyal's goofy, Waylon's regular, and then PETA after that. PETA's 10. She is a really good 10-year-old. She, you know, she competes in all the comps. She loves it.
Yeah.
She does errors and stuff. I took her to Waco.
Already?
Yeah.
Jeez,
Yeah,
Louise.
dude.
The younger ones that are so exposed,
Is,
and like you said, if they see, you know, monkey see, monkey do, and they see a sibling do it, they're like, she doesn't think she's 10. She thinks she's freaking 14, 16, 18, like just like the other one.
Yeah, friggin', it's insane. Like
Bella rides for Vans.
Bella rides for Vans.
Loyal rides for Billabong.
Billabong. Waylon rides for this local company, Pura Baja, and he also does like modeling for Sun. He rides for Sunbum, but he's like on all the billboards right now.
Sick.
And then
what's the
PETA?
No, the brand?
Pura Baja.
Pura Baja. What is it?
It's like it's clothing. It's like shirts and hats and stuff like that. It's founded by Gary Wright, who's the founder of Killer Dana. And it's cool. They reached out. They're like, "Hey, we want to get this guy on the team." And he's stoked. He loves it.
Nice.
And
might have to talk to him.
yeah, you might have to. And then there's PETA. She's she probably has the most sponsors out of everybody. She's Vans and CI and this and
sick.
that. But yeah, sure. Have a quick look.
Saves some money, right?
Right? Any...
Booyah.
So sick.
Nice. And she's how old?
She's 10.
When did she start surfing?
She didn't start surfing until later, dude.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, she dude. Yeah.
Because my 8-year-old doesn't even want to surf, and I'm like, you're gonna have to, dude.
Is that PETA?
Yeah.
Wow.
Dang.
Yeah.
Told him, I'm like, dude, we're gonna be spending the rest of our lives at the beach. We're going on surf trips.
Yeah,
like,
you better
sorry,
get your ass out
you
there.
gotta learn.
Well, that's
Your name's
But you
due
want
for
to
crying
force it.
out loud.
Yeah.
no. Here's
Dude.
Here's what happened with PETA is like, she's super athletic,
Yeah.
and she was always scared, and so she was going on the small. She just rode whitewash forever,
Yeah.
and didn't really like to surf.
Yeah.
And one day we were driving home, and just matter of fact, a conversation. It wasn't meant to motivate her. It was just a matter of fact conversation. And I'm kind of bummed that you don't like to surf.
Yeah.
Because I thought we were going to be surf buddies. Because I'm pretty close to my 4th child. Like we do a lot of things together. And I'm like, I thought we were going to be surf buddies, and you just don't really like it. So that's cool. Like we'll find something else to do.
Yeah.
Next day, she's like, Dad, I want to go surf. And I'm all, no, dude, it's not why I said that. If you don't like it, you don't have to do it. She's like, no, I want to go surf.
Yeah.
And so she went surfing. And then she's like, Dad, I want to do these comps.
Wow.
And she went and took her to her first NSFA, and I'm laughing. Or no, I took her to her first WSA, and I'm laughing. And I'm all, you're going to get last. And because she's pretty cocky, right?
Yeah.
And I'm all, you're going to get last. And she's like, I'm going to win this thing. And I'm all, and she looks at her friend, she's like, I'm going to win, you're going to get second. And I'm standing behind them, it's pushing division, right?
Yeah.
And I'm laughing. I'm all, you're going to get 5th and 6th. Because like they made the final. Boom. Goes out, gets first, her friend gets second. Oh my God.
You just ruffled the
reverse
feathers.
psychology, bro.
I put her in this thing to humble her and have her learn, and she won the whole freaking season.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay,
The whole season?
The whole season. And I'm like, oh, all right. So
Yeah. Now you're...
but she loves to surf.
Yeah.
And she wants to do good. And I'll tell you one thing that really has helped. Deepen Fitness for kids.
Yeah.
Because they're going there and they're getting these marks. They're like, I can hold my breath for this long.
Yeah.
I can swim under a ladder for this long.
Yeah.
Anytime she's scared, like US champ, she's like, Dad, it's pretty big. And I'm like, I guarantee you can hold your breath longer than all these girls. You know what I mean?
That are going out with you.
Yeah. And she
Yeah.
ended up making the final. And it's like, youngest girl made the final. And I'm like, see, dude, you can do it.
Yeah, we found that out too with like junior guards because
Yeah.
Huntington, it's like
It's gnarly.
It's big ocean out there. It's sandbars, breaks way out. They swim around the pier, which is like freaking. You're out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
And I just remember my middle child who's gun ho surf, and he was like, you know, hey, it's overhead, a little sketched, and then like right after junior guards in summer, all the swells, you know, Indian summer, September, October, it started pumping. And I'm like, dude, are you okay? Because I can't save you. You know, sets come in, we get split up, like whatever. He's all, no, I'm fine. And I just was like, holy shit, like, he's fucking gun ho.
Yeah.
You know, and it's kind of cool as a parent, like, you don't want to stress.
Yeah.
And, you know, hey, you don't have to go charge, you know? It's like, hey, you know, I just don't want you freaking panicking. And he's like, no, Dad, I swam the pier, like, you know, like, you know, it's just, it's that confidence builder.
For sure.
What are the age groups that you do for the Deepwater?
The Deep in Fitness?
Deep in Fitness for the kids.
If you can pass the adult screener, everybody has to pass a screener to get in.
Yep.
So the screener consists of doing a 10-minute tread, where you hear about, you know, what Deep in Fitness is built on.
Yeah.
And we assess you, you know, and just see the treads to see how you are in the water.
Yeah.
Then you do an underwater crossover, 25 yards. Swim underwater from side to side.
Yeah.
Then you do a 25-yard brick toe, where you have a 10-pound brick, you swim across the pool, side stroke, and then you put your goggles in the bottom of the pool, you spot your goggles, and you swim down and pick them up with your mouth. That's the screener. If you pass that, you get into the class.
Awesome.
So for the kids, if they pass that, they can do the adult class. So, you know, like my 10-year-old daughter's passed the adult screener, but she went to a ton of kids classes before.
Yeah.
The kids class, we do a screener as well, a smaller, just to assess where they're at.
Yeah.
And then we put them in there, and then if they can't pass the screener, we work on that, and then we work on their other skills.
That's cool.
It's so amazing.
Yeah.
So it kind of depends.
I want to do it so bad.
You guys gotta come.
Yeah. I know. I mean, again, I would never go to a gym, but I would go work out in a pool or surf. You know, like that's just my MO. I'd be like, I'm in.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just gotta figure out.
Come as my guests.
Yeah.
Come. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, we'll make it someday. Someday soon. The next couple weeks, you're gonna be gnarly.
Yeah.
Hey, travel. The other thing I just wanted to mention, like things that I do now, is I'm also a level 1 ATG coach, which is the Athletic Truth Group. So have you guys ever heard of like knee over toes guy? Knee over toes guy is this guy that's on Instagram that has developed this program for getting your knees better.
Wow.
Through full range of motion.
Yeah.
And so they has this whole group that he's associated with, the Athletic Truth Group, that I've become I was a client for 2 years, just like the Deep in Fitness thing.
Yeah.
Because I've always had bad knees. And at 50, my knees are better now than they were at 25.
Crazy.
Right? And so this ATG thing is a whole body thing, working through full range of motion and getting yourself equal everywhere, having no weak points.
Yeah.
And so that's why I had Arch over today, because Arch hurt his knee and he was going through a workout to address these issues.
Yeah.
And I've had like Casey Curtis come through it. I have a whole group of kids that are going through it. And like Loyal's been on it for a year, and with doing all these crazy airs and stuff, he's building his feet and ankles and knees and calves and quads up to withstand all these
crazy impacts.
Yeah.
That's killer.
And so like,
What's it called?
it's called ATG, the Athletic Truth Group, and it's founded by this guy. I'll show him to you. He's
Is that the Instagram handle at ATG Group?
ATG, yep. And but the main one where it became popular from is this guy, knee over toes guy.
Knee over toes guy.
Yeah, and it's everything.
I think I saw that pop up somewhere.
Yeah. So everything that you've ever been taught, like what they teach you, like, you know, like if you do a squat, right? If you do a squat normally, they're like, don't put your knees over your toes. You know what I mean? So you're doing a squat like this. Imagine if you did a squat like this movement surfing. Like even a bottom turn. Look how far, like we're doing a bottom turn. Look how far our knees are over our toes, right?
Yeah.
So if you're only working to here, right? You're going to be weak in those other things. Like the stuff that we're doing are like deep squats where you're getting a ton of coverage, right?
Yeah. Range of motion.
Range of motion, being strong and flexible. adequately through the same thing. Everything's deep range, and with surfing, everything is like that. You're never in this plane. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're never there. If you were, how kooky would you be?
Yeah.
Imagine that. That's like,
Yeah, if you're a power lifter and you're
Yeah.
going over just basic mechanics, then cool. But surfing is like you're a ballerina, over.
for sure.
Yeah.
You're always in these positions, especially like all the stuff you used to do. You put yourself in the crazy.
I can't
You
even bend
see
over.
that?
My neck's fucking broken my back.
He said
Your
it.
back?
Used to.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, hey, we can fix that back. Come down.
Yeah.
But this is one of our main things is a split squat, and we're getting down there and we're getting all this coverage.
Yeah.
Like knees so far over, right? They've
Yeah.
told us this series of things.
Ligaments,
Hey.
tendons, everything you want, flexibility and strength and everything.
If you don't work through those motions, you can't get strong through those motions.
Yeah.
And then you're going to be weak in those motions.
Plus, if you stretch it, there's less likely to injure it. if
For
you
sure, but
stretch.
you got to have that stretch with the strength built in.
Yeah.
Because being super flexible without strength is going to lead to injury.
Injury. Yeah.
And being super strong without flexibility is going to lead to injury as well, right? So
Is there anything else you want to promote?
those are the main things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, the goal, just real quick, just to add on it, the goal with coaching people, surfing, at first I didn't want to do it.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, hey, I've learned all this stuff. I've gone around the world with the best surfers in the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're picking up all their nuances, all their different, attributes, and how do you
I'm shooting
share that?
Yeah, I'm shooting freaking 30 frames a second and going through and seeing every freaking motion, right? And so I've picked up so much stuff over that time that I would have never seen otherwise. I would have never.
Yeah.
And then having the best of the best from being on trips with, guys like Mike Ho and, from that era and seeing the things he does really well. And then guys like being on trips with Slater and being on trips with Lar and being on trips with...
See that?
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Throw me in the mix.
Oh man.
You know what I mean? All these people over the years breaking down what works and what doesn't and why. And so when I originally got approached to coach somebody, I was like, nah, there's tons of guys out there.
Yeah.
And then I ended up helping out. And part of me didn't want to do it because I don't want to share this knowledge.
Yeah.
I want to save this knowledge for my kids.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But then I thought about it. I'm like, no, dude, I want to pass this on.
Yeah.
And so everybody can be better. There's enough for all of us. Let's freaking spread this so people are doing it the right way, and it's all better if we all rise than only some of us rise.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's how I got into the coaching. That's what led to this deep in fitness thing, because I think we all need it. And then that's what led to becoming an ATG coach is how many people do you know who have blown out their knee, ankle, hamstring, this and that, and they don't know what to do about it?
Yeah.
Because I was there for most of my life, right? Casey was there for most of his life.
Yeah.
And how many people do we know now that we're getting older that don't surf anymore because they can't, because they've lost that range of motion? I know quite a few people now.
Yeah.
And it's let's get them back there. Let's get them back there enjoying this so they can live longer and have a better time.
Yeah.
And so that's why those three things that I do, let's get everybody better. Let's get everybody moving up. You lift somebody up, they're going to lift you up, and vice versa.
Well, those damn board riders, it's been, inspiring to kind of
Get out there
get that fire back a little bit,
Yeah.
because it's you don't want to show up and look like a kook,
Right.
Yeah. We still have that competitive nature in
You
us.
still want bragging rights, bro.
Yeah.
Are you on this weekend?
No, we're in the north. We're in the
Okay.
LA.
Are you?
We were supposed to be at
Nice.
Malibu last weekend, but they postponed it because of lack of waves. So they're rescheduling it.
Yeah.
So but well, shit, man. Thank you for everything, and you're always welcome back on the show to talk more about in depth of anything you got going on you want to promote, because that's what our podcast is.
Your story is so. Everyone's story is amazing, but your story is so different because, like,
It's not
the
a
way
way
that
career.
your unorthodox way of finding your niche for a livelihood and career and future was so, you know what I mean? So by chance, right?
100%.
But it's
There was
those
an evolution.
chances that you dove in with passion, right? And you just kept working at it. And luckily, you were working hard and producing amazing content. And then as that industry started fledgling, you know, you parlayed it into photography, you know, getting hooked up with the right people, Art Brewer, and you lived pretty much in Indo for 15 years.
Yeah, I mean, 2 months a year for 15 years is not a bad deal.
Yeah.
I would take that every year.
Yeah.
I want to get back to there.
Yeah,
You know,
I do.
like-
Like maybe 4 months. Not to be greedy, but
I mean, I would take 1 week out of the year. Come on.
It's too far to travel.
far,
for
man.
me.
Yeah, I know.
Minimum 2.
But I would do
Yeah.
it. I would fucking do it if I was allotted that time.
yeah,
And then working for Nike those years, and then now doing the things that you do and growing your family and watching your family become the who's who of surfing.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, at the end of the day, you do want to help others and elevate everybody, but
Yeah.
you also want to be able to shred with your kids for as long as you can.
Yeah,
you know,
for sure.
Like my kids talk about, everybody's like, "Oh, dude, your dad fucking used to rip so hard, and they did this and that," and it's like that's a whole nother life ago. I don't talk about it, and occasionally they'll pull up a video or something.
he doesn't talk about it except on a show.
Yeah, just when people vouch for me over here.
The older I get, the better I was.
Yeah, like bottle of wine, bro.
I'll tell you something funny. Is last night we were at the pool up here, and this guy, we're playing the game underwater Torpedo League, and we fight down there for the torpedo underwater.
Yeah.
Bottom of a 13.5-foot pool. We're fighting for this little torpedo. 5 of us on the team, and we're trying to get it in a goal before the other team can.
Yeah.
And you get in scraps with guys.
Yeah.
And somebody who hadn't met me before or seen me before was there, and somebody told me this. They're all, "Man, that old guy with the mustache, he's pretty scrappy." And like at first I was like, "Old guy, my dick," but then I was like, "Oh yeah, I am pretty old," and thank you, I appreciate that compliment.
Yeah.
Because this old guy's pretty scrappy. Dude.
Don't touch my torpedo.
Yeah, don't touch my torpedo, dude.
Hey, I'm not here to fucking be friends. We're here to score points, man.
Yeah.
Fucking win.
Yeah, but
Well, dude,
Keep
thank
winning.
you,
Yeah.
yeah,
Jason
Thank you guys.
Worthless, aka Worthy Kenworthy.
Yes.
I don't know. I'm gonna throw Jello in there and
Jello.
Manthar.
Thanks for your time.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Let's get a quick shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got to do a